Welcome to Mysterious 5, and today we're going to talk about decades-old cold cases that were solved in 2021. Our first case is the case of Kara Enid Vaughn. Kara Enid Vaughn was a 40-year-old woman who was a diabetic, on medication, and had more troubles than she could share with anyone. Surrounded by family and friends, Kara Enid Vaughn still felt mostly alone in the town of Natchitoches Parish. One day, she approached her older sister, Lynn Vaughn, who was an anchor for CNN headline news at the time, and threatened to drive into the Cane River. Then, in 1993, Kara left her house with only a small amount of cash, the keys to her Honda Civic, got in the car, and never returned. When her sister couldn't find her and her vehicle at home or anywhere else, she panicked and informed the sheriff's office that her sister had gone missing. She also reported her sister's vehicle missing. The investigators exhausted all the options they could find. Serial killers were operating near the county along the Shreveport corridor, so her sister feared that one of them might have come into town and had her sister. However, there was no way to be sure. No leads or evidence pointed in the way of any serial killer. The case, unfortunately, was getting cold. Lynn informed the police about her sister's threat to drive into the Cane River, which was south of their county. The investigation unit was unsure of where to begin, but they searched as thoroughly as they could, but nothing turned up. The years passed by, and it looked like the Vaughn family would never get closure. In 2012, 19 years after Kara disappeared, her mother passed away without knowing what had happened to her daughter. Years went by, and still there was no lead, no sign of Kara, and no clues to help the police move a case towards finding her. Lynn Vaughn, her sister, would later say that there were times she would beg God not to let her die without knowing what had happened to the sister she had grown up with. 28 years passed by, and in March 2021, the sheriff's office got a call. It was a fisherman, and he had spotted a vehicle somewhere in the Cane River. On March 12, 2021, the sheriff's office dive team searched the river, and by March 15th, the dive team, along with the Calcasieu Parish Marine Unit, found a Honda Civic, the same vehicle that Vaughn had reported missing. The divers got into the vehicle and were able to retrieve human remains and identification that revealed that the remains were those of Kara Vaughn. However, to be completely certain, the sheriff sent the remains for scientific tests to confirm the identity of the remains. The test confirmed that she was indeed Kara Vaughn. When the Vaughn family was notified, it was a bittersweet experience for them. Lynn, while broken by the discovery, was somehow relieved to know that her sister had since been reunited with her mother.
Your story to thrive with earning online can easily be the same as mine. I'm Veronica, and I didn't always find it easy to live in a foreign country. I wanted to change to part-time and remote work, but job search was limited because of the language. And English and Swedish didn't get me very far in a German-speaking country all the time. I grew up in the States to Swedish parents, and I live with my husband and my teen son in Switzerland. And I wanted to be more present with our son. We had waited 14 years to become parents, so I didn't want to give that up. The previous jobs that I had here had mainly been in English environments, but being out of the house.
Angela Mack Cox. Angela was born in Escondido, California, and spent most of her childhood there. Not long after she was done with middle school, her family relocated to Fulton County in Salem, Arizona. This new home was rural, communal, and set in farming country in the foothills of the Ozarks. Somehow, Angela, or Angie as she was fondly called, adjusted to the new environment. Angie was blonde, blue-eyed, and petite at only 5 foot 3 inches tall and 100 pounds. She made a tight circle of friends who would describe her as outgoing, fun, and good-spirited. Another friend said she was dramatic, loud, and much fun, and always trying to make a joke to make people laugh. Sometimes she would even pull pranks. There was hardly a dull moment around Angie. Unfortunately, while Angie had good friends, the same could not be said about the men in her life. Angela had a terrible taste in men. In Salem, she had 2 kids for her 2 exes and settled for a boyfriend who was, in a way, her husband, and the only one of the 3 she didn't have a child for. The names of her two sons were Michael Mikey Retu and Matthew. One afternoon, Angie would vanish under mysterious circumstances in the summer of 2002. But before we get into that, let's take a look at her love life because they are important pieces in the events that led to her disappearance. Angie's first boyfriend was Tommy Retu, and he was the father of her first son, Michael. They had him when they were just teenagers. Tommy was known to always be in trouble, always getting arrested, and hopelessly hooked on meth. However, at the very least, he did his best to be involved in his son's life. Angie's second boyfriend was Jeremy Niederbrock. They never got married, but they also had a child together, Angie's younger son, Matthew. Jeremy was considered by law enforcement to be a habitual offender who had been in and out of custody for nearly 2 decades. Between 2004 and 2019, he was arrested 9 times for felony charges that ranged from drugs to theft to domestic abuse. Angie's third boyfriend and husband was James Cox. They never had a kid together, and months before Angie would disappear, they were involved in a head-on collision that would lead to 2 fatalities. Cox was arrested and jailed due to an outstanding court warrant when the sheriff discovered he had in his possession a .22 rifle, leading to arrest for a Class B felony, possession of a firearm. This effectively made Angie a single mother with 2 toddlers to care for. From that moment up till when Angie would go missing, James Cox would remain in prison. Angie and her oldest son vanished from a town 40 miles northeast of where she lived most of her life. Both towns were small and rural. Alton had a population of roughly 840 people, with only 350 households. Salem, on the other hand, was slightly bigger, with 1,600 people. It was Tommy Retu, Mikey's dad, who reported his son missing to Fulton County authorities a day after their disappearance. Sheriff of the county, Albert Al Rourke, took the information and filed a missing persons report for the 4-year-old. Mickey was described as a 4-year-old boy standing at 3 foot tall with light brown hair and brown eyes who weighed between 40 and 50 pounds. But Angie, who was well known in nearby Salem, Arkansas, would vanish into thin air without a report, an inquiry, or any official notice about her whereabouts. It wasn't until nearly 2 years later, in May 2004, that her mother, Lorna Poole, reported her missing to authorities. Nearly 2 full years after the sheriff received information about Mickey, his office filed an official missing persons report for Angela Mack. The sheriff's office gave the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System, NAMUS, Angie's identifying information, but the photo they supplied was not Angie, rather a woman peripherally tied to Michael's father named Holly Markham Brackett. The sheriff stated he was not the individual who submitted the wrong photo. While it is not strange to delay searching for a missing adult, in this situation, the circumstances should have thrown up a few red flags for the sheriff's department. Mothers, especially sole caregivers, rarely abandon their young children. However, the fact that Angie's mother also didn't report her missing also complicated matters further and made the search for Angie's whereabouts a lot harder for the case. Thankfully, a new investigator in the sheriff's department was eventually assigned to Angie's case. Dale Weaver was a seasoned law enforcement professional who knew Fulton County well, and he began seeking new leads for the cold case in 2020.
Let me ask you a quick question. What if you can start and grow your own profitable business by helping other businesses get access to money? As you and I know,
Several theories sprung up about what might have happened to the 4-year-old and his mother. Some were bizarre, like Angie trading her son for a bus ticket, while others seemed to be the likely cause. It was believed by some that he was murdered the same night Angie vanished. However, no one was able to say what exactly happened. In the meantime, and while Angie's husband was still in prison, her second boyfriend, or someone pretending to be him, got on the Charlie Project website and posted wild suggestions as to her disappearance. He said, "Rumor is Angie overdosed and the group she was with buried her body on top of a grave on a property in Arkansas. Sheriff Al Rourke has never taken it seriously. Mikey was supposedly being taken care of by someone else, and she never returned, and they never turned him over. Another person, a friend of Angie called Rachel Deanne, also posted something similar, but on a different website. She said, "The confession I heard was that she was buried near the property or on the property where the Buchanan shooting happened. I tried calling state police, and everyone was putting it on my Facebook at the time I found out. I knew Angie in 1999. I was married to the guy who confessed." The truth of these claims could not be verified because there were no leads, and the police were either stalling or something more sinister. However, it still looked like the police were folding their arms on the issue. Angie's first boyfriend, Tommy Retu, who reported his son missing, sadly died after being arrested following a traffic stop. He had gotten into a physical scuffle with the police during his arrest. After being placed in a holding cell, he told another inmate he swallowed 2 grams of black tar heroin and 8 grams of methamphetamine. Tommy would complain of leg pain, become lethargic before vomiting and convulsing. He died later that night after being transported to a nearby hospital by jail staff. An investigation into Retu's death indicated he was left in a cell without being checked on for an hour and a half. Jail staff believed him to be detoxing and were distracted by another inmate who committed suicide. Concerning suspicions about his involvement with Angie's disappearance, Retu was cleared by the investigation team. It was also very unlikely that he would kill Angie and his son, since he didn't have any history of that behavior. He was on very good terms with Angie before her disappearance and had unlimited access to his son, whose life he was heavily involved in. Years passed, investigations stalled, and the case went cold until October 2020. Nam Hughes was able to discover that Angie had left Mickey with a couple who lived in Alton, Missouri, a few weeks before her disappearance in September 2002. It was also discovered that she wanted the couple to adopt Mickey, and they had agreed before Angie left for California. However, Angie changed her mind and bought a bus ticket for Springfield, Missouri, to come to collect her son. She was picked up from the bus station by at least one of the couples involved in the adoption and taken to their residence. This was where the trail stopped for Angie. This was also the first considerable solid progress that anyone had gotten about Angie and Mickey's disappearance in years. After years of guessing and second guessing, there was a solid lead. The FBI also got involved with the case at this point. Angie's husband, James Mack, and his brother, Jeremy Cox, both in custody, were interrogated and gave details of a couple who lived in Anton, where she had gone to give up her child for adoption. Was James Cox in on it also? The couple was a man named Clarence Cruz and his wife, Barbara Cruzan. They were in the process of adopting Mickey when Angie changed her mind. At the time, the police came in contact with the couple. Clarence was already dead, having been shot to death mysteriously in a county called Laredo. Barbara confirmed a few details. First, they picked Angie up from the bus station where she changed her mind. She also said that her husband saw Angie off. Angie's mom, Lorna Poole, had called her husband at the time, and they told her that her brother had come to pick her up, but that was a lie. Angie's mother knew that was a lie because Jeremy was in jail at the time for theft. As Barbara Cruzan began to spin a complex web of lies, investigator Dale Weaver quickly came to realize that Barbara and her deceased husband were the last people to see Angie alive. Weaver requested that the FBI run a polygraph test on Barbara Cruzan on the 2nd of April 2021. As investigators predicted, she failed the test woefully. After this, Barbara spilled the whole truth about what had really happened to Angie and Mickey. She said her husband had murdered both Angie and Mickey, then incinerated their bodies in a furnace on their property. On April 9th, the Fulton County Sheriff's Office confirmed that Angela Mack and Michael Retu were the victims of murder. A case that had stretched for almost 20 years was finally solved. However, there were still so many questions to be answered. Why did Angie want to give her first son up for adoption? Did his father know about it? What's the deal with Angie's mother, Lorna Poole, and the years of silence when she could have easily solved the case? Also, why did it take that long for her to report her own daughter missing? And why did the police not take the situation more seriously before the arrival of Sergeant Dale Weaver? This case is peculiar because it raises more questions than it answers, and also because it feels more like a cover-up than a discovery. However, it seems like this case will never truly be answered, especially since it has now been declared to be solved. Barbara Tucker. Barbara Tucker was the youngest of 7 siblings. She was thought of as the baby of the house, even though she grew to be taller than every one of her siblings, standing at an impressive 6 foot. Barbara was one of the most energetic and outgoing teenagers you would ever meet, described by her friends and family as bubbly, fun-loving, and full of energy. Barbara enjoyed playing basketball in her spare time at Cleveland High School. Barbara was also very ambitious and was willing to work hard to achieve whatever her mind set out to do. She went to a national competition, won awards, was involved in a club for students interested in business and retail, and in the summertime, she tested out her labor skills working at Sears. Then, when she was at home, she sewed, crocheted, knitted, always something that involved art and craft. At the same time, she was a sophomore studying business at Mount Hood Community College. On the afternoon of the 15th of June 1980, and at the age of 19, Barbara was planning to go for an evening class on campus, and so she called her mother. She told her she would stop by a friend's apartment for ice cream if her evening class ended early. She was on her way to that evening class from her apartment on Northeast 23rd Street when the worst tragedy happened. The sequence of events that would lead to her demise was pieced together by the police from witness reports, and this is what they saw. A woman said she saw Barbara and a man in the woods near the campus. A couple of other people will remember seeing her frantically trying to flag down passing cars. One witness saw a man, looking wide-eyed and apparently shocked, emerge from the bushes in the same area. Others saw a man grab her arm and pull her off the road and into the woods near her campus. The witnesses that could get a clear glimpse of the man described him as young and in his early 20s, about 6 feet tall, with a muscular build, broad shoulders, and a square neck. He was expensively dressed in a light beige knitted ski cap, navy blue ski parka, and blue or gray pants, and he walked with a distinctive swagger, a bold, arrogant strut. No one thought to stop. Almost everyone said they thought it was a practical joke of Dodge traffic or some childish prank. The next morning, Barbara's body would be found in some shrubs near the campus parking lot by a fellow student. Barbara's parents and family, who had been waiting for her to return home, instead got to hear the news from Gresham police. It broke them. The police preserved physical evidence from the crime scene and ran through witnesses, but none of the testimonies led to anything solid. They hit multiple brick walls throughout the investigation. Days turned to months. Barbara's funeral came and went, months into years, and the case went cold. Through all of this, Barbara Tucker's mother, Louise Tucker, would never lose hope. She still strongly believed that the 1980 murder of her daughter would be solved. Her father, on the other hand, was too hurt and broken to talk about his daughter, and he would leave the room whenever her name was brought into any conversation. In 1989, Albert Tucker, Barbara's father, unfortunately passed away. After his death, Louise, Barbara's mother, became more relentless. She didn't stop seeking justice for her daughter, even though it looked like the case would never be solved. She stayed in contact with the Gresham Police Department and the Multnomah County District Attorney's Office. She was meticulous about every detail of the case, ensuring that nothing was glossed over and everything was considered. In 1995, 6 years after the death of her husband, Louise Tucker, Barbara's mother, also passed away. They never lived to see their daughter's case solved. However, she had left an informal, handwritten record of her attempts to find answers. One of the notes said, "If it takes 10 years, I don't care. I just can't let it rest." After her death, her siblings continued where her mother left off, a desperate search for answers. 4 decades would pass before a break in DNA technology, which was not available at the time of the murder, would lead to the arrest of a man named Robert Plimpton of Troutdale. On the 8th of June 2021, he was taken into custody by the Grisham Police Department for the alleged rape and murder of Barbara Tucker. In 2018, a detective named Aaron Turnus had promised Barbara's sister, Susan Patter, that he wouldn't rest until he had solved the case. Physical evidence that had been taken from the crime scene years ago was what implicated Plimpton. A DNA profile match was made to him, and this was what led investigators to arrest him. Plimpton already had a sketchy history and had already been arrested once in 1997. The case was thrown out at the time due to a lack of evidence. It was also found that Plimpton was a 16-year-old student at Reynolds High School at the time of the crime. However, the district attorney's office had said that he will be charged and tried as an adult. Plimpton pleaded not guilty in his arraignment, and his case is currently in court.
Been in a car accident? Here's exactly how to get every dollar you're owed. If you've been in a car accident in the last year, even as a passenger, you could be sitting on thousands, maybe even over $100,000 without even realizing it. But most people never check what their case is really worth, and insurance companies are banking on that.
Krista Luth. Krista Luth was a friendly woman, a cat lover, and a highly educated person. She had a degree in botany and was studying for a second degree in horticulture when she broke up with her live-in boyfriend, Brad Cornea. Afterwards, she lived alone in a sublet apartment. She was also in some financial situation because her boyfriend had split the bill of the apartment with her, and now that he had moved out, the burden of the rent was solely at her feet. She planned to sell her truck and take a part-time waitress job to make ends meet, but her father would later tell investigators that Krista told him that her boyfriend would not stop calling her after the breakup. This went on for a week or two. On the 11th of November 2008, Krista Luth spoke with a neighbor as she headed out of her apartment. She had a 6:30 p.m. class to attend at a greenhouse half a mile from home. Her friend recalled that their conversation was upbeat. She never showed up to class, and she was never heard from again. Her friends grew worried when they could not reach her. Her apartment door was locked. When they broke in, they found her beloved cat, Moet, inside and alone. Her living room light was on, and there was a covered pan of food on the stove, as though Krista was interrupted while cooking. Her friend said it was unlikely she went to the class alone. Her father agreed and said that she must have gone with someone she trusted. She was described by all that knew her as a reliable, responsible woman who wouldn't have abandoned her pet or left without warning. She was a very good student and planned to apply to a graduate program at Cornell University. Unsurprisingly, her ex-boyfriend, Brad Cornea, quickly became a person of interest in the case. Investigation showed that Cornea was the last person Krista called the day she vanished. All evidence also showed he was in the area of her home. Even a deputy testified that on the night of her disappearance, he had stopped to help Cornea after his truck broke down on the highway, 8 miles away from Krista's home. However, Cornea had declined and told the deputy that a tow truck was en route. Months into the investigation, police found Krista's driver's license, her debit card, and her broken cell phone at the same scene. Brad Cornea became a prime suspect, and when he was brought in for questioning, he gave the police inconsistent statements that were untruthful as to his whereabouts. Krista's disappearance was eventually declared a homicide in September 2009, and by 2014, Cornea was officially announced as a prime suspect in the case. However, her body was still missing, so it was difficult to make a strong case against Brad. Another disturbing discovery was made aside from the things mentioned earlier. It was discovered that Brad had charged in excess of $500 on her cell phone for pornography. A detective that once led the case believed, without a doubt, that Brad was responsible for her death and that he also knew where he kept her body. This was the theory. Krista might have gotten into the vehicle with Brad on her way to class. The calls on Brad's phone around the time of her death supported this theory. Then Brad might have tried to mend things between them. The incessant calls over the 2 weeks leading to her death supported this claim. She most likely refused his advances. Then Krista might have said something that made Brad snap and murder her. The case went cold, and there was no way forward in sight. In 2017, Cornell was convicted for sex trafficking and using a computer to commit a crime. He was given a 16 to 40-year sentence. In 2021, with Krista's body still missing and with Cornea almost 4 years into his first sentence, a warrant was issued for Cornea's arrest in connection with Krista's disappearance and presumed death. It appears the authorities got tired of waiting for the body to be found when every evidence they had pointed to him as the killer. Denise Marie Stafford. On the 13th of October 1985, the Sarasota Police Department received calls that led them to the house of a 28-year-old mother, Denise Marie Stafford. Her husband had gotten to her home on Tarpon Avenue when he discovered her body. Their only child, a daughter who was 1 year at the time, was in another room, had not been hurt, and was alive when the police arrived. At the time, neighbors described her as a peaceful, fun-loving soul who was as kind as she was friendly. Everyone wondered who could have committed such a crime to such a beautiful woman. The police began investigations, and it was found that Denise had been killed between the late hours of the day, before 11 p.m., October 12th, and 3:10 a.m., October 13th. All of her items found at the scene were carefully examined in a bid to find who might have killed her that night. But investigations were slowed down by limitations in technology, and things slowly began to reach a halt. The first sign of hope, however, came when a suspect arose in the case, Joseph Magaletti Jr. He had worked as a bouncer in a now-closed lounge and restaurant that Denise and her husband, Frank Stafford, used to frequent. However, the police had nothing to nail him to the crime, and he was let go. Time passed, and the case grew cold. However, in 2021, with improvements to DNA testing technology, the Sarasota Police Department decided to reopen the case. The civilian investigator, Jeff Birdwell, said that new evidence pointed to one fact: she was standing when she was attacked before being lifted and pinned to the ground. He thought about the places on her clothing the killer would have had to hold before they could do that and sent for testing. And when the results came back, they conclusively pointed to former suspect Joseph Magaletti Jr. as the killer. Great justice. But where was Magaletti now? Well, Magaletti had died in prison since 2015 at the age of 64 while he was serving life for strangling his former Sarasota neighbor, another victim named Kathleen Leonard. 10 years after the Stafford murder, it was a single strand of hair that led to Magaletti's arrest. But that's not all. He was also suspected but never charged with the killing of Elizabeth Zia, a 19-year-old lady who was kidnapped around Sarasota Square Mall and found dead in downtown Sarasota, a place where Elizabeth worked at the time. Joseph Magaletti would deny being involved with the killings till he died in prison. Even though the Stafford family could not get the closure they might have needed since Magaletti died in prison, her mother, Dolar Kipner, said this: "He is gone. He is not going to harm anyone else. That has been my consolation. I didn't want to see any other mother go through what our family has. She was loving, she was a good daughter, and we just all loved her and miss her."
This year, we're hearing a lot about government efficiency. To follow the debate, it helps to have data.
Sonia Carmen Herrick Stone. In the 1970s, Sonia Carmen Herrick, mother of one child, recently divorced, moved from Quebec, Canada to Carmel, California. She got a job with Levi Strauss and worked as a sales representative. Then she got married to Michael Stone in 1976. They had a child together, but later divorced after a few years. After her divorce, she decided to stay back in California. Her life was nothing out of the ordinary up until the 15th of October, 1981, when around noon, Sonia's friend, Caroline McBride, found her friend's body. Sonia was 30 at the time of the murder and had been killed in the early morning hours of that same day. Investigations began, but McBride, who had been the first on the crime scene after the act, was not charged as a suspect. The details of her crime scene would be instrumental to finding her killer later in this account. Firstly, there were signs of forced entry and possible signs of a struggle. All indicators pointed to a robbery, but nothing valuable was missing from her house. While not too much time had passed, the case seemed to stall until a supposed witness to the crime approached with her testimony. Michelle Wilson, who was a friend to a certain Michael Glazebrook, who lived just across the street from the victim, Sonia, implicated Glazebrook by stating that he was at the scene of the murder when the crime happened. To make matters more convenient, Michael Glazebrook also happened to have a scratch on his face that he had not explained to anyone. Could it be that Sonia had scratched his face while struggling with Glazebrook? Glazebrook didn't have a criminal record at the time, only traffic warrants that he had served hearings for. McBride, on the other hand, would state that Sonia didn't know Glazebrook at all. Still, things were looking up and a lead surfaced. However, investigations would hit yet another snag when Michelle Wilson would later come to retract her testimony on the 10th of November, 1982, claiming that the passing of time had made her uncertain about the events. She also said that Glazebrook had explained the scratch had come from an argument at a college the day after the murder. This counter testimony appeared to snatch the oxygen out of the lungs of the case. In the trial, contradictory statements began to arise. Glazebrook's parents, Walter and Jean, testified that they hadn't seen any scratch on their son's face, and ultimately, the judge refused to rule Glazebrook as the murderer based on the fact that there was not enough evidence to tie him to the case. Subsequently, the case was dismissed. From here on, things began to get incredibly messy. Glazebrook was arrested and tried a second time. He pleaded not guilty, and for the second time, the judge threw out the case because the defendant had been questioned and arrested primarily for illegal purposes. Blood samples obtained from the suspect and statements that he made to a former FBI agent under duress was suppressed by the court on the grounds that any evidence uncovered was fruit from a poisonous tree. The reason for this was because he had been arrested for one purpose, traffic warrants, and then was dubiously questioned for another, the murder of Sonia. Still, witnesses, neighbors approached with new information that implicated Glazebrook further. Notes like, he was not home at the time of the murder. His green pickup truck was not in front of his house. Someone saw him driving away, and that scratch on his face had contradictory explanations. His explanation was the most intriguing. He said he was struck by a piece of plexiglass while he was working on a boat in the backyard of his home. This directly contradicted the testimony of Michelle, who said that he had explained it as getting hurt during an argument at a college. At this point, the question had become, who is lying? Still, the testimony of Dr. Robert Cushing, an emergency room physician at the community hospital of the Monterey Peninsula, exonerated him. He said that the laceration on Glazebrook's face was not consistent with the scratch from a fingernail, and that he treated the wound himself the day after the murder. Witness reports also became complicated, and what was stated on paper was not what was said on the witness stand. To make matters even more complicated, the investigators admitted to having mistakenly destroyed their original outline-style notes after they had typed up the interview reports. Glazebrook further testified that he had played softball on the day of the murder, and yet none of the softball teammates were contacted. On the 8th of December, 1983, the murder charges were dropped for what seemed like the last time. The case grew cold as time passed, and justice seemed out of reach for the victim. However, in 2021, 40 years after the murder of Sonia Carmen Herrick Stone, detectives in California knocked on Glazebrook's door one more time with an arrest warrant of murder based on evidence gotten from Sonia Herrick case file, which was made possible with modern DNA technology. They finally had him, and there was nowhere for him to go. In honor of Carmen Stone's profession as a merchandiser for Levi Strauss, the detectives wore denim jeans to the scene of the arrest. Glazebrook is now 65 years old and is currently awaiting trial. His bail has been placed at $1 million, and he is currently awaiting trial for what everyone hopes will be the final time. The 3 Florida murders. Florida has had its share of serial killers. There have been the insanely popular, almost culturally viral ones like Ted Bundy, Danny Rowling, and Aline Wuornos, to the less known killers like Christine Falling and Gary Ray Bowles. However, while these murders got solved and the murderers got apprehended by the police, no series of Florida killings have been quite as mentally tasking and physically draining as the 3 Florida murders. The murders in question began in June 2000 when the body of a 35-year-old female named Kimberly Dietz Levisi was discovered in Cooper City, southwest of Fort Lauderdale. However, not too long after that incident, another body was found. This time, it was also a lady's. A woman named Sia Demas, who was 21 at the time, was found near Dania Beach in the same county that Kimberly's body was found. Then a year later, yet another victim was found, the body of a 24-year-old Jessica Good, found floating in Biscayne Bay, Miami. The cases of these 3 females proved to be quite difficult. All 3 victims had something in common that made them easy targets for the serial killer. They were all prostitutes who had struggled with substance abuse and were vulnerable as a result. The first solid clue to solving the murders took place after the police had interviewed the last victim, Jessica Good's boyfriend. They were able to identify Roberto Wagner Fernandez as a suspect. He was also a Brazilian citizen living in Miami, and when word started going around that he might be a suspect on the case, he immediately fled to Brazil, which only made things worse. When he fled, detectives found it almost impossible to follow up the case with him because of several bureaucratic challenges. They refused to extradite him because he was a citizen of Brazil, not the United States of America. However, Fernandez failed to keep a low profile in his home country and continued with his crimes. A lot of his crimes were related to violence against sex workers in Brazil, and so the country became more cooperative with investigators, but still, the case progressed at an extremely slow pace. When, in 2011, investigators reached a break in the case of his 3rd victim in the U.S., Jessica Good, detectives immediately flew to Brazil to retrieve DNA evidence from Mr. Fernandez, only to find out that he had died in a plane crash on his way to Paraguay from Brazil in 2005. However, the detectives felt there was a conspiracy somewhere. In a conference, a detective named Scott said that there were a lot of circumstantial evidence that led them to believe that he might have faked his own death. This circumstantial evidence had the enemies he had acquired at the top of the list. Throughout his life, Fernandez had amassed so many enemies in Brazil that every one of them wanted him dead, from getting acquitted after murdering his wife to his wife's family wanting to kill him in return. It appeared like Fernandez was never far from trouble. So, the detectives went on investigating, working with the Justice Department, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the Brazilian National Police. After several years of back and forth between government bodies in 2 countries, a Brazilian judge was finally persuaded to authorize the exhumation of Mr. Fernandez's body. His grave was opened, and his DNA profile proved to be very consistent with that found on all 3 victims found in the Florida killings. The Broward County Sheriff, Gregory Toney, said that detectives, some retired, some now deceased, never stopped trying to solve the murders so the families of the victims would know what had happened to their loved ones. One thing that troubled investigators the most was the fact that Mr. Fernandez was never brought to justice for his crimes. However, Detective Scott would later say at a news conference that they wished they could bring him to justice, but unfortunately they couldn't. Still, the fact that his last moments on Earth were filled with terror makes investigators feel a little better.
If you got a negative military discharge, are you walking around as somebody that's lost their honor through the military? This is Attorney James Phillips, and what we do for veterans is we restore their honor. If you got another than honorable, if you got a bad conduct discharge, if you got anything that you're walking around with that's hanging around your neck and you're
Althea Oakley and Caitlin Arquette. On the 22nd of June, 1988, a 21-year-old Althea Oakley went to a fraternity party with her boyfriend. A few hours into the night, the couple got into a fight that caused Oakley to decide to walk home by herself. On her way home, and while taking a familiar route that was close to the University of New Mexico, she was unfortunately attacked. A year would go by, and yet another case popped up. Not long after graduating from Highland High School, an 18-year-old Caitlin Arquette, the daughter of the famous horror thriller writer Lois Duncan, would get shot while she was driving home from a friend's house. The impact of these seemingly unrelated murders was devastating and resonant to their respective families. Lois Duncan immediately halted her career in the thriller and horror genre and started writing books for children while endlessly seeking answers. The Oakley family also sought answers for years. For more than 30 years, questions were asked to which no answer was given. However, on the 20th of July, 2021, almost 32 years after Arquette, a 53-year-old man called Paul Apodaca called the University of New Mexico police and told them he had information on murders from a long time ago. When he was engaged in a conversation, Apodaca proceeded to confess to the killing of both Arquette and Althea Oakley. Testimonies from Apodaca aligned with the accounts of both victims and the circumstances that led to their deaths. Apodaca would tell the police that he was employed as a security aide at what was once known as TVI, but is now known as Central New Mexico Community College. This is when he saw Oakley in the parking lot. After seeing her there, he gave a detailed account of how he got into his car and decided to follow her as she walked along Buena Vista Boulevard, all the way to the Lobo parking lot. To make things a little more bizarre, he said that when she was walking past him, she actually said hi to him and smiled. "That's the worst part," he said to the police. "That's the worst part. I hurt someone that smiled at me." When he was asked what his motive was, Apodaca said, "I think what made me do it, what made me attack her was all the hatred I had for women. Because growing up, I seen men treating women bad, and they go for the bad guys. And I tried to be nice and be good, and they just didn't want that. So I was jealous and had hatred, and I just released it." The Albuquerque police chief, Harold Medina, who also happens to be the first recipient of a scholarship set up in Oakley's name in 1990, personally made the drive to Taos to give Oakley's parents the news. In a news conference Tuesday, Harold said that when he arrived there, Oakley's mother thought he was there to tell them they had closed the case. It was a bittersweet ending that gave closure to the parents of the deceased that had waited for so many years for it. Apodaca's confession for Arquette's murder also matched and filled in gaps. He said that when she pulled up to an intersection, he shot at her. The car then proceeded to drift across 3 oncoming lanes of traffic before crashing into a light pole near Arnold Street Northeast. Investigators came upon a gray Volkswagen Beetle whose owner was Apodaca and who was suspiciously parked near the scene of the crime, but no efforts were made to bring him into questioning. When asked what his motive was for killing her once again, he answered similarly. She was just at the wrong place at the wrong time. Ironically, Paul Apodaca's job at TVI at the time was the supervision of parking lots and ensuring that girls got to their cars safely and that no one was breaking into cars. He had worked there from 1988 to 1990 and already had a violent criminal history dating back to when he was a juvenile. As recent as 2021, he had pleaded guilty to aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and was sentenced to supervised probation for 3 years. Apodaca is also homeless and has also confessed to killing a third woman in 1988. Police say they believe they know the identity of the other woman he confessed to killing and are talking to her family, but add they're not ready to release her name. At this moment, the police say they have charged Apodaca with murder in the first degree in the death of Oakley, and that is the only case he has been charged in because that is the case they have the most evidence in right now. However, with more time, evidence, and his confessions, more charges will be leveled against him. Given everything that happened, an officer asked Apodaca why he chose to confess, and Apodaca opened up to him. Apodaca looked at the officer and said that it was a shame that it took him so long to get to this point. He also told him that he now realized that what he did was evil and dark, and that it was the word of God that helped him overcome his struggle. Michelle Wyatt. Michelle Wyatt was born and bred in San Diego, where she went to Patrick Henry High School and graduated in 1977. By October of 1980, she was attending Grossmont College and working as a side hustle as a cashier at a Mission Hills Safeway store. People knew her as a driven woman who was very independent. Her father, Raymond Wyatt, testified to that. She also had good grades, and from a very young age, she was clear about what she wanted from life. She also loved the great outdoors and engaged in activities like scuba diving and skating. Friends spoke about how sweet she was and how hard it was for her to say or do anything that would hurt anyone's feelings. On the 9th of October, 1980, and in the hours before the terrible attack, Michelle Wyatt had spent time with her boyfriend, hanging out, playing pool, and just having fun. Then shortly after midnight, around 1 a.m., her boyfriend left, locking the door behind him. And sometimes after that, residents in neighboring condos heard a scream coming from a condo. No one called 911. The person screaming was Michelle Wyatt. There was no sign of forced entry, and it looked like the individual that committed the act had just walked straight in. The crime scene was taped, statements were taken in, and clues were sought endlessly, but still, the case confounded every investigator that picked up the file. DNA, which seemed to be the white knight in every tale of homicide, wasn't helpful. After a lot of work with little to no effort to show for it, the case was closed for years until a retired San Diego sex crime and homicide detective decided to pick up the case. He began to deduce what might have happened that night that would have caused the killer to get into a door without having to force it open. He theorized that Wyatt was unlikely to open a door for a stranger at that time. He said that the killer must have been watching her and almost definitely knocked on her door mere moments after her boyfriend left to give the impression that it was her boyfriend at the door who had maybe forgotten something. In June 2000, more DNA testing revealed that there were 2 DNA profiles on the crime scene. One was her boyfriend, who was later eliminated as a suspect, and the other was an unidentified person whose DNA produced no match on the National DNA Criminal Database. 2 decades would pass, and they tried yet again to see if a match would be produced. Yet again, they found nothing. It was when they decided to use genetic genealogy that they began to see progress, and the homicide investigators finally identified a suspect. A man named John Patrick Hogan was just 18 years old when Wyatt was killed. However, no arrest could be made because Hogan had died 17 years ago at the age of 42 from a drug overdose on October 9, 2004. This discovery was made through the use of genetic genealogy, and this was exactly 24 years from the day Wyatt was killed by him. Hogan's death meant that the detectives tracked down his relatives, who then provided DNA samples to help to confirm his identity. After he was positively identified as the killer, it was found that Hogan was born in Arizona and had once lived in the same condo where he would later kill Wyatt. He had moved there in the 1970s and still had friends in the complex when he committed the terrible crime. Shortly before the killing, he had joined the Air Force, and he had also spent a brief time in New Mexico where he was stationed. Subsequently, and during the time of the crime, he was shuttling between his birthplace, Arizona, and California. Detective Lieutenant Tom Seaver, who had been supervising the case, made it clear what would have happened if he were still alive. He's the one that committed the sexual assault and murder. He would be arrested if he was alive. Michelle's parents, who are both aged 80, had spent most of their lives pursuing this case and trying to find their daughter's killer to no avail. When the news got to them, they were not sure how to feel or react. They missed their daughter, but they also wished they could confront the man who killed her. Michelle's mother, Louise, had this to say: "Okay, he's dead, but I would have liked to have been able to talk to this man personally. I just feel horrible for the ending." Ultimately, Michelle Wyatt's parents were grateful to the detectives for pursuing for over 40 years on a case that many others would have abandoned and forgotten. The man who committed the crime might have met his end, but at the very least, the questions the victim's family had always wanted for some semblance of closure had finally been answered. Plus, the spirit of Michelle Wyatt can now peacefully rest.
A young couple from Great Falls went on a date on the night of the 2nd of January 1956. But as the sky grew darker and the air got stiffer, neither of them returned home. They were 16-year-old Patricia Kalitsky and 18-year-old Lloyd Dwayne Bogle. Patricia was a junior in high school at the time, and although she had only met Dwayne a month prior at her cousin's wedding, the two appeared to be smitten with one another and would spend quite a bit of time together. Dwayne and Patricia were last seen alive at around 9 p.m., leaving Pete's Drive-In restaurant in the Great Falls area. They then headed west out of Central Avenue to a well-known Lover's Lane located close to Wadsworth Park. Neither Patricia nor Dwayne was heard from again. Patricia's older sister had eloped when she was around the same age as Patricia was at the time, so her parents had initially assumed she had eloped with Dwayne. Dwayne was an airman stationed at Malmstrom Air Force Base, where he had recently risen to the rank of Sergeant Second Class. Here, he was assigned to the 29th Fighter Interceptor Squadron. Upon taking a closer look at Patricia's life and tendencies, they soon grew worried because, although the couple had discussed the idea of getting married, Patricia was hardly the type to elope. She was a diligent student and had high school classes to attend the next day. She also had dreams of going to college once she finished high school. In addition to this, the couple was known to adhere to Patricia's curfew and were not expected to stay out late. Dwayne was also well accepted by Patricia's family, who considered him to be part of the family, so all in all, the couple had no reasons to disappear voluntarily. That same night, 2 women and 2 airmen drove past a man lying on the ground between a car and a tree. They did not think much of this sighting and just assumed that the man was too inebriated to drive and had simply passed out on the ground beside his car. Had they stopped and checked on the man, they would have discovered that the man was in fact deceased. The next morning, on the 3rd of January 1956, 3 young boys were taking a walk in the Great Falls area, discovering the remains of 18-year-old Lloyd Dwayne Bogle. His remains were positioned such that half his body was under his car, with the other half visible outside. Dwayne had his wrists tied behind his back with his own belt, and he had been shot through the skull. The car's ignition switch was still turned on, and the headlights were turned on. A coronial inquest recommended an autopsy be done on Dwayne's remains, and while investigators knew he was shot, they were unable to recover the bullet. Investigators were still trying to recover the bullet in hopes that it would give them contextual clues about the perpetrator. During the autopsy, it was discovered that Duane had likely been alive for hours after he was shot. A day later, on the 5th of January 1956, the remains of Patricia Kalitsky were recovered from a rocky ravine about 8 miles from where Duane's remains were found. She was found fully clothed, and her remains were at the edge of a 20-foot embankment just off of a highway around 6 miles northwest of central Montana. Both robbery and sexual assault were initially ruled out as motives, since an expensive camera was found in Duane's car, in addition to a $5 bill that was found in his wallet. There were no signs indicating that Patricia had been sexually assaulted when her remains were first examined. However, during her autopsy, it was discovered that she had likely been sexually assaulted. News articles that reported on the crime only mentioned this in passing, possibly since discussing the topic was not socially acceptable at the time. Although technology did not exist to analyze DNA evidence at the time, coroners still collected a vaginal swab, which they stored carefully for decades to come. They also found several wounds caused by blunt force trauma, indicating that a struggle had likely ensued between Patricia and the killer. That same day, investigators questioned a possible suspect in relation to the killings, which they had described as Chinese-style executions. There is no doubt that this term would not be used today, but at the time, it was far from being socially unacceptable. The personal details of this potential suspect were never released, but it was stated that he was an airman who worked with Duane. Just a few days prior to the killings, Patricia's mother had a conversation with Duane because he seemed visibly upset. She had asked him what was bothering him, to which he responded, "I've got the blues and just can't shake them," before going on to say that he had had an argument with a friend. This suspect was eventually ruled out. In November of 1989, investigators decided to look for the bullet in a tree nearby. In an interview with the Associated Press, Cascade County Sheriff Barry McLody stated, "The tree has always been of major interest to law enforcement officers because that's where he was killed, right at the tree." The recovery of the bullet used to kill Duane would allow investigators to identify the caliber of the weapon used to shoot him and determine if the bullet is potentially linked to any firearm confiscated in other incidents over the years. Sergeant Dick Duncan stated in the same interview that previous attempts to x-ray the tree were unsuccessful due to the size and density of its bark. The tree was around 80 feet tall, and its trunk was around 4.5 feet in diameter. Investigators planned to shave around 33 growth rings off its bottom half, according to Sheriff McLody. He stated, "Once we hit the 33-year mark on the tree, we should see an entry if the bullet went into the tree, a hole, a tunnel." Hopes of finding the perpetrator were renewed when investigators recovered bullets from the cottonwood tree. However, this hope was short-lived, as the bullets could not be matched to a firearm involved in another crime. While there weren't any substantial breakthroughs in this case, it was never stagnant, and investigators continued to pursue any and all leads they received. As many as 35 people were questioned in connection with the case. One of the potential suspects in this case was Edward Wayne Edwards, who had been arrested in Montana in 1956 for burglary. In 1955, he escaped from Akron prison and went on a spree, robbing gas stations across the country. In 1961, he was put on the FBI's most wanted list, after which he was caught in 1962. He was subsequently paroled in 1967. It wasn't until 2009 that he was arrested again, and in 2010, he pleaded guilty to killing 4 people: 29-year-old Billy Lavaco, 18-year-old Judith Straub, 19-year-old Tim Hack, and 19-year-old Kelly Drew. Edwards subsequently confessed to killing 25-year-old Danny Law Glockner in 2011. He also confessed to convincing Danny Boy, who was a soldier in the U.S. Army, to go AWOL. Edwards later shot Danny Boy and buried him in a shallow grave. He was sentenced to death in March of 2011 for his involvement in the death of Danny Boy, but he died in prison just 1 month later due to natural causes. The metaphorical point of connection between Edwards and the Kalitsky-Bogle killings was his MO. Edwards was known to target couples in lovers' lanes, similar to where Patricia and Dwayne were when they were killed. His crimes were referred to as the sweetheart murders. Another suspect in the killings was James Joseph Whitey Bulger, who was a notorious criminal in the area. Bulger had been arrested for sexual assault in 1951. He was known to have been in the area when the killings occurred, but there was no evidence that could prove his involvement. As the years went by with no new leads, the trail for the man who killed Patricia and Dwayne went cold. In 2012, Sergeant John Cadner, the head of detectives for the CCSO, was assigned to this case. In a presentation, Sergeant Cadner stated that DNA evidence from the vaginal swab had been sent to the state crime lab in 2001 by Detective Phil Madison, who was investigating the case at the time. It was proven that the DNA was not Dwayne's and was subsequently entered into CODIS. There had been no matches since then. After being assigned to the case, Sergeant Cadner worked with Bode Technology to recreate the DNA sample. In 2019, they had successfully recreated the sample recovered. This time, in addition to comparing it with the samples entered in CODIS, they also decided to compare it to DNA submitted by members of the public to open-source DNA databases. Open-source DNA databases are used by people who want to conduct independent research into their family trees. Just a year prior, in 2018, the Golden State Killer had been apprehended because members of his family had submitted their DNA to a similar open-source DNA database, subsequently leading to his identification and arrest. The sample uploaded by Sergeant Cadner was compatible with those uploaded by 3 other people, and investigators got into contact with them and their family members. DNA samples were collected, and it was determined that the most likely match for the DNA sample recovered from Patricia Kalitsky's remains was Kenneth Gould. Sergeant Cadner stated in an interview with NPR, "It was great, because for the first time in 65 years, we finally had a direction and a place to investigate. Because that was all theories until then. We finally got a game, and we got a name. It changed the whole dynamic of the case." They did, however, have another problem. Kenneth Gould had passed away in 2007, and his remains had been cremated. Authorities then reached out to his children and explained the case to them, following which they agreed to submit their DNA for comparison. Investigators were initially skeptical about approaching them, but they were fully cooperative. Sergeant Cadner stated in an interview with the Waco Tribune-Herald, "I wasn't sure how they were going to react when I come to them saying, 'Hey, your dad's a suspect in this case,' but they were great to work with." When their DNA was compared with the DNA found at the scene, it matched. Kenneth Gould was a Great Falls native who was known to ride his horses around the Vineyard Road area, where Patricia's remains had been found. He lived close to Patricia's parents at one point, but beyond this, he had no connection to either Patricia or Dwayne. When Kenneth Gould was 25, he married a 16-year-old, which is the same age Patricia was at the time of the killings. A month after the killings, Kenneth Gould uprooted his whole life and moved his family to Tracy, before moving to Geraldine, then to Hamilton, before finally moving out of the state of Montana to Missouri, never to return. It was finally announced that Kenneth Gould was the most likely suspect in the killings, since he was deceased at the time, and his guilt could therefore not be irrefutably proven without a fair trial. Sergeant Cadner stated, "Obviously, I can't put the gun in his hand, but when you put everything together, there's no doubt in my mind that he's the suspect." Kenneth Gould's daughter reportedly told Sergeant Cadner, "You never know. Some people just have secrets they never told anybody." The families of Dwayne Bogle and Patricia Kalitsky were finally contacted and offered the closure they had spent over 65 years waiting for. While they were happy to finally have answers, the revelation also opened old wounds for the families, especially for the people who were old enough to have known the couple personally. Sergeant Cadner stated, "They are excited, but at the same time, it brought back a lot of memories. You had 2 young, vibrant individuals that were well-liked among their peer group. Investigators poured their hearts and soul into this case. They leave a little bit of themselves from what I've seen. Patricia Kalitsky's sister, who was the only surviving member of the family, had advanced dementia by the time her sister's killer was identified. The Bogle family had been torn apart for years, with stories about what might have happened to Dwayne, including unsubstantiated rumors that he had been involved with the mob. Dwayne was survived by his niece, Karen Bogle McCarthy, who was 54 at the time. Her father, James Bogle, was Dwayne's younger brother and had idolized him growing up. In an interview with the New York Times, Karen stated, "It's like it just happened yesterday. So if I was asked, is this great modern technology a great thing? I would say, on balance, yes, for my generation, a generation once removed. But it definitely reopens old wounds that have had a chance to crust over." In an interview with KRTV, Edgar Wilson, who was Kenneth Gould's neighbor for 10 years in Missouri, stated, "I can't believe this stuff about Ken. I just plain do not believe it. He was easygoing and soft-spoken. He didn't drink, he didn't raise Cain. I never heard him cuss in my life. Just a real good man." During his time in Missouri, Kenneth Gould lived on a farm with his family, where he raised sheep and goats and was a horse trainer with a stellar reputation.
For the ones ensuring the job always gets done, and the ones wearing many hats, Grainger offers professional-grade industrial supplies and real-time product availability. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It is impossible to know the motive behind this crime, because the only 3 people who could potentially shed light on it are all deceased. All we know for sure at this point in time is that, like Kenneth Gould's daughter stated, some people just have secrets they never tell. The 1984 case of Virginia Hannon. 59-year-old Virginia Hannon lived in a relatively quiet neighborhood in Pembroke, Massachusetts. She had spent most of her life working as the lunch lady at a local elementary school called Bryantville Elementary School, and almost everyone in the neighborhood had witnessed her kindness and caring nature firsthand. She loved working with kids and was known to be really good at cooking. She lived a quiet, humble life and was quite hospitable to her neighbors, so everyone who knew her was shocked and horrified when on the 13th of February, 1984, someone broke into Virginia's home and killed her. Virginia had lived alone because her husband had passed away 13 years before her death. The quaint yellow house she lived in quickly became a symbol of kindness in the area, and Virginia would often offer juice, cookies, and baked goods to the neighborhood kids who would often stop by the house. She was also known to feed and care for the stray animals that would wander into the area. She had actually retired from her job early because her aunt, who lived in California, had left Virginia around $380,000 when she passed away. She was fairly open about the inheritance to everyone who asked because she had no inhibitions when it came to sharing details about her life with other people, even if they were strangers. While it was known that she had stored a majority of the amount in the bank, it was widely speculated that she kept a part of the inheritance in cash hidden around her house. This has never been confirmed as the actual cause for the break-in and attack on Virginia, but it is possible that the news of the money she had hidden around the house could have been heard by the wrong type of person. The last known sighting of Virginia was on the evening of the 11th of February, 1984, which was a Saturday. Virginia and a friend of hers named Dolly Harmouth had gone to church together. The church they attended was called St. Joseph's Church, and it was around 4 miles away from Virginia's house. The evening mass commenced at around 5 p.m., like usual, and the women had stayed for the entirety of the mass, before driving to their usual dinner spot, which was BR's restaurant. This restaurant was around 7 miles away from the church, and they would eat dinner there every week after mass. Dolly was the last person to see Virginia alive, other than the perpetrator, and she dropped Virginia off at her house at around 7:30 p.m. Dolly did say that Virginia struggled to breathe while climbing the steps to her house, but this was normal for Virginia. She has a health condition called emphysema, which made it difficult for her to breathe if she did anything too physically taxing. Nobody in the neighborhood heard from her or saw her on Sunday, so it is believed that the attack likely happened shortly after she returned home from church. Virginia was the primary caregiver for her stepfather, who also lived in the neighborhood, and she would normally prepare his lunch every day and take it over to his house. However, on Monday, the 13th of February, lunchtime had come and passed, but there was no sign of Virginia. Her stepfather's help had actually been trying to contact her to see if she had a spare key to his house, but had been unable to reach her. So, she decided to stop by Virginia's house to see if everything was okay and ask for the key in person. It was then that the house help discovered that Virginia had been killed in her bed. Signs of serious physical injury could be seen, even though her blanket had been used to cover her up. Investigators were immediately called to the scene, and they found a pair of nylon stockings, which they believe was used to kill Virginia. In addition to this, there was a shoe print on her stomach area, which led investigators to believe that the perpetrator kicked her at some point during the attack. This death came as a shock to the entire neighborhood, because Virginia was so well liked by everyone in the community, and it was difficult for people to think of someone who would want to harm her. The front door and a window next to it had been tampered with, which indicated that the attacker broke into the house, and Virginia did not let them in out of her own free will. In addition to this, Dolly had told investigators that when they went to dinner, Virginia had a $100 bill in her wallet, but when her wallet was checked by police, the $100 bill was gone. This indicated that robbery could have been a possible motive for the attack, and this is actually why a lot of people believe the attack was carried out, because the perpetrator thought she had a part of the inheritance money in the house. The search for the attacker led nowhere, because investigators were unable to identify any suspects. Her neighbors had also not heard anything unusual on the night of her death that might have indicated a struggle. Without any clues or leads, it became difficult for police to identify a suspect. In 2018, the evidence found at the scene of the crime was retested, and a male DNA profile was generated from it. But unfortunately, there was nothing to compare this DNA with, so the trail for Virginia's killer went cold. Around 37 years passed before the police caught their big break. On the 3rd of February 2020, a 58-year-old man named Jesse Allyward passed away. A year prior to his death, Jesse had told a friend of his that he was responsible for the death of Virginia Hannon. After Jesse passed away, this friend informed police of this occurrence, and they used a blood sample from Jesse's remains to compare his DNA to the DNA found at the scene. It was a match. Jesse had been 22 years old at the time of Virginia's death. In March of 2021, the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office announced the news to the public, while also stating that there was no known connection between Jesse and Virginia prior to the attack, and that she likely did not know him. Virginia's nephew, Richard Hannon, and his wife, Judy Hannon, have since come forward to express their gratitude to the police officers who kept working on Virginia's case throughout the years. This really is one of the cases that really reinforces how the development of forensic technology can spearhead the effort to solve cold cases and bring closure to victims' families. The cold case of Janet Brochu. 20-year-old Janet Brochu had gone out with some of her friends on the 23rd of December, 1987. She left the bar 45 minutes before her friends did, with a man they had met and gotten acquainted with mere hours before her disappearance. Little did her friends know that when Janet left the bar that night, they were seeing her alive for the last time. The group of friends initially went bowling and had plans to go get drinks together afterwards. They went to the Waterville bowling alley, and it is here that the group met and got acquainted with two men who were also bowling there. In fact, they got along so well that they planned to regroup later on during the night at a bar and lounge spot called T. Woody's, which was located on the Waterville concourse. The two groups then went their separate ways. When Janet and her friends reached T. Woody's, everyone was allowed inside, except for Janet. This was because the legal drinking age in Maine had been increased to 21 in July of 1985, and Janet was only 20 years old. By this time, it was almost midnight, and the men they had met earlier had also arrived at the bar. One of these men told Janet he would drop her back at her house, and she accepted this offer. She was last seen by her friends leaving the bar with this man. Shortly after they left, though, the man returned to the bar alone to get Janet's purse. She had accidentally forgotten her purse at the bar, and he had come back inside to get it while she was waiting in the car. After Janet had left, her friends stayed at the bar for around another 45 minutes before leaving. Janet did not return home that night, and her parents, Albert Brochu and Geraldine Brochu, contacted investigators on the morning of the 24th of December to report their daughter as missing. It was also possible for Janet to need medical assistance because she was diabetic and took insulin on a regular basis to regulate her blood sugar levels. The search for Janet began almost immediately after the missing persons report was filed. Police spoke to the man who had offered to take Janet home the night before, but he claimed that when he went back to the parking lot after fetching Janet's purse, she appeared to be sick. Because of this, he told her he could no longer take her home, and according to him, this was the last time he saw her, and he claimed to have no involvement in her disappearance. The search for Janet continued for 3 months, until the 18th of March, 1988, when a man found her remains floating near the Waverly Dam in the Sabistcook River. Her remains were found in an unclothed state. An autopsy was performed on her remains, but the medical examiner could not determine the cause of Janet's death. While it was believed that her body had been submerged in the water from the night she had disappeared, no further statements could be made about how she had died. In addition to this, investigators also thought it was a possibility that she either jumped off the bridge or was pushed off the bridge, which begs the question, if she had jumped, what happened to her clothes? Granted, it had been 3 months since she likely died, and her clothes would have gone through severe decomposition due to exposure to the elements, but they would have been there just the same. In addition to this, only a couple of months after Janet's remains were discovered, a 23-year-old woman from Waterville was also killed in a manner that bore uncanny similarities to how Janet was killed. This woman was Geraldine Ann Finn, who was last seen on the 9th of August, 1988, at a bar. She had gone out to Pete and Larry's, which was a bar on Upper Main Street. While she was in the company of her coworkers, a man walked over to speak with her. This man was described as being around 5 foot 10 inches tall and possibly weighing around 150 pounds. He had dark hair, and one distinct feature that her friends remembered was the tattoo of a diamond he had on his shoulder. Geraldine's remains were found near Skohagen by a man who was taking a walk around his land. The land was near a wooded area. Geraldine had also been found unclothed. However, this time, investigators had enough evidence to apprehend the killer, who was 29-year-old Gerald Goodall. Gerald was found guilty of killing Geraldine Finn and received a sentence of 75 years. Following his arrest and conviction, he was also questioned extensively in relation to Janet Brochu's death, but he denied any involvement in her death. Due to a lack of evidence, investigators could not charge him with killing Janet, but they strongly believed that he was the perpetrator due to the numerous similarities between the cases. Unfortunately, the lack of evidence did result in Janet's case going cold for more than 3 decades. It wasn't until May of 2021 that they were finally able to arrest Gerald for killing Janet Brochu. Since the case is still through the legal system, the nature of the new evidence found is still unspecified. While an article published in the Bangor Daily News on the 22nd of August, 1988, states that Gerald had seen Janet briefly at the bar's parking lot on the night of her death, no statements have been made that verify whether he was the man who was supposed to drive her home. An official arraignment hearing is yet to occur in this case, which has been attributed to the difficult circumstances that the world is presently in. Unfortunately, Geraldine Brochu died in 2015, and Albert Brochu passed away in January of 2021, mere months before Janet's killer would be brought to justice. So neither of her parents were able to see their daughter's case resolved. As for the new evidence, we will have to wait and see what the arraignment hearing brings to light.
Join Planet Fitness today and save $28 or more. Just $1 down, $15 a month. Deal ends Friday, April 11th.
Angel Soft. Well, it's gotta be soft.
It's gotta be strong! Actually, Angel Soft is both. Soft so it's cushy and strong to get the job done. Angel Soft. Soft and strong.
The cold case of Leola Jordan. Even in 2021, the Picayune Police Department was working tirelessly to solve a 2-decade-old cold case, a family needed answers. These answers came in the form of DNA test results, just 1 month prior to the 23rd anniversary of Leola Jordan's death. Everyone in the neighborhood loved Leola, and the horrific manner that she was killed left them all begging for answers. Leola lived in a relatively quiet neighborhood in the Pearl River County of Picayune, Mississippi. People from her neighborhood described Leola as being friendly and well-liked. She had lived there all her life and had 7 children, all of whom grew up in the neighborhood. On the 30th of June, 1998, Leola Jordan had been attacked with a knife in her home on Washington Street and died as a result of her injuries. Investigators believed that the perpetrator was let into the house by Leola herself because there was no sign of the locks on her doors or windows to suggest that they had been tampered with. Several members of Leola's family also told investigators that she always locked her front door, so it was unlikely that the killer walked in on his own. From the crime scene, investigators initially determined that there may have been a fight or disagreement of some kind when Leola woke up, which escalated and resulted in the killer attacking her before fleeing the scene of the crime. For almost 23 years, this case remained unsolved. That was until Captain Rhonda Jones of the Picayune Police Department began to review Leola's case in October of 2020. She worked in collaboration with a popular show called Cold Justice, which is produced by the Oxygen Network. Due to a lack of resources, the police department took the help of the show to get DNA evidence found at the scene of the crime to be tested. The show helped them send it to a private facility which had a much quicker turnaround time. When the crime scene was first processed back in 1998, investigators collected almost a dozen samples of the nightgown Leola was wearing when she was killed, in the hopes that they could potentially find the killer's DNA on it. But since the Picayune Police Department did not have the resources to process this DNA evidence, it remained untested till 2021. The result of the DNA testing was what allowed investigators to finally arrest the man responsible for killing Leola Jordan, her now 47-year-old grandson, Sergio A. Williams. Her family was finally able to receive some sort of closure with regard to the death of the person they described as the matriarch of the family. In fact, Leola was scheduled to visit her granddaughter for her nursing school pinning ceremony, which was taking place in Joliet just the day after she was killed. Several of the investigating officers who responded to the scene, including Picayune Police Chief Freddie Drennan and Assistant Chief of Police Jeremy Magri, have stated that the horrific nature of the crime made it extremely important for them to solve the case. They've also stated that they are grateful to be able to provide closure to Leola's family after all these years. The Pecos Jane Doe, identified in March 2021. On the 5th of July 1966, a man and a woman checked into the Roper's Motel, which was located right on Highway 80. Just a few hours after they checked in, a maid working at the hotel would find the woman drowned in the hotel pool, and the man would drive away, never to be seen or heard from again. In addition to this, investigators had no idea who the deceased woman was, and it would take several decades for her to be identified. Its location made it a prime spot for transients and people looking to rest for a while before continuing their journey. The couple checked in under the names Mrs. and Mr. Russell Batoin. People who saw the couple at the hotel later stated that the man looked a lot older than his wife did, at least by a decade. The woman was described as looking Mediterranean and having a tanned complexion with dark hair. Later that day, a maid working at the hotel found the body of Mrs. Batoin floating in the motel's swimming pool. The maid, who did not know what to do, went and sought the help of a waitress at the motel's cafe. The waitress, with the help of another guest, brought Mrs. Batoin's remains onto the deck of the pool. First responders arrived at the scene and tried to revive the woman, but she was already unresponsive by then. She was then taken to Reeves County Memorial Hospital and was declared dead on arrival. Meanwhile, the man who was with her, supposedly her husband, went to the front desk of the motel and asked for his identification card. When the motel employee asked him why he needed it, he said he needed to provide it to the police as a form of identification so they could begin processing his wife's drowning. The employee then gave the identification card back to the man. He was then seen getting into his car and driving away, never to be seen again. He was reportedly asleep in his room when his wife had drowned in the pool, but the way he removed himself from the situation altogether makes him seem extremely suspicious, to say the least. If she was really his wife, you would think he would have at least gone to the hospital she was taken to, but he did not go to the hospital or ever attempt to claim responsibility for her remains. When an autopsy was performed, the medical examiner found a small red scrape just above the victim's left cheekbone. Other than this mark, there was no other evidence to suggest that the drowning was premeditated. As a result, the woman's cause of death was declared as an accidental drowning. Following the autopsy, the woman's remains were sent to the Pecos funeral home in the hopes that someone would come forward to claim responsibility. The drowning did receive quite a bit of media attention, and as a result, people from several different states reached out to investigate the possibility that the deceased woman could have possibly been a relative. Several members of the community were deeply touched by the tragedy and donated money to cover the cost of buying her headstone. In fact, this headstone is one of the saddest parts of this case. It simply reads, "Unknown girl, drowned." Nobody ever deserves to be laid to rest in that way, and it just makes it sadder to know that this woman's family was likely looking for her during this time. Unbeknownst to investigators and her family, the Pecos Jane Doe had left behind the most viable clue about her own identity. You see, when her autopsy was performed, 2 words were documented as being scribbled on her right foot. These words were Joe and Lean. The unidentified woman's details actually had to be entered into NamUs manually towards the end of 2014, and it was while they prepared to enter her details that investigators realized that her age had been listed as approximately 19 on her death certificate. This approximation meant that there was a good chance that the Pecos Jane Doe was actually a minor at the time of her death. However, due to the lack of personal details, she remained unidentified for decades to come. In August of 2019, the Pecos Police Department exhumed her remains and decided to have them genetically tested in the hopes that they would be able to connect her with living members of her family. Her DNA profile was then uploaded onto a database to see if they were able to get a match. But since several decades had passed since her death, this proved unfruitful as well. The case grew cold once more, and it wasn't until investigators realized that they could use genetic genealogy that they finally caught a break in the case. In March of 2021, they got a familial match. A DNA ancestry site called Family Tree DNA had shown that the closest match to the Pecos Jane Doe were 3 siblings from Texas. By examining their family tree, investigators were able to connect the Pecos Jane Doe to the Hemme family, who were from Salina, Kansas. The Pecos Jane Doe was finally identified as Jolene Hemme. Jolene's sister, Joyce Hemme, was the first to be notified, and she described Jolene as a shy girl. Jolene and Joyce were only 14 months apart, and they were extremely close growing up. At the time of her disappearance, Jolene had a much older boyfriend, who the family did not particularly like. This was because he was known to treat Jolene poorly. Joyce last saw Jolene on the 1st of July, 1966. Since then, the family has been searching tirelessly for her. On the 3rd of July, Joyce received a letter, which stated, "Joyce, well, I got lost. See you in a couple weeks. Maybe. Joe." The family does not believe this letter was written by Jolene, because nobody in the family called her Joe. Members of Jolene's family strongly believe that the man who was with her is responsible for her death, because she did not know how to swim, and it was unlikely that she would have gotten into the pool on her own. Since then, her death certificate has been updated to show her actual name, and investigators have stated that they are still interested in speaking with the man who checked into the motel with her back in 1966. We've heard of killers confessing to their crimes while being investigated, We've heard of confessions happening by chance, and we've even heard of deathbed confessions. But what about confessions that occur sporadically, with no rhyme or reason? Seems odd, doesn't it? Well, that's exactly what happened with the convicted serial killer Edward Surratt. The front page of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette from July of 1978 reads, "Coon links Surratt to 18 slayings in the area." Despite this, investigators were unable to ever link him to the crimes beyond a reasonable doubt. The modus operandi was a match, but there was no solid physical evidence to place him at the scene of the crimes. That was until he confessed to them himself. During Surratt's stint as a trucker with routes through Pennsylvania and Ohio, it was discovered that he could potentially be linked to 27 unsolved killings between the two states. The first one of these killings to which Edward had a known connection to was the killing of Luther Langford. On the 1st of June 1978, Luther had been found deceased at his residence in the western Columbia neighborhood of South Carolina. Luther had died as a result of the attack, but his wife made it out alive. Edward was seen publicly driving around in Luther's car, and investigators had tried to apprehend Edward for this crime, but he managed to get away. The car, however, was still recovered, and investigators found a baseball bat with Edward's fingerprints on it inside the car. This bat was likely used to kill Luther. While searching Luther's car for evidence, investigators also recovered several things that were the property of Joseph Weinman. Joseph was a veteran, and he and his wife were found deceased in their home on the 30th of September 1977. Just like Luther, they were also beaten badly. In addition to this, he was also a person of interest in the killings of Frank Ziegler, Richard Hyde, Donna Hyde, William Adams, and Nancy Adams. Frank had been shot while in his house, which was a stone's throw from the Weinman residence. Donna and Richard Hyde were killed using a shotgun, and their remains were found at their house in Moon Township on the 4th of December, 1977. William Adams was 29 years old at the time of his death, and while his remains were recovered, his wife was nowhere to be found. Edward had also been placed in Breezewood, Pennsylvania on the 31st of December, 1977, when Guy Mills, Laura Mills, and Joel Kruger were killed using a shotgun. Despite this, Edward managed to evade authorities. That is, until July of 1978. On the 1st of July, 1978, Edward broke into a house and burglarized the family of 3 living in it. He then tied the parents up and assaulted their 15-year-old daughter. Following the attack, Edward got drunk and fell asleep in one of the family's bedrooms. The family managed to escape during this time, and police were called to the scene. When police arrived, Edward was reportedly still blacked out, and they were able to arrest him without any physical altercations. The trial for these crimes was held in late 1978, and on the 20th of September 1978, he was found guilty and sentenced to 2 life terms plus 200 years. During the sentencing hearing, Edward confessed to killing John Shelkins in Baden, Pennsylvania, back in January 1978. Since he was already going to be spending the rest of his life behind bars, he was not charged in relation to John's death. But in the summer of 1979, he was put on trial for killing 66-year-old Luther Langford in western Columbia, South Carolina, in June of 1978. He was found guilty and sentenced to 2 more life terms. Since then, he has been transferred between several prisons due to violent behavior and an attempt to escape from prison. The remainder of cases from 1977 to 1978 subsequently went cold. This was because even though investigators knew Edward was responsible, there was not enough evidence to charge him with the crimes. His confession in 2021 was not the first confession he has made while being incarcerated. In 2007, he confessed to killing 6 people, including David Hamilton and Linda Hamilton on the 20th of September 1978, John Davis and Mary Davis in November of 1977, and John Feeney and his fiancée Renee Greger on the 22nd of October 1977. John and Renee were only teenagers at the time of their deaths. While investigators are sure that Edward is guilty of these crimes, the timing of his confession is viewed as suspicious. Immediately after confessing to these crimes, Edward asked to be transferred to a prison in South Carolina in exchange for details on the location of the remains of Renee Gregor, Linda Hamilton, and David Hamilton, but his request was denied. Following this, in June of 2021, he confessed to killing William Adams, Nancy Adams, Guy Mills, Laura Mills, and Joel Kruger in 1977, and to killing John Shelkins in 1978. With these crimes coming to light, a clear modus operandi has emerged. Edward typically burglarizes homes, regardless of whether more than one person is living there, and is known to shoot his victims. Several of their burial sites have never been identified, and as a result, several families are still waiting for closure on what happened to their loved ones. His crimes spanned between 1977 and 1978, meaning he killed at least 12 people in just 1 year. He is considered a suspect in the unsolved deaths of at least 10 more people in the states of Ohio, Pennsylvania, and South Carolina. Even though he has personally admitted to killing 12 people, Edward Surratt has only been convicted in relation to the death of one person. Law enforcement's reasoning behind this is that he is already behind bars and that it would take up a lot of money and resources to extradite him and put him on trial for these killings. However, this cannot possibly mean much to the families of his victims, to whom this is nothing but blatant disrespect.
Vanette Schnee and Bobby Joe Oberholzer. In 1982, in Breckenridge, Colorado, two lifeless bodies of two different women were discovered. The crime scenes were miles from one another, and the bodies were found 6 months apart. And yet, police believed that both women were killed on the same night, by the same man. The only thing connecting them? Orange socks. On January 6, 1982, Bobby Joe Oberholzer, 29 years old, left home at 7:15 a.m. Her day had begun as usual and she hitchhiked to work. Jeff Oberholzer was Bobby's husband. He ran an appliance repair business and she worked as a receptionist. They had been married for about 4.5 years at the time of Bobby's death, and they lived in Alma, 14 miles away from where her body was eventually found. At 6:20 p.m, Jeff got a call from Bobby saying she was having drinks with friends after work. He asked her if she wanted him to pick her up, but she told him that she would get a ride home. Jeff made dinner and waited for Bobby to come home. At some point, he fell asleep. He woke up around midnight and discovered that his wife hadn't returned. Jeff drove into Breckenridge to look for Bobby, and her friends told him she left the bar around 7:30 p.m. They assumed she'd gotten a ride home. When Jeff reported to police that Bobby was missing, they told him it was too early to file a report. Finally, he drove back home to wait for his wife. The next morning, a farmer who lived 30 miles outside Breckenridge found Bobby's driver's license on his property. When Jeff and two friends were on their way to pick it up, they made a disturbing discovery. Something blew in a snow-covered field. It was Bobby's backpack, the one she always had with her. Next to the backpack was one of Bobby's gloves, spattered with blood and several bloody tissues. Jeff's friends helped him organize a search. 2 hours later, they found Bobby's lifeless body, more than 15 miles from where her backpack was discovered. She'd been shot twice. Her house keys were found at the scene. At the crime scene, police found 3 intriguing clues. The only footprints near the body were from Bobby. A plastic cord was tied around one of her wrists, and a single orange sock was found nearby. The same day Bobby Joe's body was found, another woman, Annette Schnee, 21 years old, was reported missing. Annette was a cocktail waitress in Frisco, Colorado, and like Bobby, often hitchhiked to and from work. Because of the similarities, both cases were immediately connected by the police. Investigators questioned Jeff about Annette. At first, he denied knowing her. However, after seeing her picture on the news, he recalled meeting her once. Jeff claimed he had once picked up Annette when she was hitchhiking, and he had given her his business card, but he had never seen or heard from her since that day. He also denied any involvement in her disappearance or Bobby's death. On July 3, 1982, 6 months after her disappearance and 13 miles away from where Bobby Joe's body had been found, Annette's body was discovered. Police were shocked with the discovery that she was wearing the match for the orange sock. Jeff's business card was found inside her wallet. The prime suspect immediately became Jeff Oberholzer. Authorities tried to put together a scenario for what might have happened on the night of January 6th. Annette Schnee was last seen in Breckenridge at around 4 p.m. in deep conversation with an unidentified dark-haired woman. Police believe that around 5 p.m, Annette left to hitchhike home. The suspect picked her up and drove 20 miles south of Breckenridge. He took her down a small dead-end road where he assaulted her in his vehicle. While she was getting dressed, she forgot to put on her other orange sock and attempted to escape when she was shot in the back while running away. Police believe the suspect then drove back to Breckenridge and found his second victim, Bobby Joe Oberholzer. He drove Bobby 10 miles south of Breckenridge to a scenic overlook where he attempted to assault her. Bobby managed to escape from the vehicle where the orange sock then fell out. The suspect then chased her down the road and shot her twice as she turned away. Police felt the fact that Jeff Oberholzer knew both victims was more than just a coincidence. 2 months after his wife's death, Jeff took a polygraph test and passed. From day one, Jeff insisted that he had an alibi. He said that at the time of the deaths, he was at home visiting a friend. For nearly 9 years, no one could find this man. Then in December 1990, he finally surfaced and was questioned about that night. Investigators interviewed the man, who claimed that he had been in Jeff's house. However, his time and Jeff's time of the visit didn't match up. Jeff Oberholzer had always maintained his innocence and claimed that the suspect had to be someone that Bobby knew. She wouldn't have left with a stranger, especially when he offered to pick Bobby up. For years, the blood found on Bobby's gloves and the tissues with her backpack were believed to be hers. However, in the early 1990s, DNA testing determined that it came from a male. The testing also determined that the blood wasn't Jeff's. As a result of this and other evidences, including several alibi witnesses, Jeff was eventually cleared as a suspect in the case. Police looked into several other suspects as well. One was cab driver Thomas Edward Luther, who in February 1982 picked up a hitchhiker in Breckenridge, then beat and assaulted her. While in jail, he allegedly bragged about being responsible for the deaths. According to his girlfriend, he didn't come home on the fateful night. He also lied to investigators and said he was at work at the time. The other suspect, Tracy Petrocelli, killed his fiancée in 1981 and went on a multi-state crime spree. During this time, he stayed at Annette's workplace, the Holiday Inn in Frisco. However, neither suspect's DNA matched the evidence from the crime scene. On February 24th, 2021, a 70-year-old man named Alan Lee Phillips was arrested and charged with the deaths. He was also charged with kidnapping and assaulting with a deadly weapon. He is currently being held without bail. Genetic genealogy was used to link the DNA found at the crime scene to Phillips. Investigators also suspect that he may be involved in other crimes throughout Colorado. Sadly, Bobby's brother, Kelly, and father, Thomas, have passed away before finding out who was responsible for taking her life. Next on the list is the case of Gail Barris. On October 9th, 1988, Gail Barris was spotted leaving a coffee shop in the early hours of the morning, accompanied by a man. This was the last time Barris was ever seen alive. She was a 30-year-old single mother of 3 from Michigan. Life was hard, and she worked at 2 different local bars to be able to survive and take care of her 3 children. In the early hours of October 9th, 1988, between 3 and 4 a.m., Barris was spotted leaving Speed's coffee shop in Battle Creek, Michigan. She was accompanied by a dark-haired man, and that was the last time anyone saw her alive. On October 25th, hunters from Emmett, a nearby town, made a horrifying discovery. They found a lifeless body of a woman laying on River Road. The authorities quickly identified the body to be that of Gail Barris, and an extensive investigation followed. Witnesses were identified and interviewed, and evidence was collected from the crime scene. On October 22nd, just a few days before Barris's body was discovered and almost 2 weeks after her disappearance, a 24-year-old man named Roger Plato was approached by authorities. Plato's car matched the description from a victim of a different abduction and assault case. At 4:30 p.m, authorities attempted to detain him at gunpoint while he was walking to his car at a parking lot in Bellevue. Plato became aggressive, refused to cooperate, and started fighting back. He was shot when he tried to wrestle the gun from a detective, and as a result, died from the injuries. He was never interviewed. Authorities performed an autopsy, and a blood sample was taken before the body was cremated, which was stored at a private lab at the time. Investigators of Barris's case turned their attention to Plato's friend and former roommate, Richard Compton. Compton had a vast criminal career, but when approached by investigators, he backed off and denied knowing anything. With no further leads or developments, Barris's case eventually went cold. In 2018, Battle Creek cold case detective Scott Marshall reopened the case. One of his first discoveries was that Compton's DNA had never been tested, so made Compton his #1 suspect. After some investigation, Detective Marshall discovered that Compton had died in 2009, and his body was buried in the County International Cemetery in Austin, Texas. Compton was just 59 years old when he died. Detective Marshall got a search warrant and traveled to Texas to exhume Compton's body. After examination, it was discovered that Compton's DNA samples didn't match that found in Barris's body, but matched previously unidentified hairs connected to the crime scene. In November 2020, a break in the case emerged, almost by luck. Sergeant Chris Bassick of the Calhoun County Sheriff's Department was taking an inventory of evidence at the department and found a vial containing the blood sample taken from Plato. On January 30th, 2021, it was announced that a state police lab connected the blood to DNA found on Gail Barris's body, confirming Plato as responsible for assaulting her and taking her life. It's almost likely that Compton witnessed it happening. Both men have already died, and they never had to pay for this horrible crime. However, the Barris family has expressed their relief on finally being able to have some kind of closure. Detective Marshall said DNA technology is the future for solving cold cases. We now come to the case of Stephanie Summers. On August 30th, 1980, Stephanie Summers was supposed to spend the day with a nephew. They were going to celebrate his birthday and spend a wonderful day together. However, she never appeared. Police eventually found her lifeless body inside her apartment. Summers was a 36-year-old woman who lived in Silver Lake, Los Angeles, California. She'd only recently moved there from Newhall, Santa Clarita, and she couldn't be more excited. On that fatal day of August 30th, she was at her apartment getting ready to spend the day with her 11-year-old nephew, Kelly Roberts, from Santa Clarita Valley. She was planning to pick him up and take him to Six Flags Magic Mountain as a late birthday present. Kelly got dressed up especially for the occasion. However, his aunt never turned up. Concerned, her family contacted the authorities, who went to check her apartment. That's when they made the grisly discovery. Stephanie's lifeless body was laying inside her apartment. Forensic evidence was collected at the crime scene, and an extensive investigation began. Several people were interviewed. However, the leads went nowhere and the case went cold. The case remained unsolved for more than 3 decades until Los Angeles detectives received a fresh lead in 2014. It implicated a man named Harold Anthony Parkinson, who lived a mile away from the victim, and he could be a main suspect in the case. On June 19, 2014, a DNA sample collected from Parkinson was consistent with the DNA profile taken from Summers' body, and he was charged with taking her life. However, Parkinson was already in jail, serving between 15 years to life at the Chuckawalla Valley State Prison in Blythe for another unrelated attack. This other attack happened in Los Angeles on April 8, 1981, when he shot a man named Derek Eugene Perry. Perry succumbed to the injuries and died. Parkinson was arrested and began serving time for that sentence on March 5, 1982. Perry's sister Dolly said, at the time, "I remember the last meal I had with Derek. It was at a Sizzler restaurant. He gave me a hug and told me he loved me." She described her older sibling as an excellent BMX rider and surfer and a brilliant big brother. The motive of the attack was unknown or undisclosed by authorities. After learning that Parkinson was being accused of Summers' death, Dolly said that he is a dangerous man and should never be allowed back on the streets. In court, Parkinson's lawyer argued that his client hadn't assaulted Summers and claimed that the two were romantically involved and they slept together a few days before she was attacked. Prosecutors, however, said Summers, after a brief marriage to a man, had told friends that she was only attracted to women. Los Angeles court judge Kathleen Kennedy described Summers' case as a very degrading, horrible, and violent crime. Judge Kennedy believed there was proof beyond a reasonable doubt that Parkinson was responsible for this. On February 4, 2021, Harold Anthony Parkinson, who is now 61 years old, was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Our next case is the case of Sylvia May Quayle. On August 4, 1981, William Quayle went to visit his daughter in Cherry Hills Village near Denver, Colorado. She lived just 150 feet from his home. What he discovered was something no parent should ever have to witness. According to her friends, 34-year-old Sylvia May Quayle was ambitious, vibrant, friendly, and lit up the room when she walked in. She loved history and worked as a secretary at an architectural firm. An excellent cook, she also opened up her own business specializing in wedding cakes. Quayle had a lot of friends and was an avid artist. She loved to create pottery, many of which her sister still has in her home 3 decades later. She was extremely close to her family, especially her parents, who lived just 150 feet away from her home, and had coffee with them every morning. Until that morning. Just before 8 a.m. on August 4th, 1981, officers were dispatched to Sylvia's house after her father found her lifeless body and called 911.
At Granger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail. The ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff. Because you know the tiniest thing can make the biggest difference when it comes to keeping business moving. We get it. We're the same way, offering access to product experts to help you quickly and easily find what you need. So whatever your industry, you know you're always getting professional-grade products.
Sylvia Quayle had spoken to her sister on the phone the previous night, around 11 p.m, so investigators knew she'd been killed between the time she hung up the phone that night and when her father got to the house 9 hours later. Her father told the officers he'd arrived to find his daughter lying naked on the living room floor, investigation revealed that she'd been shot, stabbed multiple times, strangled, assaulted. The autopsy confirmed the loss of blood was ultimately the cause of death. Investigators found two important clues at the crime scene. The telephone line in the living room and outside the house had been cut, and the bathroom window screen had been removed and tossed into some tall weeds. About 140 more pieces of evidence were collected from the scene, and over time, a variety of technological advances were used on the items as investigators tried to solve the crime. In 1983, 2 years after her death, forensic technicians using an alternate light source found DNA material not from Sylvia in the rug where her body was found laying. The same year brought hope for investigators and the Quayle family after notorious serial killer Otis Elwood Toole confessed to have taken Sylvia's life. Many of Toole's confessions were later known to be false, along those of his companion, Henry Lee Lucas. Lucas, who died in a Texas prison in 2001, claimed hundreds of victims. However, authorities were only able to confirm a handful. In 1993, the charges against Toole and Sylvia's death were dropped. At the time, DNA testing on evidence in the case had proven that Toole was not the source of the DNA found at the crime scene 12 years earlier. In 1995, a section of the rug was cut out and submitted to the Colorado Bureau of Investigation to be tested. 5 years later, the sample provided authorities with an unknown male DNA profile. However, no match was found and the case went cold. In January 2020, Cherry Hills Village cold case detectives and investigators decided to use the recent technology of genetic genealogy in Sylvia's case. 4 months later, a name surfaced: David Dwayne Anderson. At the time of Sylvia's death, Anderson, then 22 years old, lived a couple of miles away from her. Cold case detectives began investigating Anderson. One particular investigator, Robert Fuller, travelled to Cozad, where Anderson now lived, to secretly collect the suspect's DNA. Fuller was able to recover 2 trash bags Anderson had tossed into a dumpster. Inside were 15 items that potentially held Anderson's genetic material. Included among the items was a vanilla Coke can. On January 29, 2021, genetic material taken out of the vanilla Coke can matched the ones found in the body and crime scene. When investigators looked into Anderson's past, they found a string of at least 8 home and business burglaries between 1981 and 1986.
I had no idea. None.
Actor Cheryl Lee Ralph came to us knowing that her roots ran back into the slave era on both sides of her family tree. But Cheryl had no idea that some of her ancestors had been freed long before the Civil War. The story begins with Cheryl's great-great-grandfather, a man named George Ralph. George was born in North Carolina around 1850. And we found him in the 1860 census, listed by name.
In one of the home burglaries, he removed and tossed a window screen to gain entrance. Anderson, now 62 years old, was arrested on February 10th, 2021.
The first photograph is of Anderson in 1980. If anyone recognizes this photograph of him from this time period and has information surrounding or involving this case, we ask that you please call the Cherry Hills Village Police Department tip line at 720-305-9831.
William and Mary Quayle didn't live to see their daughter's killer charged. William died in 1999, and his wife followed 10 years later. Our final case is the case of Bonnie Baker. On the night of June 30th, 1998, Baker was celebrating her recent promotion with some friends. Her boyfriend at the time showed up unexpectedly to the party. After a few tense moments, they both left, and that was the last time she was ever seen alive. Bonnie Baker was a 47-year-old woman from Denver, Colorado, where she shared an apartment with a boyfriend, Crespin Nene Perez. The couple had met at the Fort restaurant in Morrison, where they both worked. Baker was the perfect employee, never calling in sick, and always showing up on time. The same couldn't be said about Perez, who had been fired a month earlier for missing work. Baker decided to celebrate her recent promotion with her friends at one of their places in Golden. They planned to spend the night partying. The night quickly turned for the worse after Baker's boyfriend unexpectedly showed up to the friend's place. Perez arrived at the party and almost immediately started to make a scene. He was jealous seeing his girlfriend drinking and dancing with her friends in the living room. Several witnesses at the party later said that Perez looked as if he had taken illicit substances. His eyes were red and glazed, and he was very aggressive. He also continuously eyed everyone off at the party, attempting to instigate a fight with anyone who stared back. Baker's last known words to a friend were, "It would be better if I just go now, or it will be worse." The pair left the party early when the situation became heated. At around 8 p.m. that night, authorities received a phone call from an unidentified woman. She reported that a man had taken a woman's life in an apartment on West Louisiana Avenue. She also claimed that the man was about to drive to Mexico in a red vehicle with Colorado license plates, and the woman's body was in the trunk, which she was planning to dump somewhere along the way. When tracing the call, police found that it was made from a payphone, so they rushed to the address given. In the apartment, there were no signs of a struggle, and no one was found. The next day, Perez's car was involved in a single vehicle collision near Globe, Arizona, but he fled the scene on foot. The car ended up being impounded, and upon examination, blood was collected from the trunk as evidence. The case was shelved, but was re-investigated a year later due to possible new evidence. On July 31st, 1999, two boys went horseback riding in a remote part of a Navajo reservation in New Mexico. They stumbled across what appeared to be a human skull and immediately contacted authorities. After searching the area, investigators found several more skeletal remains. Despite the find, the results of the autopsy and the reason for the death remained inconclusive. The case went cold due to the lack of evidence and correlation between Baker, the missing person, and the found remains. In October of 2012, cold case detective Kenneth Klaus from Denver was assigned Baker's case and immediately called an FBI agent in New Mexico to discuss her disappearance. DNA samples from the remains found on the Navajo reservation were sent to Denver's crime lab for forensic testing. They matched samples collected from Bonnie Baker. On April 4th, 2013, the unknown female caller came forward admitting that she was the one who called 911 the night of Baker's disappearance. She also claimed that she cleaned out the couple's apartment after their disappearance and before the authorities arrived, where broken plates and glass covered the floor and the kitchen table was overturned. The unidentified woman also gave a full description of the red vehicle, which was later determined to be a Geo Prism, as well as its license plate number. And according to the woman, Perez told her that night, "I know that you don't like Bonnie. Something bad happened to us. You'll never have to see Bonnie again because I'm going to make her disappear." This woman's relationship with the couple was not yet revealed by the authorities. Another witness also identified Perez as the driver of the red Geo from a photo lineup. After further rounds of witness interviews and forensic DNA testing, the gathered evidence concluded that there was enough ground to arrest Crespin Nene Perez. A warrant was issued for Perez's arrest, but the arrest couldn't be made as he was now living in Mexico. His extradition to the United States didn't happen until 2020. Prosecutors theorized that Baker's body was likely left in a shallow grave within a day of her disappearance. On January 27, 2021, a preliminary reading in the case was held in Denver court, and Perez faces charges for abducting and taking Baker's life.
Thanks for sticking around to the end of this episode. If you don't want to miss any content coming from this channel, click the subscribe button. And if you want to support this channel, like, share, and leave a comment to let us know what you think of the cases we treated.
So what's the best way for a woman over 40 to lose belly fat?
This is a great way for women to lose weight, right? And this is also...
Linda Lanson and Barbara Graham. 41-year-old Linda Lanson was a photographer from New York and a mother to her 7-year-old daughter. She had moved from New York to Tampa, Florida, where she was living with her niece, Linda. On the evening of July 10, 1983, she left her apartment for unknown reasons, but she never returned home. On July 11, 1983, her body was found by a jogger. She was partially clothed and was found in the bushes off a dead-end road with a gunshot wound to the head. The next day, her car was found abandoned on a residential street about 10 miles from where her body was found. Not long after this, her purse was found on the side of a road in Clearwater, Florida, a city about 20 miles outside of Tampa. 1 month later, in August of 1983, 19-year-old Barbara Graham was walking home from her job at the mall, but she never made it back. Her body was discovered on the 19th. She had been dumped behind a dentist's office in the Tampa Heights area. Police's first suspect in Barbara's case was a man named Robert Du Bois. He was 18 years old at the time of the murders, and a resident of the area passed his name on to police, saying that he caused problems in the neighborhood. Du Bois was questioned by police, and he agreed to let them take a dental mold to compare to a bite mark that was found on Barbara's cheek. The 2 bite marks were determined to be a match by forensic odontologist named Dr. Richard Souvenron, and he was charged and convicted for Barbara's murder. Dr. Souvenron gained notoriety just a decade earlier for his work on the Ted Bundy case, where he provided testimony about the bite marks found on Bundy's victims. Robert was initially sentenced to death, but in 1988, his sentence was reduced to life in prison plus 15 years. Robert denied any involvement in the murder and got in contact with the Innocence Project to help him fight this conviction. They were able to use DNA taken from Barbara after her body was found to compare to Robert's DNA, and it didn't match. Robert was exonerated and determined to be wrongfully convicted after spending 37 years in prison for Barbara's murder. It was later revealed that the mold taken of Robert's teeth was made using beeswax, which isn't an acceptable medium for dental molds. Additionally, Dr. Souvenron claimed that the suspect would have a missing front tooth or a gap between his teeth, 2 characteristics that Robert didn't have. To make matters worse, a separate dentist later examined Barbara's wound and determined that it was not even a bite mark at all. After this, the district attorney did some more investigating to determine who was actually responsible for Barbara's death. After doing some DNA testing, the DA realized that it was not 1, but 2 men responsible for Barbara's murder, and that they were also responsible for many more crimes in the Tampa area in the 80s. DNA matches proved that 58-year-old Amos Robinson and 57-year-old Abron Scott were found to be responsible for the deaths of both Barbara Graham and Linda Lanson. Both of them are already serving life sentences for other unrelated murders, those of Herminia Castro and Carlos Orellana, which happened within months of Linda and Barbara's. Since he's been in prison, Robinson has killed 2 other inmates and is serving 3 life sentences for first and second-degree murder, kidnapping, and robbery. Scott is serving 1 life sentence for first-degree murder, kidnapping, robbery, and burglary.
I'm Billie Jean Shaw III, and I am my ancestors' wildest dreams. I'm born and raised here in San Diego. My uncle Dimitri was murdered off Market and Denby Street. His body was found with multiple gunshot wounds. My grandfather, also murdered off Market and Island Street, multiple gunshot wounds, drug deal gone bad. 3 of his brothers, my great uncles, overdosed on heroin off of Imperial Avenue. Their sister passed away after a long struggle with crack cocaine. Same area. My other grandfather spent most of his time in prison for attempted murder, tried to kill his son, my uncle, with a shotgun. This happened over in Emerald Hills. You know, these were all unique events, but there was one major commonality between them, and that is that they happened in the same environment, a few miles away from each other. And I think about this, but imagine being my mother in this situation, trying to find safety. You know, you have violence, abuse, drugs. Where does she go? Who does she talk to? How does she escape? How do you pull yourself up from your bootstraps if you can't afford boots? How does that work? And so, unfortunately, as everybody knows in this room especially, these environments aren't unique to San Diego. This happens everywhere. And there's children everywhere that desperately need a safe place, which is why I'd like to donate $1 million into the Boys and Girls Club and Canto branch. And due to the infrastructure and the budget right now over there, you know, I've been a few times now, and it breaks my heart to see them in a half of a basketball gym with dividers up, you know, especially being close to the community. And so I like to use my money to turn it into the club of the future with the latest and greatest tech. I'd like to use my mind to educate them on subjects like AI and advertising so they can not only make millions, but give millions. I'd like to use my network of entrepreneurs to share their stories so they understand there's additional paths to success other than sports and music. I'd like to use my media team to share moments like this because when we give loud, we inspire the crowd. And I'd like to give them my time to let them know that they matter. And I'd like the naming rights to the club to remind them success comes in all different ages, backgrounds, and colors. At 36,
Lindy Sue Beekler. Lindy Sue Little was born on January 31st, 1956, to her parents Eleanor Giese and Wayne Little. Her parents separated when she was very young, but she lived with her mother Eleanor while her father Wayne remarried and had another child, Mike Little. Lindy was described as a free spirit by her half-brother Mark, and he said that she had a great work ethic. Later in her high school years, Lindy was working at a flower shop and ended up meeting a man named Philip Beekler, who attended Millersville State College and worked for Hertz Rental Cars. Lindy and Philip ended up getting married in 1975 and moving into an apartment, 104A, in the Spring Manor apartment complex in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Not long after they moved into the apartment, Lindy began telling her friends and family that she had an uneasy feeling, like she was being watched and followed. One day, Lindy was home alone when she noticed a man looking through the sliding glass door in her apartment. Ever since this incident, Lindy was nervous to be home alone, especially at night. However, she got off work when it was still light out, while her new husband, Philip, worked later into the evening, leaving Lindy home alone for a few hours, some in the darkness. On December 5th, 1975, Lindy got off work, visited Philip at his job, and then went to the Millersville shopping center to get some groceries. At around 7:15 p.m., she arrived at home and unloaded her groceries. She was supposed to be home alone for the rest of the night, but her family knew that made her uncomfortable. So her Uncle Mel and Aunt Celeste invited her to join them at a basketball game they were taking their kids to that night. At around 8:45 p.m., Mel and Celeste arrived at the apartment to pick up Lindy, and Celeste went up to the front door to get her. Celeste noticed that the front door was unlocked, which she found to be unusual. But as she entered the home, she found more things that weren't quite right. She found a lamp knocked over in the living room and couldn't find Lindy anywhere, even though she was calling her name. Once Celeste made it to the kitchen, she found a horrible scene. Lindy was laying on her back, dead. Celeste called 911, and police arrived soon after. They began investigating the crime scene and couldn't find anything of value missing from the home, so the motive of robbery was quickly ruled out. There was also no evidence that the crime was sexually motivated, and there were no signs of forced entry into the home. There was evidence that Lindy had fought back desperately against her attacker, and police found a male's bloody footprint in the kitchen. According to the autopsy, Lindy had been stabbed with 2 different knives. The butcher knife, which was used, came from her kitchen, but the other knife has never been found, and police assumed that the killer brought it in himself. The medical examiner believed that the fatal stab occurred early on in the attack, but that the killer kept stabbing her in a fit of passion. Lindy's neighbors all had alibis for the time of her murder, so they were all ruled out as suspects, but that also meant that none of them had any leads or information to give police. By February 7th, police had interviewed at least 250 people, but they were no closer to having any solid suspects, leads, or motives. Around the 1-year anniversary of Lindy's death, her parents went to visit her gravesite when they found that her headstone had been vandalized. It was covered in red paint, and it had been chipped and carved into. It was the only gravestone in the cemetery that had been vandalized, so police believed that the incident was related to her murder. Though they investigated the incident, nothing came from it. A few weeks later, police received a 2-page anonymous letter marked urgent. The letter was written in 2 parts. The first from someone who claimed to be the killer, and the second from someone named Janice Crum, who claimed to be a friend of the killer. Police did find someone by the name of Janice Crum who lived in the area, but she was never able to be linked to the crime. FBI profiler James Fitzgerald examined the letter and believed that Lindy's killer had an explosive temper and had major life changes after the crime, such as his life seeming to fall apart or becoming more devoted to his job or religion. He believed that the letter was sent to mislead the police or distract them from any leads they were currently following, and that it was written by one person, not 2. He believed that the author was left-handed and either a female or a male who was struggling with his sexual orientation. He also noted that it's unlikely that the killer was the author of the letter, but that he couldn't rule out that the author was somehow involved in the murder. The letter was eventually lost by police before any physical evidence could be taken from it. In 1982, police investigated the next suspect, mass murderer Gerald Eugene Stano. That year, he was arrested in Florida and confessed to killing nearly 40 women. His father lived near Lancaster, Pennsylvania at the time of Lindy's murder, but no leads came when police circulated Stano's picture around the area. Later that year, he was officially ruled out as a suspect. In 1984, the district attorney's office hired 2 psychics to help on the case. According to the psychics, Lindy's killer had an olive complexion with dark hair and dark eyes and a tattoo on his arm. Investigators believe this man may be Mark Capolupo. At the time of Lindy's murder, he would have been 18 years old, and he'd previously been convicted of other violent crimes. He was shot and killed during a prison escape attempt in 1976, and he was ruled out of Lindy's murder as he was confirmed to be working at the time. Without any more leads, Lindy's case went cold until 2006, when it caught the attention of Vidoc Society, a volunteer group of retired professionals in forensic-related fields that aims to put new eyes on cold cases. In 2019, the case seemed to get a bit closer to being solved. DNA found at the crime scene was used to create a snapshot picture of what the killer may have looked like at ages 25 and 65. It was determined that the killer's ethnicity was Southern European, possibly mixed with Middle Eastern, and that he had dark hair and hazel eyes. Just this year, an arrest was finally made. 68-year-old David Sinopoli, was arrested and charged with the murder after DNA found on Lindsay's clothes was sent to Parabon Nanolabs for genetic genealogical testing. Investigators at Parabon identified Sinopoli as a suspect and gave his information to police, who then looked into him more. They found out that he had, at one point, lived in the same apartment complex that Lindy did at the time of her murder. Police were able to extract a sample of David's DNA from a coffee cup he threw away, and when they tested it against the DNA found at the crime scene, a match was made. Even though a DNA match was made, David is currently still being held without bond, awaiting a conviction. Christine McWhorter and Beatrice Daniels. In January 2009, 22-year-old Christine McWhorter and her 31-year-old aunt, Beatrice Daniels, were living in the Chestnut Terrace housing complex in Huntingdon County, Pennsylvania, with Christine's 4-month-old daughter and 4-year-old son. Christine had recently moved to the area to escape the violence and crime in Philadelphia, and she was attending college where she studied business. The night of January 2nd, the women were laying in bed with the children between them when they were both shot in the heads and killed with a .25 caliber gun. Luckily, Christine's children were left unharmed after the attack, and it was actually Christine's 4-year-old son who left the apartment to alert neighbors and get help. Investigators collected blood samples from the stairs and doors inside the apartment and found DNA that belonged to an unidentified male. In 2016, the DNA was sent to Parabon Nanolabs, who created an image of what the killer may look like based on his DNA. According to this profile, the killer was a black man with green or hazel eyes and a light to medium skin tone. In 2018, the DNA was used to conduct genetic genealogy, and a man named Maurico Johnson was identified as a potential suspect. He also matched the physical description released by Parabon. His name was handed over to police, who found out that Christine knew Maurico's then-girlfriend, Cynthia Swan. In 2019, Maurico was interviewed by police in his home, where he admitted to knowing Christine and Beatrice through his girlfriend, Cynthia, but he denied knowing anything about their murders or even stepping foot in their apartment. Maurico did give police a sample of DNA, and it was sent off to the state lab in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania by late 2019. While they waited for the results to come back, investigators retrieved Maurico's time card information from his then employer, the New York Department of Corrections. His time cards revealed that he was not at work at the time of the murders. He did not work on January 2nd, and his shift on January 3rd didn't begin until 7 a.m., plus his place of work was nearly 5 hours away from Christine and Beatrice's apartment. By January 2020, the lab came back saying that the DNA sample given by Maurico's matched the DNA from the blood found at the crime scene. Police then interviewed Maurico's half-brother, Carroll Johnson Jr., who believed that their late father had owned a .25 caliber gun, the same kind used to kill the women, and that Maurico inherited his belongings in 1998 after his death. They also interviewed Cynthia Swan, Maurico's ex-girlfriend. The last incoming text on Christine's phone before she died was from Cynthia. She was asking Christine to call her, but Christine never responded. When police interviewed her, she stated that she and Christine were supposed to leave on January 1st to go on a weekend trip, but that they decided to stay home at the last minute so that Cynthia could be with a man named Benjamin June. According to Cynthia, around this time Maurico found out that she was having an affair with Benjamin. Police also interviewed Robert Sheen Spade, the father of Christine's oldest child. Robert told police that he had visited Christine, Beatrice, and the kids on the night of the murders. According to him, the women kept the apartment very clean, and he didn't notice any blood the night he was over. May of 2022, after using DNA to definitively link him to the blood at the crime scene, Maurico was finally arrested and charged with the murders of Beatrice and Christine. He will appear in court in the following months. Renee Kuvas and Shannon Lloyd. In 1987, 23-year-old Shannon Lloyd was living in a home she rented in Garden Grove, California. Her loved ones say she had an adventurous spirit and she was considered to be a tomboy who loved horses. On May 21st, however, she would be found dead in her bathroom after being sexually assaulted and strangled to death, and her murder would go unsolved for decades. Renee Kuvas was a 27-year-old mother who lived not far from Shannon. Her family members said that her son was her pride and joy and that she loved him unconditionally. But on the morning of February 19, 1989, her body was found on Lambert Road in Irvine, California by El Toro Marine Base. Not much else was released by police regarding her murder. Both Shannon and Renee's murders went unsolved for years. The next development didn't come until 2003, when authorities entered the DNA from Shannon's killer into CODIS, the Combined DNA Index System. This brought back a match to Renee's killer, letting investigators know that the same person had committed both crimes, but they still had no way of identifying who the suspect was. It wasn't until 18 years later, in 2021, that the Orange County District Attorney's investigative genetic genealogy team was finally able to name a suspect in Renee and Shannon's murders. Reuben J. Smith was born in Michigan, but was living in Orange County, California in the 1980s. In 1998, he was arrested in Las Vegas after he sexually assaulted and attempted to kill a woman. After this arrest, he was required to submit a DNA sample to authorities, putting him in the database. This year, in 2022, investigators were able to compare the samples and definitively match the DNA found at Renee and Shannon's crime scenes to Reuben Smith. Smith died by suicide after he shot himself in July of 1999 at the age of 39, before he could ever even face justice for the attack on the third, unidentified woman. Investigators believe that he may be involved in other crimes and are actively looking into this possibility. Nadine Madger. In January of 1980, 25-year-old Nadine Madger was living with her 28-year-old husband Mark, who owned a local auto body shop, and 8-month-old son Daniel in an apartment in Willoughby, Ohio. On the afternoon of January 11th, neighbors who lived in the Madger's apartment complex reported hearing a man screaming. When they looked to see where the screams were coming from, they saw Mark running out of the apartment holding his baby. He frantically handed Daniel to one neighbor, begging her to look after the baby until he can get in contact with the relative to take care of him. He told this neighbor that he had just returned home from work and found his wife dead on their kitchen floor. Willoughby police arrived at the scene just before 5 p.m. After some more investigation, it seemed that Nadine had been stabbed in her head, neck, and torso. Luckily, baby Dan had been left unharmed, and he was found in his playpen just feet away from Nadine's body. Investigators suspected that the attack happened sometime between 1:15 and 4:45 p.m. There was no sign of forced entry into the apartment, and there was no evidence that the murder was sexually motivated. However, it did appear that Nadine put up a fight against her attacker, as chunks of the offender's skin were found under her fingernails and collected as evidence. Additionally, the only thing missing from the home was the knife used in the murder, which came from the kitchen, so police didn't believe that robbery was a motive either. There was blood found on Nadine's shirt that belonged to an unidentified male, and some of it was in perpendicular drops. This told investigators that the suspect was standing above Nadine's body while he was bleeding. One of Nadine's neighbors witnessed a bright yellow Dodge Dart car parked behind the apartment building around the time she would have been killed. They didn't recognize the car as belonging to anyone in the complex, and they hadn't seen it parked there before. Investigators tried to follow this lead, but it ultimately led nowhere. Nadine's husband Mark was soon ruled out as well. Not only did he pass a polygraph test, but he also had a solid alibi. He was at work all day. Nadine's case went cold until 2015, when police received a new lead from the DNA sample found on Nadine's shirt. The Lake County Crime Lab, Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation, and Lake County Prosecutor's Office teamed up with Parabon Nanolabs to use genetic genealogy to identify Nadine's killer. They found a potential match in a man named Stephen Joseph Simcak. Investigators then took the DNA sample from the crime scene and compared it against a sample from one of Simcak's children, and a match was found. Simcak was a former Marine who lived in Ohio with his wife and children at the time of Nadine's murder. Those who knew him in the 80s told investigators that he owned a yellow Dodge Dart at the time. Police looked into Simcak's time cards from his 37-year career at Lincoln Electric in Lucid, Ohio, only about 10 miles from Willoughby, where Nadine lived. In 1980, Simcak only missed one day of work, January 11th, the day of Nadine's death. He was scheduled to work the second shift that day, but called in sick. In 2002, Simcak retired and moved to Bemis Point, New York, near Buffalo. In 2018, at age 79, Stephen Simcak passed away, leaving behind his wife, 3 biological children, and 2 stepchildren. Investigators are still unsure what a motive might be, as Mark, Nadine's then husband, does not believe that Simcak knew Nadine. Police still encourage anyone with more information on this to come forward. Antonio and Luz Rodriguez. In 2005, 80-year-old Antonio Rodriguez and his 77-year-old wife Luz were living in Cleveland, Texas. Cleveland is a small town that was known to be relatively safe and free of crime, averaging only 1 murder per year, and only a small percentage of their murders go unsolved. Antonio Zamora Rodriguez was born on August 8, 1924. In 1943, when he was 19 years old, he enlisted in the United States Army to fight in World War II. His wife, Maria de la Luz Rodriguez, was born on September 20th, 1927, and she was described as a selfless woman who would do anything for anyone. The two of them opened a grocery store when Antonio returned to Texas. The couple had 10 children and were known to be extremely generous to everyone in their community. Antonio and Luz ran a small but popular Mexican food restaurant out of their home for decades. The restaurant became a staple in Cleveland, and members of the community highly respected the couple. In the early 1990s, the couple decided to retire so they could spend more time with their family, especially their grandchildren. By the early 2000s, the Rodriguez's children checked in on their parents a lot as they were getting older and began experiencing some mild medical concerns. At this time, Carolina, the couple's youngest daughter, was checking in on her parents up to 3 times a day, every day. In 2004, one of Antonio and Luz's grandsons, Bernardino, was killed. Bernie, as he was called by loved ones, was described as his grandparents' baby, and his murder was especially hard for them. He was only 30 years old at the time of his death, and he had 2 young children. On October 29th, 2 men allegedly struck Bernardino repeatedly with a hammer and an axe over what was considered to be a grudge. Bernardino's body was left in the men's home for 2 days, and during those 2 days, the men went to Walmart to purchase a tarp, duct tape, and cleaning supplies to hide his body and clean up the crime scene. They then buried him in a rural area in a shallow grave. By November 2nd, 2004, his body was recovered, and just days later, his killers were arrested. Antonio and Luz, however, wouldn't live to see justice served for their grandson. On the morning of April 14th, 2005, Antonio went to a local convenience store to buy some scratch-off lottery tickets, something he and Luz did regularly since their retirement. Shortly after he returned home, their daughter Carolina stopped by to check on them. While they visited, Antonio scratched off one of his tickets. At around 10 a.m., Carolina left to pick up something from the funeral home that handled Bernardino's services before heading 25 miles south to visit her sister Norma's restaurant and pick up lunch for her parents. She arrived back at their home shortly after 12 p.m. and immediately noticed that neither of them had gotten the mail from the mailbox yet, which was something her father normally did every day before lunchtime. She thought they had potentially fallen asleep, especially when she didn't get a response when she entered the home and called their names. She continued walking through the house and eventually found them in their bedroom, but they were not asleep. Carolina found her father's body on the floor in the hallway outside the bedroom, with blood running down his forehead. When she entered the bedroom, she found her mother's body in the bed. She had serious bruising on the side of her head, and both of them appeared to have been beaten in their heads and faces with a blunt object. It would be revealed later on that their causes of death were a combination of both the beatings and strangulation. Strangely, it seemed that the killer had placed Luz in the bed and tucked her in. At 12:45 p.m., Carolina called the police to report her parents' deaths. The investigation began immediately, and the police who arrived at the scene called for all of the department's detectives to join them on site. Investigators began by using scent tracking dogs. The dogs tracked the suspect's scent across some railroad tracks to an apartment complex, but no further than that. 2 persons of interest were taken into custody at the apartment complex, but they were released by the end of the day. Police collected surveillance footage from the convenience store where Antonio purchased the lottery tickets, but it didn't give up much information. According to detectives, they did fingerprints at the crime scene. They don't match any family member's fingerprints, and they were located on an object that the killer undoubtedly touched, according to the detectives. In addition to the fingerprints, there was also blood from an unknown suspect found on a rug in the home. A sample was taken and entered into CODIS, the FBI's combined DNA index system, but there were no matches. After these failed attempts at getting leads, the case went cold for years. It wasn't until March of 2021, when investigators re-entered the sample into CODIS, that a match was found. The DNA belonged to a now 41-year-old woman named Shelley Susan Thompson Limon, who was already serving a prison sentence in Texas for unrelated drug and property offenses. When police questioned Shelley, she told them she had no knowledge of the Rodriguez family or the deaths. They took a sample of her DNA to compare to the sample from the crime scene, and a match was made. On July 8, 2022, Shelley was arrested outside her parole office and charged with capital murder for the deaths of Antonio and Luz Rodriguez. The Rodriguez's daughter, Carolina, said that she never seen or heard of Shelley Thompson Limon, and she didn't know of any connection between Shelley and her parents. She also believes there's a chance that Shelley didn't work alone and that other people were involved in her parents' murders. According to Antonio and Luz's children, their community never stopped supporting them and praying for a resolution in the case. Thank you for sticking around to the end of this episode. If you'd like to know more about cold cases which were solved this year, check out this playlist. Some murders solve themselves on the spot. Some takes months of grueling work to find a solution. Some might take years, and yet some are never solved. At some point, the families of the victims begin to wonder if they will ever get answers or closure, while other families let go and lose any hope. What else would you do when a couple of months of investigation turns into a couple of decades? Thankfully, some of them don't have to wait any longer because the cold cases that no one could find answers for finally got solved this year. Here are the stories of Denise Marie Stafford, Sonia Carmen Hero Stone, Roberto Wagner Fernandez, Michelle Wyatt, Althea Oakley, and Caitlin Arquette. Let's begin. Denise Marie Stafford. On the 13th of October 1985, the Sarasota Police Department received calls that led them to the house of a 28-year-old mother, Denise Marie Stafford. Her husband had gotten to her home on Tarpon Avenue when he discovered her body. Their only child, a daughter who was 1 year at the time, was in another room, had not been hurt, and was alive when the police arrived. At the time, neighbors described her as a peaceful, fun-loving soul who was as kind as she was friendly. Everyone wondered who could have committed such a crime to such a beautiful woman. The police began investigations, and it was found that Denise had been killed between the late hours of the day, before 11 p.m., October 12th, and 3:10 a.m., October 13th. All of her items found at the scene were carefully examined in a bid to find who might have killed her that night. But investigations were slowed down by limitations in technology, and things slowly began to reach a halt. The first sign of hope, however, came when a suspect arose in the case, Joseph Magaletti Jr. He had worked as a bouncer in a now-closed lounge and restaurant that Denise and her husband, Frank Stafford, used to frequent. However, the police had nothing to nail him to the crime, and he was let go. Time passed, and the case grew cold. However, in 2021, with improvements to DNA testing technology, the Sarasota Police Department decided to reopen the case. The civilian investigator, Jeff Birdwell, said that new evidence pointed to one fact: she was standing when she was attacked before being lifted and pinned to the ground. He thought about the places on her clothing the killer would have had to hold before they could do that and sent for testing. And when the results came back, they conclusively pointed to former suspect Joseph Magaletti Jr. as the killer. Great. Justice. But where was Magaletti now? Well, Magaletti had died in prison since 2015 at the age of 64 while he was serving life for strangling his former Sarasota neighbor, another victim named Kathleen Leonard. 10 years after the Stafford murder, it was a single strand of hair that led to Magaletti's arrest. But that's not all. He was also suspected but never charged with the killing of Elizabeth Zia, a 19-year-old lady who was kidnapped around Sarasota Square Mall and found dead in downtown Sarasota, a place where Elizabeth worked at the time. Joseph Magaletti would deny being involved with the killings till he died in prison. Even though the Stafford family could not get the closure they might have needed since Magaletti died in prison, her mother, Dolar Kipner, said this: "He is gone. He is not going to harm anyone else. That has been my consolation. I didn't want to see any other mother go through what our family has. She was loving, she was a good daughter, and we just all loved her and miss her." Sonia Carmen Herrick Stone. In the 1970s, Sonia Carmen Herrick, mother of one child, recently divorced, moved from Quebec, Canada to Carmel, California. She got a job with Levi Strauss and worked as a sales representative. Then she got married to Michael Stone in 1976. They had a child together, but later divorced after a few years. After her divorce, she decided to stay back in California. Her life was nothing out of the ordinary up until the 15th of October, 1981, when around noon, Sonia's friend, Caroline McBride, found her friend's body. Sonia was 30 at the time of the murder and had been killed in the early morning hours of that same day. Investigations began, but McBride, who had been the first on the crime scene after the act, was not charged as a suspect. The details of her crime scene would be instrumental to finding her killer later in this account. Firstly, there were signs of forced entry and possible signs of a struggle. All indicators pointed to a robbery, but nothing valuable was missing from her house. While not too much time had passed, the case seemed to stall until a supposed witness to the crime approached with her testimony. Michelle Wilson, who was a friend to a certain Michael Glazebrook, who lived just across the street from the victim, Sonia, implicated Glazebrook by stating that he was at the scene of the murder when the crime happened. To make matters more convenient, Michael Glazebrook also happened to have a scratch on his face that he had not explained to anyone. Could it be that Sonia had scratched his face while struggling with Glazebrook? Glazebrook didn't have a criminal record at the time, only traffic warrants that he had served hearings for. McBride, on the other hand, would state that Sonia didn't know Glazebrook at all. Still, things were looking up and a lead surfaced. However, investigations would hit yet another snag when Michelle Wilson would later come to retract her testimony on the 10th of November, 1982, claiming that the passing of time had made her uncertain about the events. She also said that Glazebrook had explained the scratch had come from an argument at a college the day after the murder. This counter testimony appeared to snatch the oxygen out of the lungs of the case. In the trial, contradictory statements began to arise. Glazebrook's parents, Walter and Jean, testified that they hadn't seen any scratch on their son's face, and ultimately, the judge refused to rule Glazebrook as the murderer based on the fact that there was not enough evidence to tie him to the case. Subsequently, the case was dismissed.
You know how a few small changes on your website can somehow take days or even weeks to ship? With Framer, that's over.
From here on, things began to get incredibly messy. Glazebrook was arrested and tried a second time. He pleaded not guilty, and for the second time, the judge threw out the case because the defendant had been questioned and arrested primarily for illegal purposes. Blood samples obtained from the suspect and statements that he made to a former FBI agent under duress was suppressed by the court on the grounds that any evidence uncovered was fruit from a poisonous tree. The reason for this was because he had been arrested for one purpose, traffic warrants, and then was dubiously questioned for another, the murder of Sonia. Still, witnesses, neighbors approached with new information that implicated Glazebrook further. Notes like, he was not home at the time of the murder. His green pickup truck was not in front of his house. Someone saw him driving away, and that scratch on his face had contradictory explanations. His explanation was the most intriguing. He said he was struck by a piece of plexiglass while he was working on a boat in the backyard of his home. This directly contradicted the testimony of Michelle, who said that he had explained it as getting hurt during an argument at a college. At this point, the question had become, who is lying? Still, the testimony of Dr. Robert Cushing, an emergency room physician at the community hospital of the Monterey Peninsula, exonerated him. He said that the laceration on Glazebrook's face was not consistent with the scratch from a fingernail, and that he treated the wound himself the day after the murder. Witness reports also became complicated, and what was stated on paper was not what was said on the witness stand. To make matters even more complicated, the investigators admitted to having mistakenly destroyed their original outline-style notes after they had typed up the interview reports. Glazebrook further testified that he had played softball on the day of the murder, and yet none of the softball teammates were contacted. On the 8th of December, 1983, the murder charges were dropped for what seemed like the last time. The case grew cold as time passed, and justice seemed out of reach for the victim. However, in 2021, 40 years after the murder of Sonia Carmen Herrick Stone, detectives in California knocked on Glazebrook's door one more time with an arrest warrant of murder based on evidence gotten from Sonia Herrick case file, which was made possible with modern DNA technology. They finally had him, and there was nowhere for him to go. In honor of Carmen Stone's profession as a merchandiser for Levi Strauss, the detectives wore denim jeans to the scene of the arrest. Glazebrook is now 65 years old and is currently awaiting trial. His bail has been placed at $1 million, and he is currently awaiting trial for what everyone hopes will be the final time. The 3 Florida murders. Florida has had its share of serial killers. There have been the insanely popular, almost culturally viral ones like Ted Bundy, Danny Rowling, and Aline Wuornos, to the less-known killers like Christine Falling and Gary Ray Bowles. However, while these murders got solved and the murderers got apprehended by the police, no series of Florida killings have been quite as mentally tasking and physically draining as the 3 Florida murders. The murders in question began in...
Today, we're taking a look at 5 cases that, despite being cold for decades and deemed unsolvable, were finally solved in 2021. I'll let you know now that I've saved the most shocking case for the very end. Today's first cold case goes back to 1989. 14-year-old Stephanie Isaacson was a freshman at El Dorado High School in Las Vegas when she left the apartment she shared with her dad around 6:30 a.m. on the morning of June 1st, 1989, to head to school. But she never made it. Stephanie was abducted on her way. Tragically, no one realized that Stephanie's absence from school was actually something far more sinister. Her choir teacher was the first to notice that Stephanie was missing since she normally ate lunch with her friends in the choir room. Despite knowing that it was weird for Stephanie to miss school, no one contacted her father to report her absence, and no one realized she'd actually been taken. When she didn't come home, her family filed a police report and instantly began looking for Stephanie. They rode horses into a desert lot where Stephanie would sometimes cut through on her way to school. That's where her father found her school books abandoned just a half-mile from her home. Police soon arrived with a helicopter and a ground search team. Soon after, Stephanie's keys were found in the lot. Around 11 p.m. that night, a Las Vegas police canine unit found Stephanie's body about 25 yards from her books, in the brush near a residential area. She'd been covered in an orange carpet. Stephanie had been assaulted, strangled, and beaten to death. Her black hair was disheveled, her jeans were pulled down, her t-shirt pulled up, and there was evidence that part of her chest had been mutilated. One especially odd detail that the police noted was that her shoes were missing. They were never found. After learning that his beloved daughter was dead, Stephanie's father called the local radio station. He asked them to play Stephanie's favorite song, Bette Midler's "Wind Beneath My Wings." At the beginning of the investigation, there were a few leads. Neighbors living near the lot had seen a car parked in the area earlier on the day Stephanie died, but there were conflicting reports on its description, and so the tip didn't lead to a suspect. Over the years, investigators traveled to Washington State, Ohio, and Texas to look into suspects, but never found anyone to connect to the case. It continued this way for decades until her case was officially pronounced cold. But there was still some hope, as DNA evidence had been recovered from Stephanie's shirt. In 2021, a Las Vegas resident and philanthropist, Justin Wu, approached the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. Wu offered to donate money in order to pay for advanced DNA technology to be used in a cold case investigation. Wu donated $5,000 to pay for Othram Labs Incorporated, a Texas-based forensic sequencing lab whose sole mission is to solve cold cases. After close examination, Othram was able to recover 0.12 of a nanogram of DNA from the sample, which is about 15 human cells. In comparison, the genetic tests used for most genealogical websites require at least 750 nanograms of DNA. Still, Othram managed to use the small amount of evidence to create the genetic profile of Stephanie's killer. It took 6 months for scientists to process the evidence, but they were able to develop a genetic family tree for the suspect. They narrowed the DNA evidence to a man named Darren Roy Marchand. The match actually set a world record for the least amount of DNA used in order to solve a case. In 1986, 3 years before Stephanie's death, Marchand had been charged with strangling 25-year-old Nanette Vandenberg. Nanette had been found naked in the bathtub of her apartment, and Marchand's fingerprints were discovered nearby the body. Despite this piece of evidence, Marchand went free, as investigators couldn't prove that he'd been the one to kill her. In January 1989, Marchand was charged with 5 counts of open and gross lewdness after publicly exposing himself to 5 different women. He ended up pleading guilty to 1 of the counts, and the other 4 were dismissed. For this, he served 9 months of probation. At the time that Stephanie was killed, Marchand was married with a 2-year-old daughter and had a son on the way. Investigators now believe that Marchand had either seen Stephanie crossing through the desert lot on her way to school and decided at that moment to attack her, or he was lying in wait there, and she just happened to, unfortunately, cross his path. After Marchand was connected to Stephanie's case in 2021, investigators compared the DNA found of Nanette and discovered it matched Marchand. Stephanie's killer managed to evade justice as Marchand, at 29 years old, took his own life 6 years after her death. Now onto our second cold case. Despite being different from our previous case in many ways, they share two very important similarities. They both happened in Las Vegas, Nevada, and they were both solved thanks to the same philanthropist. 16-year-old Kim Bryant was reported missing on January 26, 1979, when she didn't come home after school. The last place she was spotted was at a Dairy Queen. Kim had apparently called her boyfriend at 10 a.m. to get a ride home from the restaurant, which was across the street from her school. He drove to the Dairy Queen to pick her up, but when he arrived around 10:45 a.m., Kim was no longer there. When she was eventually reported missing, her boyfriend went to the police to tell them what he knew. A search began for the teenage girl, but nothing turned up until 5 days later, when her backpack was found abandoned, with her purse, gym clothes, and books. But still, there were no clues to what had happened to Kim. Tragically, her body wasn't discovered for almost a month after she'd gone missing, though her family and police had continued looking for her that entire time. 3 children found her body as they played in a desert area. On closer inspection, police determined that there was evidence that she'd been assaulted before she died. DNA evidence from a suspect, including semen, was found on her body. But unlike today, the technology to use this evidence simply didn't exist in 1979. And like many cases at the time, police struggled for years to identify a suspect in Kim's death. Those years turned into decades, and Kim's case officially went cold. That is, until it took a surprising turn. Justin Wu once again offered to pay for a lab to review the DNA evidence of a cold case. Wu's donation was used to pay for Othram Labs to look into Kim's 42-year-old homicide case. At the end of November 2021, Othram had completed genome sequencing to analyze the DNA evidence left on Kim's body. They took the sample and compared it across the various genealogical websites. It was then that the first break in this cold case came. There was a match to a relative of the suspect. The lab contacted this relative, who agreed to give a second sample for testing. With this sample, they found a match to a man named Johnny Blake Peterson. Hearing the suspect's name, police revealed that they were shocked that Peterson matched the DNA sample. As you might be surprised to learn, he'd never been on the radar as a suspect. The sample was also verified by testing done by the Las Vegas Police Department's forensic lab. Now, Peterson had a criminal history. He had previously been arrested for assault in April 1980, but the case was eventually dismissed. Peterson would have been 19 at the time that Kim was killed. With this new information, investigators have now been able to piece together more of the story about what might have happened to Kim. They now believe that Kim may have been kidnapped by Peterson from the Dairy Queen or nearby on the day that she died. He then assaulted and killed her. However, they still don't know if Kim and Peterson knew each other before he took her, or if it was a random attack. Peterson had gone to the same high school as Kim, so there was a chance they knew each other, though he was no longer attending the school at the time that she was killed. Even though Kim's case was finally solved, it, like many other cold cases, doesn't exactly have a satisfactory ending. Peterson will never face justice for Kim's death because he died in January 1993. As Peterson has passed away, we may never know the motive behind Kim's death. Despite this, Kim's father, Edward Elliott, finally had some sort of closure after decades without answers. But I have to tell you that this case doesn't end here, and it only gets more tragic. As of the first week of December 2021, the DNA evidence recovered in Kim's case was used to connect Peterson to another cold case that had been unsolved for 38 years. 22-year-old Diana Hansen was reported missing by her family on December 31st, 1983. On that same day, her body was discovered. There was evidence she had been assaulted, and DNA was recovered from the crime scene. Over the years, different leads were explored in Diana's case, but none ever connected to a suspect. But just after Kim's case was solved, investigators decided on a hunch to compare Peterson's DNA with the sample from Diana's crime scene. A week after solving one cold case, they found out that it was a match. Peterson had killed both young women 4 years apart. As of this video, investigators are still looking to see if Peterson is connected to any other cold cases in the Las Vegas area. So I guess we'll wait and see if they find anything. Now it's time for today's third case that, as you'll find out, shows sometimes a mother's instincts are right, despite evidence to the contrary. 17-year-old Maureen Brubaker Farley went missing in 1971 from Cedar Rapids, Iowa. She was last seen alive on September 17th of that year and was reported missing after she failed to show up for work as a waiter at a diner. 2 teenage boys found Maureen's body a week later in a wooded ravine near a landfill in what is today known as Tate Cummins Park. Her partially clothed body was left lying in the trunk of an abandoned junk car. Evidence indicated that Maureen had been killed somewhere else, and her body was put in the car sometime after she died. The fact that she wasn't wearing shoes, but the bottoms of her feet were clean, supported this theory. Her death was caused by a skull fracture, likely from being hit on the head. There was also evidence that she had been assaulted before her death. Mary Brubaker, Maureen's mother, knew something, and she couldn't keep it to herself any longer. 6 months after Maureen's death, she wrote to Cedar Rapids police to tell them that she knew who was responsible for killing her daughter. She suspected that a man in his 50s named George Smith was her killer. Maureen knew Smith from the diner where she worked, and he also worked at a nearby liquor store. Unfortunately for us, Maureen's mother never publicly revealed why exactly she suspected Smith. Police interviewed Smith in 1971, and while there, he refused to take a polygraph test. Though a bit suspicious, investigators never found any evidence to charge him with Maureen's death. Even more suspicious was the fact that Smith would call to check in with the investigators and ask about any developments in the case, almost as if he was keeping tabs on it. Police struggled for years to find any evidence that would lead to a suspect. It wasn't until 2006 when a detective reviewing Maureen's case discovered there was evidence from her assault that could be tested for DNA. They created a complete DNA profile for a male suspect, but unfortunately it didn't come up with a match when it was submitted to the FBI's combined DNA index system. This probably meant that whoever killed Maureen had never been charged with any other crime. Though this development was exciting and brought renewed hope to Maureen's family, her case still didn't go anywhere. That is, until the 50-year anniversary of Maureen's death. And what an anniversary it would be. Police finally obtained a search warrant to collect DNA from a known relative of one of the suspects they'd considered in her case. In October 2021, they finally had answers. Thanks to DNA technology that didn't exist when Maureen was killed in 1971, police were able to confirm on the anniversary of the day her body was discovered, September 24, 2021, that George Smith had killed her. Maureen's mother, now 86, had been right all along. Smith was never prosecuted because he died in 2013 of old age at 94 years old. All of the cold cases we've covered so far have been tragic, but our next one is not only the oldest, but is especially heartbreaking because of the victim's age. On March 6, 1959, in west central Spokane, the 9-year-old and 4th grader Candace Candy Elaine Rogers left Holmes Elementary School and headed home. On her way, she picked up 7 boxes of Campfire Girls mints, as she was a member of the Bluebirds, an organization similar to the Girl Scouts. After going home for a while, she headed out again around 4 p.m. to sell the mints by going door to door to her neighbors. Candy was last seen alive while walking through her neighborhood in the afternoon and into the night. Because it wasn't at all unusual to see children walking outside alone in the 50s, no one could be sure when they realized Candy was no longer there. You see, at this time, many people couldn't fathom that something horrible could happen to a child in a safe neighborhood. Everyone assumed Candy had simply gone back home, but she hadn't. Her mother, as most mothers do, had asked Candy to be home before it got dark, around 5:45. When she didn't make it back, her entire family, mother, grandfather, friends, and neighbors headed out to find her. But they couldn't find her. They called the police, who joined the search around 8 p.m. By 9 p.m., 6 of Candy's 7 mint boxes were found abandoned on the street. She'd probably sold the 7th box. It was believed that she'd been kidnapped. Some people even theorized that Candy had fought her attacker and thrown her mint boxes out the window of the kidnapper's car in an attempt to get someone's attention, but police couldn't confirm anything. A vast search, including 1,200 volunteers on foot, horseback, in cars, and in the skies, began in the hopes of finding Candy alive. However, another tragedy occurred during the search for Candy. A helicopter flown by 5 Fairchild Air Force Base airmen accidentally flew into high voltage lines the day after Candy went missing. The chopper crashed into the Spokane River and 3 men died, but the 2 others managed to survive. Just over 2 weeks after Candy had disappeared, 2 men were out hunting when they came across a pair of shoes near a tree. The shoes were Candy's. The next day, 16 days after she'd gone missing, Candy's body was found under a pile of pine needles where the hunters had seen her shoes. Only her kneecap had been visible where it stuck out from the brush. Her feet were bound by a torn piece of her own clothes. She'd been assaulted, brutally attacked, and strangled with another piece of her clothing. Candy's shocking kidnapping and horrific death had an enormous impact on more than just her friends and family, who were devastated by the loss. The community of Spokane was rocked as a whole, and parents began changing how late they let their children be outside because of fear of what happened to Candy. They also became warier of strangers. During the early 1960s, there were a few leads in her case, including suspicions that the serial killer Hugh Byron Morse, who killed 4 women, 2 of who were from Spokane, was possibly involved in Candy's death. But the reason for this suspicion was odd. Morse was known to like grape-flavored gum, and one of the detectives made a note that a stain on Candy's clothes looked like it was from gum and seemed to smell like grape. No other connection was ever found. Morse denied killing Candy, and eventually, Morse's DNA was tested against the stain and didn't match. After this, Candy's case went cold. Sometimes it takes a long time for pieces of evidence to come together, and that's exactly what happened with this case. Over 40 years after she'd been killed, investigators were finally able to collect enough bodily fluids from Candy's clothing in order to get a DNA sample. Though they used it to eliminate one of their suspects, as the sample wasn't a match, it didn't also match anyone in a federal database. Following 6 decades as an unsolved cold case, investigators referred to Candy's death as the Mount Everest of cold cases. They feared that it would never be solved. Waiting until technology had advanced enough, investigators reached out in 2020 to a lab to try again and put a name to the DNA sample, but the lab said the sample was too old and degraded, so they couldn't work with it. Still, investigators didn't give up. In 2021, police used the services of a lab that specialized in analyzing degraded DNA evidence, the same Othram labs used in Kim and Stephanie's cases, to create a profile for a suspect. The lab did what no one else had been able to do. They narrowed down the suspect to 3 brothers. The daughter of one of the brothers heard that her father was a suspect in Candy's case and offered to give a DNA sample to help narrow down the search. It was determined that her DNA was 2.9 million times more likely to be a genealogical match to the sample than a random person. The suspect's body was then exhumed in order to confirm the DNA. John Ray Hoff, who'd been 19 at the time of Candy's death, was named as her killer. The result was a surprise to everyone. His name had never made it onto a list of suspects and hadn't even been mentioned by anyone police had investigated over the years. Without the DNA, he would never have been connected to Candy's death. Hoff took his own life in 1970 when he shot himself in the head at 31 years old. He had a history of issues with the law. When he was 16 in 1955, he ran away from a state boys training camp. After he was captured, he joined the military. Around the time that he died, his military records revealed that Hoff was living only 1 mile south of Candy's house. 2 years after Candy was killed, Hoff was arrested for assaulting a woman and was in jail for 6 months. Sadly, because it took 62 years to solve Candy's case and find her killer, both of her parents had died and will never know who killed their young daughter. You've made it to our final case. As we've seen so far, sometimes when one case is solved, so is another. On September 28, 1974, in Reynoldsburg, Ohio, 15-year-old Lori Nesson went to a high school football game. After the game, she hung out at a house party before walking home alone around midnight. This was the last time anyone saw her alive. Lori's naked body was found where it had been left, lying on the side of a road, while her clothing was discovered scattered across a few miles. Despite the odd circumstances surrounding her death, Lori's cause of death was ruled as undetermined by a coroner. Her case, like so many others eliminated by the technology of the time, went cold with no leads and no answers. It wasn't until 2020, 46 years after she was killed, but a police officer reopened the case and noticed that there were inconsistencies in the police report. Autopsy photos showed that Lori had cuts on her lips, which looked like foul play. The listed time of death also didn't seem to match the timeline of when she was last seen alive. The investigator brought all of these issues up with a superior, and finally, Lori's death was ruled to be a homicide. In December 2020, a newscast aired the update on Lori's case. That same night, someone called the police with information. The person calling was the cousin of a woman named Karen Renee Adams. 17-year-old Karen had disappeared from Whitehall, Ohio on March 9, 1975, as she was walking from her house to a friend's. When she never showed up and her parents began to worry, they called the police to report that she was missing. Karen's body was found in a ditch the day after. This was just 6 months after Lori had been killed. As I'm sure you noticed, the similarities between the cases were obvious. In 2011, DNA evidence was used to connect two names to Karen Adams' case: Robert Meyer and Charles Weber. At that point, Weber had already died in 1992 at 53 years old. Because he'd been cremated, Weber's son offered to give a cheek swab to check the familial DNA. The sample was used to confirm Weber's connection to Karen's murder. Meyer, on the other hand, was 70 years old when he was arrested in Cincinnati. He was sentenced to 15 years to life in prison, but he never served his full sentence as he died a few years after being imprisoned. Investigators decided to test Robert Meyer and Charles Weber's DNA against the evidence they'd recovered from Lori's body. In 2021, they were both connected to Lori's killing. Meyer and Weber had a history of criminal activity, which resulted in them both spending time in the old Ohio penitentiary during the 1960s, which is where they met. Meyer was sent there to serve a 10-year sentence starting in 1963 after he killed a man with a hammer. Weber had been imprisoned for a robbery. The two men must have bonded while in the penitentiary because after they were released, they moved in together in 1974 and lived in Whitehall, Ohio. While there, the two men were known to drink and drive around the city, where they often approached women who were on their own. Investigators speculate that this is what may have happened to both Lori and Karen. In 1977, Weber and Meyer were convicted of assaulting and kidnapping two women from the Toledo area. Today, the police are currently checking cold cases from 1974 to 1977 in the Columbus and Toledo area to see if the two men might be responsible for any more women's deaths. For the families of Lori and Karen, they can't help but wonder if Lori's death had been considered a homicide from the beginning rather than undetermined, if Karen's killing could have been prevented. But tragically, there's no way for us to ever know.
Starting a business from scratch is hard. In fact, 90% of new businesses...
I hope you're ready because today I have 4 true crime stories lined up for you. And believe me, these are some of the most twisted cases I've ever encountered. Prepare yourself for the tale of a cold-blooded killer that absolutely no one suspected. And when you find out all of the details for their unspeakable crimes, you might never look at a farm the same way again. Susan Monica was born Stephen Buchanan in California on July 8, 1948. She served in the U.S. Navy during the Vietnam War, and after being honorably discharged, she entered the world of engineering. Susan thrived in this field, and by 1991, she had saved enough money to buy a 20-acre parcel of farmland in rural Weimar, Oregon. From there, she wasted no time and immediately got to work building her own house, raising chickens and pigs. After years of working alone, Susan placed an ad on Craigslist in 2013, looking for some extra help on the farm. That's when 56-year-old Robert Haney entered the picture. He was a jack of all trades and agreed to work as a handyman, laborer, and carpenter in exchange for cash payments and a place to stay on the property. However, when months passed without a word, his children decided he had gone a little too far off the grid for comfort. So, on New Year's Day 2014, his worried children drove out to the farm, but were promptly greeted by Susan, who insisted she hadn't seen him since he quit and left 4 months earlier. Furthermore, she asked if they could take care of his remaining belongings, including his trailer and dog, which seemed very odd to, well, everyone. Jesse said of being on the farm, "It made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up." Haney's kids sprang into action and filed a missing persons report with the Jackson County Sheriff's Office. However, they found it very difficult to track him down because his income was mainly cash, which meant he left no paper trail behind. Additionally, they discovered that no one had heard from him in months. So naturally, detectives made their way over to Susan's property to inquire about Haney's disappearance, where they were met with a shocking scene. There were cars and different vehicles strewn about the property, with piles of debris all over and strange odors permeating the air. Susan explained to police that Robert had lived and worked on the property for roughly 6 months before he up and left in early fall. According to Susan, he received a disturbing phone call shortly before his departure from a relative, saying she had been the victim of assault. Susan told deputies that Haney was distraught over the news and began drinking profusely and behaving erratically before suddenly leaving the farm and all of his possessions behind. Susan's story seemed very suspicious to police, but obviously they couldn't go off just a hunch. However, their gut instincts would soon be validated when they tracked Haney's Oregon Trail electronic benefit transfer card. They were startled to find that his card had been used in December after Susan alleged he disappeared at a Walmart just 25 minutes from her property. Adding fuel to the fire, detectives watched the security camera footage and saw Susan clear as day using Haney's EBT card. Officers executed a search warrant on the farm, but it was no easy job as they had to sift through massive heaps of industrial waste, rotten food, and garbage. But the worst was yet to come. As they made their way through the filth, investigators saw something absolutely chilling sticking out from a catchment pond. It was a human leg. It appeared to have been cut mid-femur, down to the toes. Immediately, Susan was taken downtown for questioning, and she offered a bizarre story to detectives. She claimed to have stumbled upon a feeding frenzy in the pig pen last fall, and Haney was in the middle, so rather than call the police, Susan grabbed a gun and shot him to put him out of his misery before leaving his body there for a few more days. Then she put his remains in various garbage bags and left them in the barn, saying an animal must have found them and dragged the leg down to the pond. Susan told investigators that she didn't immediately tell them the truth because she was scared of what might happen to her pigs. So, it's not a pretty story, but it's certainly plausible. That is, until Susan kept talking. Now, here's where things really take a twisted turn, because when asked one last time what detectives might find on her property during the search, Susan finally caved and admitted they might find something else. She requested a pencil and paper to sketch a map of her property, and to the absolute horror of every investigator, she drew a large X right in the middle. Susan said, "Right there, that's where you're going to find Steve." Wait, what? Yes, Susan just outright confessed to concealing the body of another handyman named Stefan Delacino. She told them he had worked on her farm a year before Haney and blamed him for stealing 2 of her guns in the summer of 2012. According to Susan, when she confronted him about the theft, they started wrestling and one of the guns went off, shooting Delacino in the head. However, the blast didn't kill him, and he began chasing Susan to the barn where she raised a rifle and shot him once more in the head. So what did she do next, you ask? Morbidly, she fed his body to her pigs and then buried whatever was left behind where she had marked the X. As if this story couldn't get any more outlandish, police asked Susan once again during the interview if there was anything else she forgot to mention. Her response sent a chill down their spines. She confessed to burying 17 more bodies on the farm.
If you have ever wanted to land a $100 to $150K a year fully remote career in as little as the next 4 months, listen up carefully. And before you run away thinking this is too good to be true, it all comes down to skill acquisition, as with anything. In the workforce.
As I'm sure you saw coming, Susan Monica was arrested on January 14th, 2014, and booked on 2 counts of first-degree murder, 2 counts of abuse of a corpse, and 1 count of identity theft. Over the next few weeks, investigators continued to comb through the mess at Susan's farm, and they dug around 100 holes until they located the remains of Haney and Delacino. Interestingly, they were unable to find any other bodies on her property. However, the lead investigator maintains that more people are out there, as they did locate a massive pile of shoes during the search. Additionally, several witnesses testified to seeing her feed animals to her pigs, with many saying she even joked about feeding humans to them as well. Pleading not guilty on all counts, Susan took many liberties representing herself during her trial, and even cross-examined the case's lead investigator, Eric Henderson. She would regularly interrupt the trial proceedings and was removed from the courtroom several times. The prosecution alleged that her sequence of events was incredibly skewed and claimed that the evidence pointed to Susan having intentionally shot both men before feeding them to her pigs. During the second week of the trial, an Oregon State Police anthropologist testified that Haney's legs were removed with an axe and that his thigh bones could have been gnawed on by animals. However, he couldn't state with certainty whether or not Haney was deceased before the dismemberment of his legs, but he did declare that Delacino had been shot 3 or 4 times in the head. Strangely, a cellmate of Susan's also testified that she had signed a birthday card in jail from the sweetest murderer in Jackson County. Her attorneys tried to say it was just a sick sense of humor, but the court thought otherwise. On the very last day of her trial, April 21, 2015, and while Circuit Judge Tim Barnack addressed the jury prior to deliberations, Susan interrupted court one more time, raising her hand and saying, "I'd like to demonstrate how I shot him for 10 seconds." At first, she was simply ignored, but then she started lifting her hands in a crazed demonstration, and the judge ordered sheriff's deputies to take her away until the verdict was read. Finally, after deliberating for just 1 hour, a jury found Susan Monica guilty on all counts. She was thereby sentenced to a minimum of 50 years at Coffee Creek Correctional Facility, with no opportunity for parole. The families of Robert Haney and Stephen Delacino were at last given the closure they so desperately craved. I'll leave you with a quote from Judge Tim Barnack, who oversaw the trial. "You shot 2 people and fed them to your pigs. I don't know how else I can put it. You valued pigs more than you value people. It may sound harsh, but you are a cold-blooded killer." I couldn't have said it better myself. Alexandria Allie Madison Costiel was born on September 11, 1997, in St. Louis, Missouri, to Cindy and Keith Costiel. In July 2019, Allie was gearing up for her senior year at the University of Mississippi, and she recruited her parents' help in setting up her new off-campus apartment. While the 21-year-old couldn't wait to graduate in the spring of 2020 with a marketing degree, she was also excited to be teaching yoga and Pilates classes throughout the year. So, Allie said a heartfelt goodbye to her parents after several days together. But what they didn't know was that it would be the last time they would ever see their beloved daughter alive again. In just 3 short days, the once bright and bubbly young woman would be found dead. At around 1:15 in the afternoon on Friday, July 19, 2019, Allie wrapped up an exam for her Introduction to Retail summer school course. It's unclear what she did next, but we know for sure that at around midnight, she was caught on surveillance video footage leaving Funky's Pizza and Daiquiri Bar, located in the heart of the Oxford Square, wearing a blue dress and a white jacket. She could be seen walking across the street to wait at the corner outside the famous Rooster's Blues house. After several minutes of Allie standing outside, appearing to be on her phone, a gray Uber minivan pulls up, and she gets in. Her roommate, Lauren Riddick, reported seeing her friend back home at around midnight, but she couldn't verify when she left the apartment again. Some sources claim she was picked up on surveillance footage at a convenience store near Harmontown early Saturday morning with a mysterious man. In any case, a discovery later that morning would shake the college town right to its bones. Allie's body was discovered just before 10:30 at a campsite on Sardis Lake by a Lafayette County Sheriff's Department deputy patrolling the Buford Ridge area of Harmontown, approximately 30 miles from the university. The Lafayette County Sheriff's Department confirmed her shocking death on Sunday afternoon, and it was immediately labeled as a homicide. Well, it didn't take long for the name Brandon Thiesfield to emerge. Originally from Fort Worth, Brandon was a former Ole Miss student who had developed an on-again, off-again relationship with Allie a few years earlier. According to close friends, their relationship was complicated, to say the very least, and it only became more unstable when Allie sent Brandon images of an inconclusive home pregnancy test in April 2019. He responded to her with a text saying a baby would ruin his life, and his computer revealed countless searches for abortion services and pills. Over the next 3 months, communication between the pair grew more strained as Allie repeatedly requested to meet up and discuss whether she was pregnant or not. Sadly, however, things took a turn for the worse on July 12, 2019, when Brandon reportedly sent Allie an ominous message telling her there was no need to meet. Unbeknownst to everyone, he had traveled back home to Texas and retrieved his father's .40 caliber Glock 22. 2 days later, he posted a photo of the pistol to social media with the caption, "Finally taking my baby back to Oxford." Oh, and that's not all. It turns out this guy was pretty busy on his computer the next few days as well. According to the state's evidence, he looked up tactical face masks, how to listen to police scanners, and even how serial killer Ted Bundy lured victims. You know, totally normal stuff. Anyways, Brandon made his way back to Oxford on July 16, 2019, and texted Allie the next day to let her know that he was finally ready to meet in person. Then, just after 9 that night, he messaged back asking her to let him know when she was home. Brandon picked Allie up from her apartment, and surveillance captured his truck headed towards Sardis Lake at around 1:15 in the morning. Approximately 1 hour later, a resident of South Sardis Lake reported hearing gunshots, and by 2:50 in the morning, GPS data showed Brandon's cell phone moving back towards Oxford. As word of Allie and Brandon's tumultuous relationship began to surface, law enforcement officers grew eager to speak with him. However, after failing to appear at the station twice, the police had no choice but to bring him in the hard way. On the morning of July 22, 2019, Brandon was apprehended at a gas station in South Memphis with the murder weapon still in his truck. He was booked into the Lafayette County Detention Center that afternoon, ironically just as Allie's body was sent to the state crime lab in Pearl for an autopsy. Meanwhile, as the investigation into Brandon's Oxford apartment commenced, police uncovered a 2-page handwritten letter saying, "Dear Mom and Dad, I'm not a good person. It is not your fault. Something in me just doesn't work. I've always had terrible thoughts. I've always had these demons. I know I'm going to get caught." Pretty damning, if you ask me. Furthermore, ballistics tests verified that the shell casings and bullets found in and around Allie's body matched the gun found in Brandon's possession. He was officially charged with her murder on July 23, 2019. Brandon's father quickly hired attorneys who declared their client intended to enter a not guilty plea. As the trial got underway, an astonishing piece of evidence came to light that made this case even more senseless and painful for those who loved Allie. While it didn't come as a surprise to anyone that the autopsy report listed her cause of death as multiple gunshot wounds, it was a complete shock to learn that she was not, in fact, pregnant. During Allie's autopsy, the medical examiner found no evidence to support that she had been expecting at the time of the heinous crime. And although Brandon has never fully admitted his motive for killing Allie, many suspect it was due to the possible pregnancy, and it was undeniably the thread holding this entire case together. So, therefore, it's devastatingly possible that Allie was murdered over something that wasn't even true. After it came out that Brandon was facing a capital murder charge, he publicly switched his plea to guilty of murder in the first degree. This change was very strategic, given it took the death penalty and a life in prison without the possibility of parole off the table. Consequently, Brandon Thiesfield was sentenced to life in jail and will be eligible for a conditional release when he turns 65. In her heartbreaking obituary, people were encouraged to honor the Ole Miss student by taking time to fully appreciate the world's natural beauty, something Allie did every day of her short life. All right, now let's move on to the next case, and be careful not to jump to conclusions here, because sometimes the killer isn't who you first suspect. The date is Monday, June 17, 2019, and 23-year-old Mackenzie Lewick has just returned to Salt Lake City after attending her grandmother's funeral in her hometown of El Segundo, California. Her flight landed at 1:35 in the morning. Shortly after, Mackenzie got into a lift outside the airport, and from there, she seemingly vanished into thin air. On Thursday, June 20th, 2019, Mackenzie's father contacted the Salt Lake City Police Department, frantically explaining that he hadn't heard from his daughter since Sunday night. Word spread fast, and by the next day, friends and family were handing out flyers with the missing girl's face on them all around Salt Lake City. A little background. Mackenzie Speth Lewick grew up in the Los Angeles suburb as the second of Diana and Gregory Lewick's 4 children, and the couple's only daughter. She was known for her infectious smile and outgoing personality. Seeking some independence, Mackenzie enrolled at the University of Utah, majoring in kinesiology and pre-nursing. So, Mackenzie had just disappeared after getting into a lift, and naturally, investigators wanted to speak with the driver right away. And just like everyone else, they had their suspicions. Nevertheless, police managed to track down the man behind the wheel, Michael Canada, who fully cooperated and admitted to dropping the young woman off at Hatch Park in North Salt Lake, just 20 minutes away from the university. He claimed it was a pretty typical ride, but as the two made small talk, he said Mackenzie mentioned how strange it was to be dropped off in the middle of a park so late at night. Still, she said a friend would be picking her up. Chillingly, he told investigators that he had even put Mackenzie's bag into the trunk of the Subaru that pulled up around 3 in the morning, but he didn't get close enough to see the driver. Michael Canada was officially cleared by police in relation to Mackenzie's disappearance. Although a setback in the investigation, this discovery meant that the person everyone immediately suspected wasn't actually the last person to see her alive. Police grew more desperate for answers, and on June 24, 2019, they made a public plea for any information regarding her whereabouts. They even released the last known footage of Mackenzie from the airport, but no clues came until they took a closer look at her phone. Mackenzie, like many other young women, was active on several dating platforms, including Tinder, Seeking Arrangement, and Call Her Daddy. As police dug deeper into her dating app history, the name Ayula Ajayi stood out as someone Mackenzie had been chatting with on the night she vanished. In addition to a slew of incriminating images and messages from that night, cell phone data also placed them both in Hatch Park at 3 in the morning on June 17, 2019. Officers questioned him at his home, but with no hard evidence to go on, they had no choice but to leave empty-handed. 1 week after Mackenzie went missing, Ayula voluntarily walked into the Salt Lake City Police Department to offer an alibi, explaining to police that he was with his baby mama and had never met Mackenzie in person. He appeared cooperative during his conversation with officers and said he came down because I knew I could help. That might have worked out just swell if it wasn't for the digital footprints he left behind, which resulted in a search warrant being issued 2 days later. On Wednesday, June 26, 2019, investigators searched his home, and what they found sent a ripple of fear through the community. After digging holes in the backyard where neighbors reported witnessing Ayula burning something with a horrible smell, police could be seen leaving the residence with multiple bags and boxes of evidence. Testing would later confirm that some of the items included human remains and Mackenzie's personal belongings. They also searched for a mattress and box spring Ayula had listed for free on the website Let Go just a few days earlier. As if this case couldn't get any creepier, contractor Brian Wolf was watching the news when he realized he knew the home being searched. He explained to police that the man living there had asked him to build a weird room 3 months earlier. but he declined after hearing the unsettling details of his request. Ayula had asked the contractor to customize a hollowed-out area under the front porch into a secret soundproof room with large hooks anchored above head height into the concrete wall. One day after the extensive search, a SWAT team arrested Ayula at gunpoint. The 31-year-old tech support worker was booked into the Salt Lake County Jail for investigation of aggravated murder, aggravated kidnapping, desecration of a human body, and obstruction of justice. The investigation narrowed in on Logan Canyon, an isolated location nearly 100 miles north. Mackenzie's charred remains were recovered on July 3, 2019, in a shallow grave in the canyon. According to his lawyer, Ayula had planned to murder Mackenzie before ever meeting her in person and had even switched off his home security cameras in advance. After picking her up at the park, Ayula drove Mackenzie to his home, forcibly tied her hands behind her back, and strangled her with a belt until she stopped moving. However, an autopsy determined her cause of death to be from blunt force trauma to the left side of her head. Strangely, she was also found to be missing part of her scalp and had a 5-centimeter hole in her skull. Ayula confessed to burning her remains the next day before burying her body and some belongings in his backyard. After police paid him a visit, he dug up the remains and took them to Logan Canyon. Ayula gave a brief apology to the Lewick family in court, saying, "I'm sorry for what I did, and I deserve what I get, deserve what I'm going to get. I know this won't bring her back." The motive behind Mackenzie's death remains unknown, but prosecutors alleged he simply wanted to know what it felt like to take someone's life. Either way, Ayula pleaded guilty to murdering Mackenzie and is now serving life in prison. Ahmet St. Guillen was born in Boston, Massachusetts on March 2, 1981, to Samundo Guillen and Maureen St. Hilaire. Sadly, her father passed away when she was just 9 years old, but Ahmet continued his legacy by pursuing a master's degree in criminal justice at John Jay College of Criminal Justice in New York City. The beautiful and bright student was on track to graduate in May 2006 and was even ranked in the top 5% of her class. But sadly, Ahmet's life would be cut short just months before that could happen. With her 25th birthday rapidly approaching, Ahmet took a trip to Florida with friends and family, returning to New York on Friday, February 24, 2006. Ahmet decided to go out bar hopping in the Bowery area of New York City with her best friend, Claire Higgins. The girls were out until around 3:30 in the morning when Claire decided to call it a night. She begged her friend to catch a cab home with her, but Ahmet stubbornly insisted on staying out a little bit longer. The two had a heated discussion before Claire, realizing she couldn't force Ahmet to do anything, got into the cab and drove away. Concerned about her safety, Claire called roughly 30 minutes later to check in, and much to her relief, Ahmet said that she had moved to a different bar but would be heading home soon. Tragically, just 17 hours later, police received an anonymous phone call at around 8:30 on Saturday evening, informing them of a dead woman's body found on the side of a remote street in Brooklyn. When authorities arrived on the scene, they were met with something more gruesome than they could have ever imagined. An unidentified young woman was found naked and wrapped in a comforter with her hands and feet tied, her head bound with clear packing tape, and a sock shoved down her throat. There was no identification on or near the body, and the presence of broken and bloodied fingernails indicated that she had desperately fought for her life. Investigators were immediately struck by the level of violence inflicted, and oddly, they also discovered that someone had intentionally hacked off portions of her hair. An autopsy later revealed the unimaginable pain and torture she had endured in her final moments, concluding that she had been brutally beaten and assaulted before succumbing to asphyxiation. Additionally, they noticed strange red fibers attached to the adhesive tape, but there was still very little to go on at that point. The Special Victims Squad of the New York Police Department got right to work, seeking to identify the unknown woman or the anonymous male caller. After several hours with no contact, Ahmet's family began to grow worried. They filed a missing persons report with police the next day, Sunday, and Emmet's sister, Alejandra, drove from Boston to New York to check out her Upper West Side apartment. While she was there, Alejandra got in touch with the police, who, after hearing of Emmet's recent trip to Florida, requested she come down to the station. You see, the body in the morgue had very distinctive tan lines, and when Alejandra arrived, she was, unfortunately, able to positively identify the woman as her sister. Simultaneously, Claire had been out canvassing the city, looking for any sign of Emmet and sharing her photo with anyone who would listen. Finally, she stopped at a bar called The Falls on Lafayette Street to ask if anybody there had seen her when Alejandra called to deliver the devastating news. Tears streaming down her face, Claire turned to the bar's manager, Danny Dorian, and said, "My friend was missing, but they found her body." The manager responded without any emotion, saying, "New York can be a tough town." Due to the incredibly violent nature of the crime, detectives suspected the motive was personal and began looking into Emmet's love life. They contacted her ex-boyfriend, and for a brief period, police thought they had their guy, but he was ruled out due to an airtight alibi. Strangely, just 2 weeks before the attack on Emmet, a woman had been picked up in a cab and was violently assaulted before being thrown out into the street. Now, of course, New York is a big city, but the attack took place just a few blocks from where Emmet's lifeless body had been dumped, so it seemed far from coincidental. As a result, newspapers went to town with headlines depicting a crazed cabbie on the loose. Then, suddenly, following a heartfelt plea from Emmet's mother on the local news, the cab driver responsible for assaulting the other woman turned himself in to police. Still, like the ex-boyfriend, he too had a rock-solid alibi for the night of February 24th, 2006. So, their hunt for a vicious killer continued. Detectives scoured the area surrounding Emmet's last known whereabouts, going into every bar and trying to gather any clues. But their big break didn't come until her credit card records came back. The last charge on Emmet's card was at the Falls. Yes, you heard me right. That's the same bar Claire had been at when she got the heartbreaking call from Alejandra. Oh, and remember the bar's not-so-nice manager, Danny Dorian? Well, it turns out police claimed he hadn't been entirely truthful when they first came to ask questions. According to investigators, Dorian was very evasive during their first visit and asserted that he had never seen Emmet before. However, with new evidence proving she was last seen alive at the Falls, he came clean. Dorian told police that Emmet had been halfway through her second drink at closing time and got angry when asked to leave, so the bouncer, Daryl Littlejohn, escorted her from the premises. The manager reported hearing the two arguing outside the bar for a short period, and then nothing. All right, now get ready for this. Dorian's twisted reason for not telling detectives that Emmet was in his bar that night had nothing to do with Emmet, but another high-profile murder. That's because his family owned Dorian's Red Hand on the Upper East Side, the spot where convicted killer Robert Chambers, aka the Preppy Killer, met 18-year-old Jennifer Levin in 1986 before strangling her to death in Central Park. According to Dorian, he remembered all too well how his family was treated during that time and couldn't bear the idea of more negative publicity. The fact that yet another attractive young woman found herself at a Dorian-owned establishment and wound up dead the very same night certainly raised some eyebrows, but police had to speak with the bouncer to get the whole story. Authorities first looked into Littlejohn's background and found some disturbing information, including that he had spent more than 12 years in prison for drug possession and armed robbery charges. Additionally, he was out on parole at the time and had been violating the curfew of his agreement by working at the bar. After hours of being interviewed, Littlejohn finally started talking and admitted to accompanying Emmet out of the bar, but insisted they both went their separate ways. Fortunately, police were able to hold him on the parole violation while they searched for more evidence, and it didn't take long to uncover some seriously incriminating details. Detectives weren't surprised by the lack of eyewitnesses, given it was around 4 in the morning, but in the city that never sleeps, the homeless population is always watching. So they spoke with a homeless man named Miguel Angel Cruz, who claimed to have seen Littlejohn walking a very intoxicated Emmet down the street towards a dark van. He heard him say, "Don't worry, I'll take you home," before putting her in the front seat and driving away. At his home, authorities found the same van described by crews in Little John's driveway, and that was just the tip of the iceberg. Inside his basement apartment, a red carpet and several fur coats carried fibers matching those found at the crime scene. Cell phone tower records provided additional evidence that the bouncer was moving from his home to a location near where the body was found. Then, just as things were really heating up, police made a bombshell announcement. The blood found on the zip ties around Amet's wrists was a match to Daryl Littlejohn. He was subsequently charged with 1 count of first-degree murder and 2 counts of second-degree murder for her death. Naturally, photos of Littlejohn and his vehicle were plastered all over the news, and right away, 2 women came forward to share their own harrowing stories. They both testified that he had posed as a police officer in Queens and abducted them in the same black van, confirming the detective's suspicions that Littlejohn was an incredibly dangerous individual with a history of assault. After being charged with the 2 attacks in Queens, prosecutors used this evidence at his trial for the murder of Amet St. Gian. Opening arguments began on May 11, 2009, with the defense claiming Littlejohn was being framed to protect Danny Dorian. However, after a series of chilling testimonies and condemning evidence, the prosecution rested their case on May 28, 2009. It took the jury less than 7 hours to reach a verdict: guilty of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life without parole and will serve it consecutively alongside his previous 25-year-to-life term for kidnapping the Queens woman. It's beyond devastating to think that someone who wanted nothing more than to advocate for others became the victim of such a heinous crime.
On July the 9th, 2024, British police were called to a property on Ashland Close in Bushey, Hertfordshire. Officers already knew it was going to be bad. However, none of them were ready to discover what was waiting for them behind closed doors. And as they continued with their horrific discoveries, they soon realized that this was certainly no mere accident, and the man who was responsible for all of this, well, he was missing too. This is one of those stories that will just completely baffle you, and includes crossbows, multiple murders, an unfortunate incident, and more than one murderer, actually. And so, on that note, welcome to Coffee House Crime, folks. My name is Adrian, if you haven't been here before, and if you like true crime, strange or chilling stories, then please consider subscribing. And now, with that said, please, grab yourself a coffee. This is the case of Kyle Clifford. It was shortly before 7 PM that officers received a phone call. The caller, who identified herself as Hannah Hunt, feared she was going to die. And so, naturally, the operator wasted no time in tracking down her address and sending several officers to the property, which was located in Bushey in Hertfordshire. Bushey is a small town which can be found southeast of Watford. Both quiet and surrounded by farmland and fields, it is an excellent place for young families and professionals alike who want to live near London but also have the countryside. But let me tell you, that phone call and what officers would find after was definitely not family friendly. When officers arrived at the property, they found Hannah alive in the central doorway of the home with a crossbow.
Appeared from her bedroom in the middle of the night. Her sister, who shared the bed with her, told her something very strange, that a person in a wizard hat took her. This case remained unsolved for a whopping 35 years, but in 2024, the truth finally came to light. Jessica Gutierrez was born on December 3, 1981, in South Carolina. She was the youngest in her family, with 2 sisters and a brother. Shortly after her birth, Jessica's parents divorced, leaving her mom, Debbie, to raise 4 children on her own. They all lived in a small town called Edmond near the state capital. It was hard for Debbie to provide for all the children without any support. But despite this, the family were pretty close-knit. When Debbie was working, the older kids looked after Jessica, and when she had free time, Debbie tried to come up with something fun to do for all of them. On June 5, 1986, their family was spending a typical summer day. Jessica, who was 4 at the time, was playing in the yard with her siblings while their mom finished up some jobs around the house. In the evening, they all had dinner together, and Debbie put the children to bed. Jessica usually slept with her mom on the same bed since she was the youngest, but on that particular day, her brother had an earache, so Debbie decided to let him sleep with her. As a result, Jessica went to sleep with her older sisters. The eldest slept on a separate bed, and the other lay with Jessica. The next morning, Debbie woke up around 9 a.m. 6-year-old Rebecca, who slept in the same bed as Jessica, went into her mother's room and asked her to make cereal for breakfast. Debbie got out of bed, left her room, and immediately noticed that something was wrong. The front door, which she always locked before going to bed, was wide open, and their dog, who usually stayed outside, was running around the house. There was also a curtain rod laying under the back window, and the protective screen had been removed from it. Debbie went into the girl's room, but Jessica was nowhere to be found. She also noticed some papers scattered on the floor. When she asked her older daughters where their sister was, Rebecca replied, "She's gone. A man with a beard and a magic hat took her." Thinking her 6-year-old daughter was just joking, the mother went to look for Jessica. She thought maybe her daughter had gone out to play in the yard, but she wasn't there. Debbie searched the entire house, hoping Jessica was just playing hide and seek. But pretty soon, she realized that Jessica was not in the house. So the mother ran back to the girl's room and began demanding Rebecca to tell where her sister was. The girl kept repeating the same thing about the man in the magic hat, and Debbie started to lose her temper. She began shouting and asking why Rebecca hadn't screamed for help if someone was taking her younger sister from the house. After that, Rebecca finally told more details of what had happened. According to her, she woke up in the middle of the night and saw a man with a beard and in a wizard hat next to their bed. He gently picked up Jessica, who was still sleeping, and left the room with her. Rebecca, who was only 6, didn't fully understand what was happening. She was scared and covered her head with a blanket, thinking it was just a weird dream. After lying like that for a while, she fell asleep and didn't even think to tell her mom what had happened in the morning. Realizing that Rebecca was likely telling the truth, Debbie immediately called the police. Officers searched the entire house and came to the conclusion that she could indeed have been abducted. Most likely, the perpetrator entered the house through the living room window by removing the protective screen. Upon closer inspection of the area, they discovered a fingerprint on the exterior of the glass and handed its image to experts. Next to the window, the police found a pack of cigarettes and several cigarette butts. Understanding that they were likely dealing with a kidnapping, investigators installed a recording device on Debbie's phone. This was done in case the kidnapper would call with a ransom demand. The police listened to Rebecca's account, and she told them the same story about the man in a wizard hat. This time, she added that he had unplugged the fan and nightlight before approaching their bed. The girl hadn't seen the kidnapper's face, so her description didn't offer any help to the investigators. They focused on Debbie and brought her to the station, where they asked her to recount all the events of the previous day in the utmost detail. During the conversation, she mentioned that she had a strong guess who might have taken her daughter. Just a few days before, she had ended a relationship with a man she had been dating for several months. According to Debbie, he was quite aggressive and controlling, and he also drank pretty often. The man wasn't happy with Debbie's decision to end their relationship, so she thought he might have decided to take revenge by taking her daughter. She called him from the police station, but he denied any involvement in Jessica's disappearance. The police decided to investigate him further, but found no evidence linking him to the crime. They also checked Jessica's father, but he had long been living out of state and just couldn't have abducted his daughter. Meanwhile, experts ran the fingerprints found on the window through the FBI database, but there were no matches. The police decided to focus on search efforts and began combing the area around Jessica's house. It was located on the outskirts, with endless fields stretching for many miles around it. Police searched abandoned buildings, forests, streams, and rivers, as well as any other places where Jessica could potentially be. The next day, the FBI joined the investigation, but they still couldn't find any traces of the missing girl. police started distributing flyers not only in nearby towns, but throughout the entire state. The sheriff also sent an airplane to survey the area from the air. The search continued for several days, and during this time, Debbie was restless. With 3 children to care for, she was unable to go out and search for her daughter. The police rarely spoke with her, only responding when she reached out to them herself. On Saturday, 2 days after Jessica's disappearance, Debbie decided to call the sheriff and ask whether they would continue the search over the weekend. She was understandably beside herself with grief, and the conversation became quite tense. Debbie accused the sheriff of negligence and lack of interest in finding Jessica. The sheriff responded that he had been searching for her daughter all night and warned that if she persisted in accusing him, he would call off his team and they would all simply forget about this case. Since Debbie's phone still recorded everything, she saved this recording. The woman continued to believe that the police were not doing enough to find her daughter, so she was losing more and more hope of finding Jessica alive with each passing day. This went on for several months until there was a rather unexpected twist in the case. 10 weeks after Jessica's disappearance, the police faced a series of crimes. A local man had broken into someone's house, but the owner used a weapon to scare him off. Then, this man stole a van and drove to North Carolina, where he broke into a home of a sleeping woman and assaulted her. Shortly after this incident, the man was arrested and his fingerprints were entered into the database. Once they were there, investigators got a full match. His fingerprints matched those left on the window in Jessica's house. The man was a 27-year-old Thomas McDowell, and as soon as Debbie learned about this, she immediately told the police. She knew this person. She had met Thomas through relatives, and just a few months before Jessica's disappearance, she had hired him to do some work on their property. Over the course of 2 days spent at her house, he had built a shed and repaired the awning over the porch. Another curious fact was that Thomas had a beard and always wore a tall cowboy hat. This led to the thought that Rebecca, who only briefly saw the abductor in the darkness, might have mistaken this headgear for a wizard's hat, similar to those she'd seen in cartoons. But there was one huge problem for the investigators. Despite the fingerprint match, they deemed this evidence insufficient to press charges. They still didn't have Jessica's body, so they couldn't be 100% sure she was not alive. The presence of Thomas's fingerprints on the window could also have an explanation unrelated to the abduction. Since he worked on Debbie's property for 2 days, the fingerprint could have been left during that time. Although such a possibility was quite unlikely. During the inspection of the house, forensic experts noted that the fingerprint appeared fresh. It hadn't been exposed to external factors, such as weather, which could have visually altered it. Debbie also regularly cleaned this window where the fingerprint was found. When her children played in the yard and wanted to say something to her, they would run up to this open window, lean on it with their hands, and shout. Given that the children's hands were almost always dirty, Debbie had to constantly clean the glass. Thomas had been working on her property around 6 months before the abduction, and there were no other fingerprints found there at the time of the investigation. This indicated that the man almost certainly could not have left the fingerprint back then, or else it would have been wiped out. Debbie also added another interesting fact. She remembered that when Thomas worked on her property, she accidentally locked herself out of the house, leaving the keys inside. As a result, she had to climb through the same window, and Thomas saw her doing it. But all these facts didn't convince the police. They continued to believe that there wasn't enough evidence against Thomas to press charges. In 1987, he was convicted of assaulting the woman whose home he broke into and was sentenced to 10 years in prison. Debbie was shattered by the fact that the police refused to charge him with the abduction, but there was nothing she could do about it. That same year, something else happened. Thomas's cellmate contacted the police and told them that Thomas had confessed to him about committing the crime. According to Thomas, he abducted a girl in South Carolina from her own bedroom to assault her. While he was committing this horrible act, the victim bit him, and in a fit of rage, he killed her. Thomas dismembered the remains, took them to a field, and left them there. Investigators in Jessica's case went to prison to speak with him, and Thomas didn't even bother to deny it. Nevertheless, he said he was willing to confess if they provide him with full immunity. The authorities obviously couldn't agree to such terms, so the police once again came up empty-handed. Learning that Thomas had escaped punishment, his cellmate wrote a letter to Debbie and told her this story. Once again, she was shocked by the fact that Thomas was allowed to evade justice, but there was nothing she could do about it. Frustrated by the police's lack of action, Debbie decided to conduct her own investigation. At one point, she located an abandoned car that had previously belonged to Thomas and inspected it. There, on one of the seats, she noticed threads and fabric fibers that matched the color of Jessica's pajamas, the one she wore the night of her disappearance. But the police didn't rush to pursue this lead. The fact that Debbie, without any special equipment or knowledge of forensic science, found fabric particles in some car seemed strange to them. In 1987, something else happened. Police from Kansas contacted local investigators and reported that they found a girl fitting Jessica's description. Her mother immediately flew there, but her hopes were instantly shattered. When she came to see the girl, just hearing her voice from the corridor was enough for her to realize it wasn't her daughter. Over the following years, Debbie gave several interviews where she accused the police of ignoring the obvious suspect, but it didn't yield any significant results. In 1990, Jessica's case was featured on a popular television program about unsolved crimes. This led to a new wave of tips, but unfortunately, they all turned out to be dead ends. A year later, Jessica became the first missing child of South Carolina for whom an age-progressed portrait was created. Considering it was the early 90s, such technology was quite new and experimental, but detectives hoped it could help identify Jessica all these years later. Unfortunately, despite all this, the case remained unsolved for many years. In 2007, 21 years after Jessica's disappearance, her mother once again publicly accused the local police department of inaction. This time, she gave reporters the recording of her conversation with the sheriff, where he told her he could call his men off and forget about this case. They reached out to the sheriff, but he stated that he hadn't stopped investigating the case all these years. The sheriff also said that after this conversation with Debbie, he not only didn't send his men home, but assigned even more officers to the investigation. Debbie also complained that for years she had been trying to get other agencies involved in this case, but each time the local prosecutor's office blocked these attempts. In the same year, 2007, they reviewed the case and confirmed that they didn't have any sufficient evidence, making it impossible to press charges against anyone at that time. In 2014, the sheriff faced charges related to fraud and bribery, leading to his dismissal and a 12-month jail sentence. 2 years later, the prosecutor was arrested for a hit and run while drunk, resulting in a $1,000 fine and his resignation. In 2021, after 35 years since Jessica's disappearance, the new sheriff, named Jay Kuhn, reopened the investigation with the FBI's help. 50 agents were assigned to this case, revisiting all available evidence and seeking new leads. Eventually, they not only concluded that there is enough evidence against Thomas McDowell, but also discovered new, indirect pieces of evidence linking him to the crime. His relatives and friends revealed that the man drastically changed his appearance after Jessica's disappearance, shaving his beard and long hair, and ditching his favorite cowboy hat. They also said that he smoked the same brand of cigarettes found near Jessica's home. Unfortunately, experts couldn't find any traces of DNA on these pieces of evidence, probably due to the fact that they've been tested multiple times in the past, which might have wiped out any biological traces. While all these factors added to suspicion against Thomas, the key evidence remained his fingerprint and the testimony of his former cellmate. Eventually, detectives believed that they had enough evidence to bring the case to trial, and in January 2022, Thomas was finally arrested. At 62 years old, Thomas refused to admit guilt, and preparation for the trial stretched for several years. It began only in January 2024, and Thomas's lawyers attempted to challenge the existing evidence. They argued that the fingerprint on the glass was left when Thomas had worked on the property. The defense also tried to use Rebecca's testimony. As we recall, Jessica's sister said that she saw a man in a wizard hat. Thomas's lawyers tried to convince everyone that the girl couldn't have mistaken a cowboy hat for a wizard's, as they are completely different. However, experts brought in by the prosecution pointed out that the fingerprint was clearly fresh. If it had been left a few months before the abduction, it would have either been erased or altered by the weather. During the trial, a former inmate also testified, repeating Thomas's confession made in prison in 1987. The prosecution pointed out that an outsider from another state would unlikely know the details of the case. Moreover, in those years, Thomas himself said he was willing to confess, but asked for full immunity, which was obviously not an option. The trial ended on February 8th, and the jury unanimously found Thomas guilty. At 63 years old, he was sentenced to life in prison. For Debbie, who had been convinced of his guilt from the early years of the investigation, the outcome of this case stirred conflicting emotions. She was glad that the perpetrator was finally held accountable, but said that Thomas could have been arrested 36 years ago. Instead, the police allowed him to live a long life before facing justice. Debbie also still couldn't come to terms with the fact that her daughter's remains were never found all these years. She, along with the new sheriff, refuses to give up and will continue the search, but the chances of finding her daughter after almost 4 decades are quite low. Debbie Lynn Randall was born on August 21, 1962, in Marietta, Georgia. She grew up in a loving family with 2 older brothers. Sometime after Debbie...
Yeah, I'm back. But only because you have not downloaded Pi Adblock, still. And honestly, that must be really annoying, but the solution is simple. Just download the ad blocker, and then you won't see me. Honestly, it's 2025, no one is watching ads anymore, not even me, and I'm literally in the ads. We have downloaded Pi, the free Chrome extension that blocks ads on all your favorite sites. It takes like 2 seconds to install, and then you can just use...
Debbie's birth, her parents divorced, but her dad remained involved in their lives. A few years later, their mom married a man named Roy, and he became Debbie's stepfather. They all lived in a small apartment building in a quiet neighborhood near a military base. Debbie was a typical, cheerful kid who loved hanging out with friends and playing basketball. She also loved dolls. Debbie had a large collection and spent a lot of time playing with them. On January 13, 1972, when Debbie was 9 years old, she had dinner with her family. After that, her mom decided to send her to the laundromat, as she had done many times before. Debbie was supposed to keep an eye on the laundry while it washed, while someone else from the family would help her carry the clothes to the laundromat and back home. The laundromat was just a few hundred yards away from their home, right across the street, so her mom wasn't too worried about anything happening to her. Back then, it was quite common for parents to have their kids help with chores like laundry, and Debbie even made some friends with the other girls at the laundromat. On that day, her mom wanted to send Debbie's older brother along, but he wasn't feeling well and wanted to watch his favorite TV show. So, the mother asked her husband to take the laundry instead, and Debbie went along with him, grabbing a box of detergent on the way. Her stepdad dropped off the laundry, loaded it into 2 washing machines, and left, while Debbie stayed to wait for the wash to finish. After that, she was supposed to walk home and ask someone to pick up the clean clothes as she couldn't carry them all by herself. Sometime later, Debbie's mom noticed that she still hadn't returned, even though the laundry should have been done by then. It was getting dark outside, so she and her husband decided to walk to the laundromat, but Debbie wasn't there. The employee told them that she had left a while ago and hadn't come back since. Her mom became worried and started to walk around the nearby streets with Roy, searching for Debbie. Soon, they noticed something strange. A few dozen yards from the laundromat, in the parking lot next to one of the cars, there was spilled detergent. Since Debbie was carrying the box of detergent, her mom immediately thought it might have belonged to her. They continued to search the parking lot and the surrounding area, but there were no other signs of Debbie. Some neighbors who knew the family well also joined in to help with the search, but all their efforts yielded no results, and Debbie's mom decided to contact the police. The officers examined the area of the parking lot where the detergent was spilled and noticed their first potential lead. The detergent was scattered just inches away from a parked car, and on its door, they spotted several clear fingerprints. Those prints appeared fresh and were located significantly lower than the handle, which already seemed odd. The officers thought that at this exact spot, an unknown perpetrator might have grabbed the girl and touched the car in the process. They collected these prints and handed them over to forensic experts, while also beginning to search for the owner of the vehicle to confirm if the prints didn't belong to them. With no other leads, the police started combing the streets, trying to find new clues or witnesses. The laundromat employee mentioned that she hadn't noticed anything suspicious. Debbie had been sitting and waiting for the laundry to finish, then took her box of detergent and left the building. Most likely, she headed home to ask someone to pick up the clothes. The police soon found the first witness whose account immediately changed the course of the investigation. 12-year-old Sandra, along with her friend, was walking to the same laundromat, helping her carry dirty clothes. Suddenly, they saw a man grabbing a girl in the middle of the street and pulling her into his car, parked nearby the laundromat. The girl was screaming and trying to break free, but he slammed the door shut, got behind the wheel, and drove off. The man nearly hit Sandra and her friend. One of the girls started shouting after him, but he sped away. At the time, Sandra didn't realize she had witnessed an abduction. She thought the man was the girl's father or some other relative picking her up, while she wanted to stay out longer. Because of this, Sandra didn't tell any adults about what happened or report it to the police. Now, when she learned about Debbie's abduction, she provided investigators with crucial information. Based on her description, the perpetrator drove a dark pickup truck, likely a 1957 model according to her description. She described the man as young, white, with thick, dark hair. He wore a white t-shirt, jeans, and black work boots. Another girl who lived in the same building as Debbie also shared her observations. That evening, she was standing outside her apartment when a dark pickup truck drove past the building. At first, she thought it was her uncle behind the wheel, but when the driver stopped right in front of her and looked at the girl, she realized it wasn't him. According to her description, it was a white man with medium-length dark hair. She also provided investigators with a few more details about his appearance that she could remember. The girl mentioned that this man parked near their building, next to the same car where the spilled detergent would later be found. The police soon found another witness. A man who lived near Debbie's house was driving to the hospital to visit his wife. At one point, a dark pickup truck, likely a Dodge, nearly crashed into him before driving off recklessly. The driver appeared to be around 30 years old with dark hair. However, the most crucial detail was that the witness also saw a girl in his car, seemingly attempting to escape while the driver held her with one hand. After listening to all these accounts, the police had no doubt that Debbie had been abducted. They distributed information about the suspect's vehicle to all patrol units, and police artists created a sketch based on the testimonies of the three witnesses. While some officers were searching for similar vehicles and checking their owners, others organized extensive searches for Debbie. With each day, more volunteers and police officers from other towns joined in. In total, around 4,000 people were involved in the search, setting a record not only for the city, but for the entire state. Detectives also investigated various people who knew Debbie, including all male neighbors, her stepfather, and her biological father, but all of them were ruled out as suspects. Her father, who lived in the same city, learned about his daughter's disappearance at work and immediately joined the search efforts. Detectives checked previously convicted criminals living within a few mile radius of Debbie's home, but they didn't find any suitable suspects among them. The extensive search efforts continued for over 2 weeks without yielding any results. This went on until January 29th, when several students joined the search teams and were sent to explore the wooded area several miles from Debbie's house. After spending nearly 5 hours there, one of them suddenly noticed tracks on the ground leading from the trail into the depths of the forest, as if something had been dragged there. Following the tracks deeper into the woods for about 150 feet, they stumbled upon a human body and immediately called the officers. They quickly realized that they had found Debbie Randall. She was wearing the same clothes described by her mother on the day of her abduction, a lavender dress and a dark blue zip-up jacket with a hood. However, her shoes were missing. She had socks on, but her lavender shoes were nowhere to be found. She had received these shoes as a Christmas gift just a few weeks before her disappearance, and she loved them very much. Her body was handed over to medical experts, who determined that she had died from strangulation. The victim had also been sexually assaulted. Experts found a single dark hair on her body, most likely belonging to the killer. Since DNA analysis was not used at that time, experts couldn't do much with this evidence. They examined it under a microscope and, based on their knowledge at the time, concluded that it belonged to a man aged between 18 and 30 years old. Debbie's clothing was also covered in dirt, and lacking other leads, detectives decided to examine it more thoroughly. They contacted a geologist and asked him to work with their forensic team. Together, they determined that some of the dirt consisted of a particular type of clay mined less than 10 miles from their city. The geologists confirmed that it was indeed the unique northern Georgia clay that couldn't be found anywhere else nearby. There were also other dirt stains, different from the first. They were traced back to another type of clay mined by a local company just 2 miles from where the body was discovered. Based on this information, detectives theorized that the perpetrator didn't kill the victim immediately. Instead, he drove her to remote areas where those types of clay were located. Most likely, he initially took her out of town, where he sexually assaulted her. Then, he drove to the location where the second type of clay was mined, killed her, and took her to the forest, dragging her body behind the trees and leaving it there. Supporting this theory were not only the clay traces, but also the forensic analysis indicating that Debbie was already dead when brought to the forest. If the perpetrator had killed her there would have been signs of a struggle around that area. The traces on the ground from the trail into the trees also suggested that the victim was already dead. The clay mining sites were quite remote and difficult to access, leading detectives to speculate that the killer might have worked there. They reached out to the mining companies, and a supervisor for one of them confirmed this theory. It was hard to believe that someone unfamiliar with that area could have taken the abducted girl there. Even the workers themselves sometimes struggled to navigate through these vast areas. Police checked employees from both companies, trying to find a man matching the description or the similar vehicle, but it didn't lead to anything. They also had fingerprints left on the car just inches away from the abduction site and compared them with all suspects. But this yielded no results either. The news of Debbie's brutal murder shook the entire city, and thousands of people came to bid farewell at her funeral. The local police department continued their efforts to find the killer and bring them to justice, but they couldn't find any new leads, hitting dead ends over and over again. Eventually, the case remained unsolved for many years. Detectives continued to work on it, checking dozens of suspects, but they couldn't establish their involvement. For the lead detective on the case, Morris Nix, Debbie's murder remained a priority throughout his entire career. The crime happened when he was just 19, and he had been involved in the search and investigation from day one. For many years, Nix pursued various leads, scrutinized different suspects, and eventually compiled a list of 4 men whom he considered the most likely suspects. When the FBI established a DNA database, experts were able to extract the genetic profile of the perpetrator from the hair found on Debbie's body. It was entered into the database, but no matches were found. This indicated that the killer either had never been convicted of other serious crimes, or it occurred before the time when DNA samples started being collected from such individuals. In 2015, 43 years after the murder, the case was reopened, and detectives decided to re-examine the victim's clothing using modern technology. It had been stored in the evidence warehouse all this time, and experts found biological material from an unknown man on it. However, over the years, it had degraded significantly, resulting in a partial profile. In 2018, Debbie's mother, who had hoped for decades to see the police arrest her daughter's killer and hold him accountable, gave an interview. She said that after Debbie's murder, she couldn't bear to live in the apartment where everything reminded her of her loss. She moved to another city, and year after year, the lack of progress in the investigation slowly destroyed her. She also said her only desire now is to see the closure of this case before her time comes. Unfortunately, that was not meant to happen. Just a few weeks after the interview, she passed away to cancer at the age of 78, and she was laid to rest next to her daughter. Sandra, who witnessed the abduction at the age of 12, also spoke out in an interview. She said that she had never stopped blaming herself over the years. According to Sandra, she believed she could have stopped the perpetrator and prevented the abduction, even if it meant taking Debbie's place and dying instead of her. In 2019, the local police department received additional funding, enabling them to request a more detailed analysis of Debbie's clothing. This time, experts were able to extract a full DNA sample from it, but the perpetrator's DNA still wasn't in the FBI database. Debbie's father was also interviewed, and he shared that not a day had gone by over the decades when he didn't think about Debbie. He still kept a box of her old photos, hoping for only one thing: to reunite with his daughter in heaven. In 2022, shortly after the interview, he passed away. In the same year, detectives focused all their efforts on the one lead they had: DNA. They reached out to a company in Florida specializing on an innovative DNA analysis method called genetic genealogy. The police handed over all the biological samples they had collected over the years and waited. Experts created a profile of the unknown man and began searching for his relatives in public genetic databases. They needed to find people who had uploaded their DNA because family members' genetic material has similarities. Modern tools can detect even distant relatives. After examining thousands of potential relatives of the killer, investigators narrowed down their search to a family living in Marietta in 2023. They asked them to provide DNA samples, and they agreed. The analysis showed that the killer was indeed their close relative, so experts looked into their family more carefully. They soon identified the most likely owner of the killer's DNA sample: a man named William Rose. However, there was a problem. Rose had taken his own life in 1974, just 2 years after Debbie's murder. But detectives were determined to finally close this case, no matter what. They obtained a warrant to exhume his grave, and experts took a direct DNA sample from his remains. After 51 years since Debbie's murder, the police finally got a full match. William Rose was indeed the killer. At the time of the murder, he was only 24 years old and had never been a suspect. It turned out that his relatives lived in the same building as Debbie's family. Rose regularly visited them, so investigators believed that he might have seen the girl on multiple occasions. Perhaps that evening he was headed to visit his relatives, but saw Debbie coming out of the laundromat and heading towards her home. Based on the testimonies of her neighbors and other witnesses, Rose pulled into the parking lot between the victim's house and the laundromat, left the engine running, got out, grabbed Debbie, and then drove north. Perhaps he immediately headed to the clay quarry, which was located in that direction. It's worth mentioning that Rose didn't have any other criminal record. Either he didn't commit anything serious besides Debbie's murder, or he simply didn't get caught. At the time the case was solved, the only living close relative of the victim was her older brother, Melvin. He attended the press conference where they announced the discovery of the culprit and thanked everyone who had worked on his sister's case for over half a century. He also said he wished his mom could have lived to see this moment, but added that she was now murder, or he simply didn't get caught. At the time the case was solved, the only living close relative of the victim was her older brother, Melvin. He attended the press conference where they announced the discovery of the culprit and thanked everyone who had worked on his sister's case for over half a century. He also said he wished his mom could have lived to see this moment, but added that she was now in heaven with Debbie. Karen Snyder was born on July 29, 1948, in the small American town of Cedar Lake, Indiana. She grew up in a very large family with 2 brothers and 3 sisters. In high school, Karen met a boy named Paul, and they decided to get married when she was just 17. Shortly after, Karen became pregnant, and in 1966, their daughter Paula was born. Even though Karen was only 18 at the time, she and her husband were ready and happy to start their own family. They moved to a town called Calumet, Illinois, where Paul's parents lived. The family settled on the same street as his parents, just a few houses away, allowing them to see Paul every day and spend a lot of time with their granddaughter. Calumet, with a population of about 25,000 residents, was located not far from Chicago and considered a very safe place to live. Karen spent most of her time taking care of their child, while Paul got a job at the local railroad. On November 12, 1966, Paul went to his night shift around 2 p.m. A few hours later, he tried to call Karen, but she didn't answer. This was unusual because she was supposed to be at home and couldn't have left their 2-month-old daughter alone. Concerned, he called his parents, who lived just a few houses away, and asked them to check on Karen. They walked down the street and knocked on the door. but there was no response. His parents didn't have a spare key, so they continued knocking for a few minutes and then went back home to call their son. Paul became even more worried and decided to leave work early to check if everything was all right. As he approached the house, his concern grew even more. The porch light was off and the blinds were tightly closed. This was unusual because Karen always left the porch light on for him when he worked the night shift. Paul tried to open the door with his key and realized it was unlocked. He entered the living room and was relieved to find his 2-month-old daughter sleeping in a playpen near the working TV. However, Karen was nowhere to be seen, so he began calling out her name while checking each room. As Paul decided to go upstairs, he tried to turn on the staircase light, but the switch didn't work. He made his way to the bedroom and turned on a lamp, revealing a horrifying scene. The room was in disarray, and there was blood everywhere. On the floor lay Karen, showing no signs of life, and Paul immediately realized she was dead. Recovering from the shock, Paul went downstairs, called the police, and took his daughter outside. While he was waiting for the police and ambulance, his parents came out to the street and saw him crying and pleading for help. Paul's mother grabbed a flashlight and rushed into the house, hoping to help Karen. But as soon as she saw Karen's blood-covered body, she knew it was too late to save her. Soon after, the medics and police arrived. The doctors could only confirm Karen's death, and the investigators began examining the crime scene. On the back door lock, they found shallow scratches, indicating an attempted break-in. However, the door was still locked, suggesting the intruder initially tried to enter this way, but failed. Next, they discovered a broken basement window with a trail of blood leading from it to the front door. Investigators speculated that after failing to open the back door, the intruder tried to enter through the basement and cut themselves on the glass, evidenced by the blood on it. The fact that the intruder didn't enter through the basement but went to the front door suggests it was either unlocked or Karen opened it herself. In the living room, they found more blood, indicating that the attack likely started there, catching Karen near her daughter's crib. The blood trail continued from the living room, up the stairs, down the hallway, and into the couple's bedroom, where Karen's body was found. The bedroom was a chaotic scene, blood everywhere, and many items scattered and broken, indicating Karen fought back fiercely. There was a phone in the bedroom, but it had been ripped from the wall. Police believe Karen might have run there ahead of the intruder to call for help, but she couldn't. In those days, there wasn't a single emergency number like 911. Local police had their own number, so detectives thought she might have dialed incorrectly in her haste. Investigators also found a blood-covered light bulb on the floor, which had been unscrewed from the socket above the stairs. It seemed the intruder did this, though the reason was unclear. Perhaps he unscrewed it while following Karen upstairs, giving her a brief moment to try calling the police. In the downstairs bathroom, police discovered a pile of bloodied clothes and various items. Among them were a pair of pants, a bedsheet, and a washcloth. Detectives speculated that the killer used these items to wipe the blood off his hands and clothes. It appeared he also attempted to clean himself with the washcloth, or possibly tried to use it to wipe blood off the floor to cover his tracks. However, given the amount of blood throughout the house, these efforts were clearly futile. After using these items, the killer threw them into the bathtub and fled the scene. This indicated to investigators that he remained in the house for some time after the murder, although they couldn't determine the exact period of time. Detectives began their investigation and quickly ruled out the possibility of a botched robbery. The only missing items were Karen's blue wallet, containing about $50, and one of the bedside lamps, which had no significant value. Medical examiners found 124 stab wounds on Karen's body, most concentrated in the chest area. Such brutality suggested the attacker had personal motives. Experts identified the likely weapon as a knife with a narrow blade, similar to a stiletto, but police couldn't find it inside the house or anywhere nearby. Karen was fully clothed and no signs of sexual assault were found, But investigators didn't rule out that the attacker might have had such a motive, but for some reason was unable to carry it out. The time of death was estimated between 4 and 6 p.m. Since Paul discovered her body around 11 p.m., the killer must have left the house several hours earlier. Detectives began their investigation by speaking with the victim's relatives and friends. According to Paul's mother, Karen had mentioned being afraid to live in that house and said she wanted to move to Indiana, where her parents lived. However, she didn't specify the reasons for her fear, and investigators couldn't find any more information. Karen's neighbors also provided an interesting observation. Their dog, which usually barked at the slightest noise, remained quiet that evening. With no other leads, the police turned their focus to Karen's husband, Paul. In such crimes, the spouse is often the primary suspect, so they began investigating him. After analyzing the evidence from the house, detectives concluded that the attempted break-in at the back door and the broken basement window might have been staged. The killer was likely someone familiar with Karen, but tried to make it appear as if a random intruder had committed the crime. This suggested that either Karen willingly opened the door to the killer, or they had a key. Investigators began interrogating Paul while also trying to establish whether he had the opportunity to commit the crime. They considered the possibility that he might have killed Karen before leaving for his evening shift, as he had left home after lunch that day. They also checked whether he remained at work for the entire shift, or if he had left at any point. Paul denied any involvement in the murder, but the police continued to view him as the prime suspect. With almost no evidence, they attempted to obtain a confession from him, repeatedly calling him in for questioning. But despite this pressure, Paul consistently maintained his innocence. Karen's funeral took place 6 days after the murder. Besides family and friends, detectives also attended the ceremony and soon noticed something weird. One of the pallbearers had a deep wound on his forehead and a bandaged hand. The police identified this man as James Barbier, a friend of both Paul and Karen. He worked with Paul at the railroad and had done some repairs in the house shortly before the murder. Karen knew James pretty well and might have opened the door for him. Investigators began looking into James and discovered that on the evening of the murder, he had gone to a local hospital with serious injuries to his hand and face, requiring stitches. This aligned with the evidence suggesting the killer injured himself on the broken basement window glass. James became the second suspect, and detectives brought him in for questioning. He denied any involvement in the murder, explaining his injuries by saying that he had been returning home drunk from a bar that evening, tripped over a stump in the dark, and hurt himself on some splinters. James's wife confirmed that he came home that night drunk, with a bandaged hand and a cut on his forehead. She mentioned that he was acting weird and was visibly shaken, but she added that James was an alcoholic and frequently got heavily drunk, so this behavior wasn't unusual. When police interviewed individuals who frequented bars in Karen's neighborhood, they found witnesses who had seen James there that day. However, they couldn't pinpoint the exact times he was present. When experts finished analyzing the evidence from Karen's house, they found something intriguing. As suspected, there were 2 different types of blood. One matched Karen's blood type, while the other belonged to a different blood type, the same as James's. Although this blood type match was not proof of James' guilt, detectives decided to arrest him, hoping he would confess. They also cleared Karen's husband of suspicion, as none of the blood samples matched his type. James continued to deny his involvement, insisting that his injuries were from his fall. The police hoped forensic experts might find some additional evidence, but they faced disappointment. The fingerprints collected from the crime scene were smudged, and without DNA analysis, they couldn't make any progress with the blood evidence. Eventually, they had to release James and continued searching for new leads. Since then, investigators have looked into several other suspects and interviewed dozens of people, but the case remained unsolved for many years. Karen's murder forever changed their small town, once considered safe. Residents remembered the brutal crime for a long time and wondered who could have committed it. At the time, police did not reveal the identities of the suspects, including James, so only Karen's relatives and close friends knew of his potential involvement. In later interviews with reporters, they said they truly believed James was guilty, but without solid evidence, proving his involvement was simply impossible. Karen's father passed away in 1973, 7 years after the tragedy, and her mother died in 1977. Neither of them ever found out who killed their daughter. Paul eventually remarried, and his second wife helped raise Paula, essentially becoming the mother the girl never had the chance to remember. Her relatives decided not to tell her how her biological mother died, trying to shield the girl from the horrific details. Paula later recalled that when she started school, other kids teased her simply because her mother was dead. A few years later, understanding that she might hear the truth from others or come across news reports, her relatives finally told her what had happened to Karen. In 1989, at the age of 45, Paul passed away from health problems, never learning the truth either. For decades, there was no progress on the case. Paula occasionally gave interviews to journalists, expressing her hope to bring the culprit to justice, and mentioning that she regularly contacted the local police department to ask about any new developments. But they always replied that there were no new leads, and the case remained unsolved for many years. This continued until the end of 2022, when one day the police received a call. A 29-year-old man contacted the police department responsible for Karen's case, inquiring about any new developments. The man explained that he had known about this crime his whole life, as his grandmother talked about it since he was a kid. It turned out they were distant relatives of Karen's family, and the man was curious whether the police had made any progress in solving the mystery. He said that he had been reading newspaper clippings about the case at work and wondered if there were any modern technologies that could help solve it. And this prompted him to reach out to the police. To his surprise, the police department decided to reopen the investigation following his call. Naturally, none of the original detectives were still around, so a new team began reviewing all the available materials from scratch. They discovered that almost all the evidence, except the blood samples collected from the floor, had not only been preserved, but was also well maintained over the past 56 years. This included Karen's clothing and various items from her home. The detectives sent all the remaining evidence to the lab, where experts began examining each item with modern tools. Meanwhile, the police re-interviewed everyone connected to the case who was still alive. 16 months after the investigation was reopened, detectives received a long-awaited call from the lab. Experts had found several drops of blood on Karen's dress and extracted a DNA profile of an unknown male. The police immediately obtained a warrant from a judge to collect a genetic sample from the main suspect, James, who was still alive. They quickly got his sample, sent it to the lab, and soon received confirmation. James's DNA matched the blood found on Karen's dress. This confirmed that James, who was just 21 years old at the time of Karen's death, had been in her home the day she was murdered and had initially lied about how he got his injuries. On April 29, 2024, the police returned to James's home, and the 79-year-old man was finally arrested for murder. Upon being informed of the DNA match, James did not deny anything and confessed to the crime. While the police have not yet disclosed all details of his interrogation due to the ongoing legal proceedings, James admitted that he had known his entire life that he would eventually be caught. James has been charged with first-degree murder and was released on bail due to his age and severe health conditions. Given James's state, the risk of him fleeing was considered nearly non-existent. However, Karen's relatives were upset because they had already suffered enough seeing the killer live freely for over 50 years. As for the motive, it remains unknown. The first hearing took place at the end of May, and more details are expected to be revealed only after the trial. According to the main theory reported by journalists, James had feelings for Karen and was jealous of her husband since she married him. Additionally, James was indeed heavily intoxicated that evening, which may have driven him to commit the crime. Karen's relatives expressed their gratitude to the detectives for finally bringing James to justice. However, given his health issues, even if James lives to see prison, he is unlikely to spend much time there. Karen's daughter, who was 57 at the time of James's arrest, said she received the best call of her life when she learned that her mother's killer had finally been caught. She admitted she had lost hope and was surprised that the evidence had been so well preserved. She also revealed that she blames James for her father's early death. Beyond dealing with the brutal murder of his wife, her father had spent the rest of his life almost certain that his close friend was responsible, and it was very hard for him to see James continue to live freely. Melissa Tremblay was born on March 1, 1977, in Lawrence, Massachusetts. When she was just a month old, her biological parents gave her up for adoption, and she was adopted by Jeanette and Robert Tremblay. Melissa grew up in the nearby town of Salem, New Hampshire. She was a very energetic child who loved fashion, singing, and had a passion for reading from a young age. Melissa had many friends at school and spent a lot of time at the Boys and Girls Club of America. When she was 9, her adoptive parents divorced, and her father hasn't been involved in her life since. Sometime later, her mother started dating another man named Robert, but he didn't live with them. On September 11, 1988, when she was 11, her mother took Melissa to Lawrence, where she was supposed to meet Robert. They often spent time at a local bar, and Jeanette frequently took Melissa along because she had no one to leave her with. Usually, her mom would let Melissa play outside since she got bored sitting with them. Jeanette always told her not to go far, so Melissa spent time on the nearby streets. Because her mom went to this bar quite often, Melissa made friends with other kids in the area and would occasionally play with them. That day, Melissa spent most of her time outside, checking in with her mother now and then. During one of these visits, the bartender made her some popcorn. Melissa said she'd come back for it soon and left, but she never returned to the bar. Around 4 p.m., her mother started to worry since Melissa had been gone for a while. She went outside and checked her car, but Melissa was nowhere to be found. She and Robert began searching for her, going street by street, but they couldn't find Melissa. They searched the area for several hours, and around 9 p.m., Jeanette decided to call the police. Officers immediately joined the search, but they also couldn't find any traces of her. By then, it was already dark. It made their task much more difficult, but the police continued searching for Melissa late into the night. They also considered the possibility that she might have run away, but her mother insisted that Melissa was afraid of the dark and didn't like being alone, so she would never have run off. The next day, Melissa's whereabouts were still unknown, and the search continued. This went on until about 3 p.m., when a railroad worker called the police. He had been conducting a routine inspection of an old rail yard just a few hundred yards from the bar. The yard was quite large, with up to 8 tracks in its widest section, although some of them hadn't been used in a long time. There were a lot of empty boxcars, and between 2 of them, the worker noticed something unusual. When he got closer, he realized it was a human body and immediately called the police. Detectives arrived at the scene and quickly identified the body as Melissa Tremblay. Aside from the fact that she had been reported missing since the previous morning, there was a card with her name from the Boys and Girls Club in a purse found near the body. Melissa's body was lying on tracks that were still in use, and one of her legs had been severed. The detectives believed this likely happened due to a passing train, since the section of track was still active. However, they immediately doubted that this was the cause of death. The lead detective noticed several details that contradicted this theory. Melissa's purse, containing the card with her name, was found almost 20 yards from the body. This seemed strange, as it was unlikely that a train accident could have thrown the purse so far. The detective also noticed a large number of footprints and drops of blood near the purse. This led him to suspect that Melissa might have been attacked there, and only then her body was moved to the tracks. The assailant might have hoped to make it look like she died in a train accident. Another factor pointing to foul play was the location itself. The old rail yard, with its numerous empty boxcars, was a known hangout for homeless individuals and those looking for secluded spots to use illegal substances. So the detectives considered the possibility that some of them might have attacked Melissa. Her body was sent to medical examiners, while the police began searching for clues. Since no useful evidence was found at the scene where Melissa was discovered, investigators focused on finding witnesses to piece together the timeline of events. First, they spoke with an employee of the railroad company. He mentioned that the day before the body was found, he saw a girl fitting Melissa's description near the tracks. He told her to leave immediately because it was unsafe for children to be there, and she left the area. Next, the police found a woman living not far from the bar. She said she had known Melissa for several months because her children had become friends with Melissa, and she often visited their house. On that day, Melissa had come over to invite her children to play, but the woman told her they were grounded and couldn't go out, so Melissa left alone. Investigators soon found another witness who provided the first significant lead. He reported seeing a girl resembling Melissa standing next to a van at an intersection near the rail yard, talking to the driver. The witness described this man as rather large, unkempt, around 30 years old, with dark hair and a large beard. The van was brown, old, and rusty. The police considered that this man might be connected to the murder and started searching for similar vehicles. Meanwhile, the medical examiners finished their report and confirmed that the train was not the cause of death. Melissa's body had numerous bruises and 3 fatal stab wounds. No signs of sexual assault were found, and there were no foreign biological samples on her body or clothing. The experts determined that the stab wounds were inflicted with the left hand, suggesting that the perpetrator was likely left-handed. The case was reclassified as a homicide, and detectives focused on finding the killer. However, they still had only one lead: the description of the van seen near Melissa shortly before she disappeared. The police concentrated on finding similar vehicles in the area, but repeatedly hit dead ends. The challenge was that even if they found the right van, linking its owner to the murder would be nearly impossible without a confession. DNA analysis was not yet in use, and there were no additional pieces of evidence, like Melissa's belongings or fingerprints, likely to be found in the van. The police also kept trying to find new witnesses. They interviewed several hundred residents in the area, but this effort yielded no results. Detectives continued searching for the van and other clues for several months, but the case eventually went cold. Melissa's murder received significant media coverage, and many people began blaming her mother for what happened. They were outraged that Jeanette let her 11-year-old daughter wander the streets alone, especially near such a dangerous place as a rail yard. What infuriated them even more was that while Melissa roamed the streets for hours unattended, her mother was drinking in a bar. Rumors began spreading in the newspapers that Jeanette had developed a drinking problem after her divorce and was struggling with her parental responsibilities. People also started blaming social services for failing Melissa by not intervening in the situation. Amid all these accusations, Jeanette refused to speak with media or answer their questions. When reporters reached out to Child Protective Services, they stated they were aware of the family's complicated situation and had tried to take some measures, but revoking Jeanette's parental rights had never been considered. Since then, there had been no progress in the case. Police repeatedly reviewed it and examined potential suspects, but this yielded no results. In 2000, 12 years after the murder, investigators identified their first potential suspect, Tommy Lynn Sells. He confessed to 22 murders, and investigators in Melissa's case found that many details of his crime closely matched those of her murder. Moreover, Tommy resembled the van driver seen with the girl, and he often spent nights in empty boxcars while traveling across various states. Detectives began investigating his possible involvement in Melissa's murder, but they eventually concluded that he was unlikely to be responsible. They couldn't find any evidence placing Tommy near Lawrence at that time. Instead, they determined he was probably in another state. The case remained cold for several more years, until 2013, when detectives unexpectedly obtained a new lead. They arrested a man from Lawrence for an unrelated case, and during questioning, he suddenly claimed to know some details about Melissa Tremblay's murder. The man said that in 1988, when he was just 13, he used to steal cars for a living. He spent a lot of time on the streets looking for suitable vehicles, and on the day Melissa disappeared, he saw a girl resembling her. She was sitting on the steps of that same bar, and next to her was a man named Mike. The witness knew Mike, but his family had warned him to stay away from that man because of his questionable reputation. The boy walked past them, and about 10 minutes later, on his way back, he saw the girl leaving the bar with Mike. At some point, another man, whom the witness didn't recognize, approached them, and the three of them continued walking together. The police asked the witness why he had remained silent for 25 years. He replied that at the time, he didn't want any unnecessary contact with the police. However, when he learned about Melissa's murder and realized he might have seen her, he asked his brother if he should tell someone, but he advised him to stay quiet. However, the detectives immediately found a serious contradiction in the story. According to the witness, he saw the girl on the bar steps when it was already dark outside, but Melissa was reported missing around 4 p.m. when it was still daylight. Given that all the bar patrons and staff were aware of her disappearance, and her mother had been searching for her for hours, the detectives found it highly unlikely that Melissa could have been right outside the bar without being noticed. The police considered the possibility that the witness had either seen a different girl or his account was inaccurate. Despite this, they investigated Mike for potential involvement, but made no progress. Nevertheless, the witness's story brought renewed attention to the old case, and in 2014, it was reopened. By then, DNA analysis was widely used, and the police hoped that experts could find some new clues by re-examining all the available evidence. They examined Melissa's clothing and other items, but found no foreign DNA. However, there was something else among the evidence: samples taken from under Melissa's nails, collected in case she had scratched her attacker. The experts analyzed these samples and indeed found traces of foreign skin, which were promptly sent to the lab. But there was a new problem. Experts were able to extract a DNA profile of an unknown male, but it was only partial. It wasn't enough to get a match in the database, but the investigators were determined not to give up. Sometime later, they reached out to a company specializing in genetic genealogy. The company analyzed the sample and began searching for potential matches in available databases. This was a challenging task because they had to work with a partial profile, which made it impossible to identify the person with absolute certainty. Nevertheless, through meticulous work, they managed to find a possible distant relative of the sample's owner in the databases. This led them to a specific family with the last name McClendon. Detectives began investigating the members of this family, trying to determine who might have committed the crime. This process took several years due to the primary challenge, the lack of a complete DNA profile to definitively prove the guilt of any family member. Therefore, investigators carefully examined who among them could have been in Lawrence in 1988, matched all the criteria like age, and so on. Eventually, they focused on two brothers, one of whom was Marvin McClendon. Marvin lived in Alabama, but investigators discovered that in the late 80s, he lived just 20 minutes away from Lawrence and worked as a carpenter. Digging into Marvin's past, they learned that he frequently visited a church located just a few hundred yards from the bar where Melissa was last seen. Marvin had also worked as a prison guard for about 30 years, but with breaks, one of which occurred in 1988. The intriguing findings didn't stop there. Police found that Marvin owned an old brown van during those years, which he used for work. Despite this, Marvin had no criminal record, aside from numerous traffic fines for not wearing a seatbelt. He had been married twice, but both wives had left him. He had 2 sons from his first marriage, but was not actively involved in their lives. Finally, Marvin was left-handed. unlike all his close male relatives. While detectives were investigating this suspect, Melissa's mother passed away in 2015 at the age of 70. She had struggled with a severe illness for a long time and never found out who killed her daughter. After gathering all the information on Marvin and checking his other relatives, detectives concluded that he was the most likely perpetrator. In 2021, they went to Alabama to question him about that time in the late 80s. Eventually, they brought up the murder of Melissa Tremblay, and Marvin claimed he had nothing to do with it. When told that DNA from one of his close relatives was found on the victim, Marvin suggested that the killer might be his brother. That same year, Marvin voluntarily provided his DNA sample, but experts still couldn't establish a complete match. The partial profile from under Melissa's nails only indicated that Marvin was either closely related to the killer or was the killer himself. However, investigators who had already examined all his close male relatives knew that none of them could have committed the crime, leaving Marvin as the prime suspect. They also understood that without a full DNA match, it would be extremely challenging for the prosecution to secure a conviction. As a result, they spent another year trying to find any additional clues. Detectives also checked Mike, the man whom the 13-year-old boy claimed to have seen with a girl resembling Melissa on the bar steps. After obtaining his DNA sample, experts determined that it didn't match the skin particles found under the victim's nails, ruling him out as a suspect. They visited Marvin several times, asking him various questions, and in April 2022, they finally decided to arrest him. Despite his continued claims of innocence, Marvin allegedly made a suspicious remark during his arrest. He told one of the officers, "At least I got to enjoy 20 years of my pension." Marvin, who was 74 years old at the time, was sent to jail awaiting trial. The judge had to place him under constant protection because other inmates quickly learned about his charges and the fact that he had worked as a prison guard. Without conclusive evidence, the prosecution relied on a process of elimination. DNA from someone in Marvin's family was found under the victim's nails, but none of his close relatives had the opportunity to commit the crime. As for distant relatives, a match with their DNA would be less evident, and experts could easily see the difference. They also pointed out that in 1988, Marvin frequently visited a church on the same street as the bar, owned a similar van, and matched the description given by a witness who saw a girl near his vehicle. The trial began in December 2022. Marvin's lawyer immediately focused on the lack of a complete DNA profile of the perpetrator, claiming that without it, his client's guilt couldn't be confirmed. The defense then called two experts. One was a forensic specialist who testified that, based on crime scene photos, she couldn't confirm that the killer was indeed left-handed. The other was a genetics expert who argued that a partial DNA match with one family doesn't rule out the possibility of it belonging to distant relatives, as any person can have hundreds or thousands of them. Marvin declined to testify in his defense, and by the end of December, the jury began their deliberations. It took them almost a week, and on December 27th, they reported being unable to reach a unanimous decision. Some jurors felt that without a complete DNA profile, they couldn't definitively convict Marvin, leading the judge to declare a mistrial. In early 2024, the prosecution announced plans for a retrial set to begin on September 30th, 2024. Until then, Marvin will remain in jail. Considering that he is 76 years old now and suffering from multiple health issues, there's a possibility he might not survive until the end of the new trial. If the court fails to convict him again, Marvin could be released, leaving Melissa's murder unresolved, and we may never learn the truth. Tanya van Cuylenborg was born on March 7, 1969, in Victoria, Canada. She had loving parents and an older brother she was very close to. From a young age, Tanya loved animals and even considered becoming a veterinarian someday. She also wanted to travel and explore the world. In high school, she went to Paris with her best friend, and that trip made her dream of traveling even stronger. Shortly before graduating high school, when she was 18, Tanya met a boy named Jay Cook. They went to the same school, but Jay was 2 years older. They met through a mutual friend after he had graduated, and soon they began dating. Even though Tanya wanted to be a veterinarian, she decided to take some time before going to college so she could travel. After finishing high school, she got a job at a cafe to save money for these plans, and she also worked as a dog walker. Jay also didn't go to college after high school. Instead, he helped his father with their small family business installing heating systems. In November 1987, Jay's father received an order, but the local suppliers didn't have one of the key parts in stock. The nearest place to buy it was Seattle, in Washington state. Jay's father decided it would be quicker and cheaper to get the part himself, rather than order it for delivery. However, he was swamped with work and knew he couldn't fit the trip into his schedule. So, he asked his son to go to Seattle instead of him, and Jay agreed. Jay wanted to help his father with the business, but he was also excited for another reason. He decided to invite Tanya, knowing she would likely enjoy the trip. At that time, they had been dating for about 6 months, but their relationship wasn't very serious. Jay hoped that the trip would change that and bring them closer. As he expected, Tanya agreed right away. They planned to leave Victoria in the morning, reach Seattle by evening, and return the next day. Jay's father gave him his van and money to book a hotel room for the night. However, Jay and Tanya decided to save that money and just sleep in the van. Jay's father also gave him a check for $700 to buy the part and a few $100s for other expenses. Despite Seattle being relatively close to Victoria, the couple had to take 2 ferries, first to get into the US and then to cross the bay near Seattle. On the morning of November 18th, the couple got into the van and headed to the first ferry, which would take them to Port Angeles. Their parents expected them to return home the next day in the afternoon, but Tanya and Jay never showed up. Their families began to worry almost immediately, knowing the ferry schedule and realizing that if the couple had taken the ferry, they should have been home by now. However, the parents considered the possibility that Tanya and Jay might have simply decided to explore and enjoy the beautiful sights along the way, causing them to miss the ferry in Port Angeles. As time passed and there was still no sign of them, Tanya's parents called Jay's parents. By the afternoon, they were seriously concerned that something bad had happened. Despite their worries, the family held on to hope that the couple had just decided to extend their trip and continued to wait. Jay and Tanya did not return home by the end of the day, and the next morning their parents went to the police station to file a missing persons report. However, the local police decided there wasn't enough reason to conduct a full search. Tanya was 18 and Jay was 20. There was no direct evidence that they had been harmed or were victims of a crime, so the police assumed the couple had just gone off on an adventure and told their parents to wait a few days. Naturally, they weren't satisfied with this response, but the officers refused to start the search. By that time, Tanya and Jay's parents were completely certain that they wouldn't have just decided to extend their trip for several days. Jay was supposed to do an important job for his father's business, and he had never been so irresponsible before. And if they had indeed decided to extend their trip, they would have at least called their families from a payphone, which were plentiful along their route. Eventually, Tanya's father decided to start the search on his own. First, he and Jay's parents found out that their children never picked up the part in Seattle. The supplier said he had waited for them for several hours, but no one showed up. Next, Tanya's father drove along the route to Seattle, but this didn't yield any results. He found no trace of Tanya, Jay, or their van. Undeterred, he contacted a private company and rented a helicopter with a pilot to survey the area along their route from the air. However, this also led to nothing. Most of the area was covered with dense forests, making it difficult to spot anything. After that, Tanya's father made flyers with information about their disappearance and went to Seattle to post them on the streets. This went on for several days. The families of the missing couple did everything they could to find them, and the local police department finally started taking the case seriously. However, they still believed that Tanya and Jay were just spending time together somewhere and would eventually come home. As a result, they only contacted their colleagues in Seattle, providing a description of the van and information about Tanya and Jay, asking to notify them if anyone spotted them. On November 24th, 5 days after the disappearance, a man went for a walk in the woods near a small town about 90 miles north of Seattle. While walking along the road near an embankment leading into the forest, he noticed something unusual under a tree below. When he took a closer look, he realized it was a human body and immediately called the police. Officers arrived at the scene and discovered the body of a young woman. Her clothes were partially missing, hands were tied, and there was a gunshot wound on her head. Investigators quickly determined that the victim had been killed elsewhere, as there was almost no blood near the body. There was no ID on the victim, so the police checked the list of missing women in the area. They quickly concluded that the victim matched the description of Tanya van Kuylenborg and contacted her father. He went to the morgue and confirmed that the deceased was indeed his daughter. Detectives began their investigation, trying to establish all the details of what had happened. They learned that Tanya had been traveling with Jay, whose whereabouts were still unknown. Jay's van was also missing, leading investigators to consider his possible involvement. Jay's family refused to believe he could have done something like this. They insisted that he had never shown signs of aggression and that he loved Tanya. He also did not own a firearm and would not have been able to purchase one easily. While the police were trying to locate him, they got another call. A bartender from a town called Bellingham, about 18 miles from where the body was found, went outside and saw a wallet and keys on the ground. When he opened the wallet, he found an ID with the name Tanya van Kuylenborg. At first, he didn't call the police. Instead, he took everything back to the bar, thinking the owner might return for them. But after seeing a news report about Tanya's murder on TV, he immediately called 911. Detectives searched the area around the bar and found several plastic zip ties, identical to those used to bind Tanya's hands, under the back porch. They also discovered rubber gloves and a half-empty box of bullets. But that wasn't all. One of the officers noticed a van parked nearby, and the police quickly determined that it was the same vehicle Tanya and Jay had traveled in. Inside the van, there was utter chaos. Everything was scattered and broken, but investigators managed to find several important clues. There were numerous receipts that could help reconstruct Tanya and Jay's route, as well as a ferry ticket. This indicated that the couple had indeed made it to Seattle, and something horrible happened to them there. Detectives also noticed that Tanya's camera, which she had taken on the trip, was missing from the van. Since it wasn't found near her body either, they speculated that the killer might have taken it. The interior of the van was covered in blood. Forensic experts collected these samples and sent them to the lab, hoping that this evidence would bring them closer to solving the case. At that time, DNA analysis was just starting to be used in criminology, but it had already helped solve several cases. The lab in Seattle conducted the analysis and found 3 blood samples: Tanya's, Jay's, and an unknown man's. Since the FBI's DNA database did not exist yet, it was impossible to identify the third person without a direct comparison. Nevertheless, detectives realized that Jay was likely not involved in the murder and stopped considering him as the main suspect. They now faced other questions. Was he still alive? And where was he? Unfortunately, it didn't take long to find the answer. On November 26, a group of friends went hunting just a few dozen miles from Seattle. While walking near a bridge over a small river, they saw a human body in the bushes and reported it to the police. Investigators quickly identified the deceased as Jay Cook. His body showed numerous bruises, and the cause of death appeared to be strangulation. Given the brutality of this crime, detectives even considered that the perpetrator might have known Jay and had some personal motives. They also theorized that Jay had been killed first, since his body was found closer to Seattle. The perpetrator then drove Tanya in the van almost to the Canadian border, killed her, and left her body in a wooded area. Medical experts also found traces of semen on her body, and DNA analysis revealed that it belonged to the same man whose blood was found in the van. However, his identity remained unknown. At the same time, investigators were trying to reconstruct the couple's route, and the receipts found in the van helped them establish an approximate timeline. After Tanya and Jay took the ferry from Victoria to Port Angeles, they stopped at a store to buy some food. Then they headed towards Seattle, but Jay apparently missed the turn for the shortest route. This was supported by a receipt from a store in the small town of Hoodsport and the testimony of the store clerk, who saw a young couple matching their description and remembered they asked for directions to the ferry crossing. The clerk also shared an interesting observation. She thought that a man in a brown raincoat was following the couple. He entered the store shortly after them and left right after they did, but she didn't see where the man went next. The next receipt showed detectives that Tanya and Jay had visited a store in the small town of Allen. After that, they reached the ferry near Seattle and bought a ticket. Several witnesses saw them near this location, but detectives couldn't track their movements beyond that point. Investigators began checking various individuals in Seattle who had previous convictions for violent crimes, trying to find suspects, but these efforts yielded no results. Despite having the killer's DNA, the police had no idea how to identify the perpetrator. They suspected this person had committed serious crimes before, as it was hard to believe an amateur could pull off such an elaborate crime. It seemed likely he had followed the couple for a while and managed to abduct them once they reached Seattle. Investigators thought he might have gained their trust by asking for a ride, and at some point used a gun to force them to comply with his demands. They also thought that the killer had deliberately left Tanya's belongings and the rubber gloves in a visible place to taunt the police. Perhaps the killer was trying to say that it was useless to search for his fingerprints since he wore gloves and they wouldn't be able to catch him. It's worth mentioning that forensic experts found several fingerprints on the van that did not belong to Tanya or Jay. However, the police doubted they belonged to the killer, given that he likely wore gloves. These prints were not in any databases, so they did not bring investigators any closer to catching the perpetrator. For the next few weeks, detectives continued to search for new leads or witnesses and checked various suspects, but none of these efforts yielded results. This continued until December, about a month after the murders, when something unexpected happened. Tanya and Jay's family started receiving letters and postcards from someone claiming to be the killer. In these messages, the sender confessed to the crimes, mocked the victims' families, and said the police would never catch him. Investigators tried to trace the sender, but this was extremely difficult in those days. All they could determine was which cities the letters were sent from, but this information did not help identify the perpetrator. The letters continued to arrive on a regular basis, often during holidays, which investigators believed was the sender's way of causing the families even more pain. Police also found that the letters were sent from different cities and states, indicating that the sender traveled around the country. However, they weren't entirely sure that the sender was the killer. In high-profile cases, it's not uncommon for people to torment the victims' families with fake letters claiming to be from the perpetrator. Unfortunately, fake letters from supposed perpetrators are a common thing. Since then, there was no significant progress in the case for many years. Detectives continued to investigate potential suspects and did not rule out the involvement of a serial killer. This theory was supported by the fact that 2 other couples had been abducted in the same part of the state in recent years, although the police found the connection between these cases tenuous. In the following years, investigators caught several serial killers operating in the area, but none were linked to the murders of Tanya and Jay. In 2003, the case was reopened, and detectives entered the perpetrator's DNA sample into the FBI database, but no matches were found. Despite this, they continued to believe that the perpetrator must have had a lengthy criminal history, but either had not been caught by the police or had been arrested before DNA sampling became mandatory. In 2010, something else happened. This case was featured on a popular national TV program, resulting in numerous fresh tips. One caller suggested that he might know the identity of the person who sent the letters to the victims' families. This lead pointed to a 78-year-old man from Seattle, and the police began investigating him. It turned out that this man had traveled extensively around the country during those years, and the location of his trips matched the cities from which the letters were sent. Detectives concluded that he was indeed the author of these letters, but had no connection to the actual murders. This individual clearly suffered from severe mental health issues, and his DNA did not match the blood and semen samples from the crime scenes. This confirmed that the letters were written not by the real perpetrator, but by a completely unrelated person. The case remained cold for several more years. In 2018, detectives learned about Parabon, a company offering to create composite sketches of individuals based on their DNA samples. Given the lack of any other leads, investigators decided to try this method. Parabon experts created estimated sketches of the killer at different ages, and the police distributed these images to the media, hoping someone might recognize the man. However, it led nowhere. Despite this, the investigators refused to give up and decided to try another method, genetic genealogy. Parabon experts uploaded the killer's DNA sample to public databases and began searching for any distant relatives of the perpetrator. Soon, they identified a possible second cousin of the killer and started tracing her family tree. They were searching for a man who lived in Seattle or its vicinity in 1987 and matched all the criteria, including age. With the help of his cousin, they eventually identified their suspect, a 55-year-old man named William Talbot. He lived in a Seattle suburb and worked as a truck driver. Before they could arrest him, police needed to confirm that the killer's DNA matched his. They surveilled William for a couple of days and eventually retrieved a coffee cup he had discarded. The saliva sample from the cup provided a DNA profile that was a perfect match. In mid-May 2018, 30 years after the murders, investigators finally arrested William. He denied any involvement, and the case went to court. The trial began in 2019, and the defense attorneys tried to challenge the primary evidence, the DNA. They argued that the semen on Tanya's body could have resulted from consensual intercourse. They also pointed out that the prosecution had no other evidence directly linking William to Jay's murder. However, the prosecutor had a strong counterargument. As we remember, back in 1987, experts found fingerprints on the van that did not match Tanya or Jay, nor did they match anyone in the database at the time. Now, experts compared these fingerprints to William's, and they were a match. Another crucial piece of evidence came from William's friend. He testified that he saw a brown van outside William's house in 1987, which clearly didn't belong to him. This suggested that William might have driven the van to his house, although it was unclear whether this was before or after the murders. William also lived only a few miles from where Jay's body was found, indicating he was familiar with the area. None of William's relatives attended the trial, but they did share quite a bit with the investigators. They described William as always being very aggressive, and other family members were genuinely afraid of him. Because of this, most had cut off contact with him after he had moved out. When they learned about the charges against him, none were surprised that William could have committed such crimes. The prosecution's theory was that William had asked Tanya and Jay for a ride to Seattle under some pretext. Once they arrived in the city at night, he used a gun to force them to drive to a remote area. He then killed them at different locations, discarded Tanya's belongings and the van in another town, and remained off the police radar for the next 30 years. Without a confession, it was impossible to establish more details, but with such substantial evidence, no one doubted William's guilt. The trial ended in June 2019, and William was found guilty of the double murder. He received 2 life sentences without the possibility of parole. Notably, this was the first case where genetic genealogy led to a conviction. However, an unexpected problem arose after the trial. William's lawyers appealed the conviction, arguing that the jury had been biased against the defendant, which they claimed violated his constitutional rights and made the jurors unfit to serve. This led to a judge overturning the conviction in 2021, granting William the right to a retrial. However, in 2022, a higher court reversed this decision, upholding the original conviction. As for William's potential involvement in other crimes, there is still no clarity. He had previous convictions for minor and medium offenses, but had never been charged with murder. Investigators still believe William may be linked to other unsolved cases, because the murder of Tanya and Jay did not seem like the work of an amateur. The way he executed the crime and evaded justice for decades indicated he might have killed before, but we may never learn the truth. Share your thoughts on this story in the comments section, and don't forget to press the like button if you enjoyed my video. Thank you for watching.
What is up, everybody? We are here at Medieval Times, and we are so excited to tell you about our new show.
We've got new stunts.
A woman attended a Christmas party with her daughter, but in the midst of the celebration, the girl mysteriously disappeared without a trace. Despite an extensive search by hundreds of volunteers, police, and even the FBI, no sign of her was found. As the investigation unfolded, detectives uncovered troubling clues that painted a dark and complex picture. In the end, they did uncover a shocking truth, but it was far from what anyone had anticipated. Melissa Brannon was born on April 12, 1984 in Texas. Not long after, her parents divorced, and her mom decided to move to a small town called Lorton, Virginia. It was a quiet, peaceful place, popular among families with kids. Melissa's mom, Tammy, got a job as an accountant at a local company and rented an apartment in a residential complex on the outskirts of town. The complex was made up of small apartment buildings, and one of the best things about it was all the regular events and activities organized for the residents and their kids. These events happened every Friday and on holidays, giving everyone a chance to get to know each other, creating a close-knit, friendly community. Melissa liked the place. She was 5 years old when they moved, and she spent most of her time playing outside with the other kids. She also loved taking part in the events because there were always plenty of fun and delicious food. On December 3rd, the complex held a Christmas event in a separate building with several halls. About 200 residents attended, enjoying dinner in small groups while their kids ran around having fun. Around 10 p.m., Tammy decided it was time to go home. She called for Melissa and asked her to grab their jackets while she said goodbye to some friends. Melissa also asked if she could take some chips home, and her mom agreed. A few minutes later, when Tammy had finished her goodbyes, she noticed Melissa still hadn't returned. She began checking every hall and even peeked into the hallway, but there was no sign of her daughter. Worried, she started asking the other guests if they'd seen Melissa, but no one had. With each passing minute, Tammy's concern grew, and soon word spread among the neighbors that Melissa had gone missing. Many people began helping Tammy search. They looked through the building, checked outside, but Melissa was nowhere to be found. Finally, Tammy decided to call the police, and within minutes, officers arrived at the complex. They immediately joined the search, combing through the entire area. By that time, even more neighbors had heard about Melissa's disappearance, and over 300 volunteers were now helping look for her. The police initially thought that Melissa might have wandered outside and gotten lost, but as the search went on, this theory seemed less and less likely. It was cold and dark outside, making it unlikely that a young girl could have gone far. Plus, Melissa was familiar with the complex, even at her age, so the officers doubted she would have wandered off in a completely different direction. What made the situation even more difficult was the fact that there was a large forest right behind the complex, so it was possible that Melissa had somehow ended up there and gotten lost. The search of the building where the Christmas event was held didn't yield many results. Melissa's jacket was missing, but there were no other clues to explain her disappearance. The only thing that stood out to the police was an open window in the boiler room. They considered the possibility that she might have climbed out through it, but even that didn't seem very likely. After failing to find Melissa, the police began interviewing everyone who had attended the event. None of the neighbors recalled seeing her leave the building or anyone taking her outside. Melissa's mom didn't notice anything strange that evening either. The officers also asked if she'd had any issues with anyone in the complex or noticed anything odd, but Tammy assured them that she got along well with everyone, and there had never been any signs of trouble. The police considered the possibility that Melissa's father could have taken her, as this is a common scenario in such cases, but they were able to confirm that he was in Texas and couldn't have been in another state at the time. With no other leads, the police decided to expand their search. some officers headed into the forest behind the complex, while others continued checking the remaining buildings. Even though it was late into the night, hundreds of residents stayed out to help the police search for the missing girl. Unfortunately, the search led to nothing. There were no signs of Melissa in the forest or any of the numerous buildings in the complex. At that point, the police sent the volunteers home and decided to go door to door, speaking to every resident. Around 400 people lived there, and that night, officers talked to each one of them. No one had any idea where Melissa could have gone, so investigators asked them to think back on anything strange or suspicious that had happened around the complex, even if it didn't seem related to her disappearance. That's when they got their first interesting lead. Several women mentioned that Caleb Hughes, one of the complex's maintenance workers, had been acting inappropriately that night. He tried to flirt with them and made some very lewd comments, even though most of them were with their husbands. Hughes, who was 23 at the time, had also raised red flags with parents. Many of them noticed that he seemed to be paying an unusual amount of attention to their children during the evening. Hearing all these complaints, the police went back to Tammy and asked if she had noticed anything odd about Hughes. Tammy recalled that during the event, he had approached her several times to strike up a conversation about her daughter. At one point, he even offered to take Melissa to the restroom so Tammy wouldn't have to leave the party. All of this seemed suspicious to the investigators, so they decided to talk to Hughes. However, he was nowhere to be found, so the officers headed to his home. Hughes lived just a few miles from the complex, but when the police knocked on his door, he wasn't there either. Instead, his wife answered and told them that he hadn't come home that evening. The police left, but returned a few hours later. By then, Hughes was back and said he had arrived home around 12:30 a.m. The officers quickly realized that Hughes had left the complex about 2.5 hours before returning home, which was odd since his commute should only have taken about 10 minutes. Hughes claimed that he had taken a longer route to stop at a store for a pack of beer, but the police were skeptical of his story. First, a quick stop still wouldn't account for nearly 3 hours. And second, there was a state law prohibiting alcohol sales after midnight. On top of that, Hughes couldn't provide a receipt for his purchase. The situation looked pretty suspicious, so the police asked Hughes to hand over the clothes he had worn to work that day. This is when things got even stranger. Hughes said that he had thrown his clothes into the washing machine as soon as he got home. Despite this, the officers convinced him to give them the clothing. To their surprise, they found that he had also washed his shoes, but that wasn't all. Parts of the soles had been cut off, and along with the clothes, there was a large knife sheath and a leather belt in the washing machine. The police asked where the knife was, but Hughes claimed he couldn't remember. With all of this suspicious behavior, the investigators began to seriously suspect Hughes' involvement in Melissa's disappearance. They took his clothes and brought them to the lab. When forensic experts applied luminol to his shoes, the chemical revealed traces of blood on them. But because he had already washed it, there wasn't enough left for a proper DNA sample, making it impossible to analyze. Detectives returned to Hughes' home and brought him in for questioning. During the long hours of interrogation, Hughes stuck to his story despite all the inconsistencies and suspicious evidence. He also claimed that he had no idea who Melissa was, what she looked like, or what had happened to her. The police knew he was lying since multiple witnesses, including Tammy, had seen him playing with Melissa and other children that evening. But when the detectives confronted him with that and said, "We know you're lying," Hughes calmly responded, "Prove it." Despite the detectives' suspicions, they didn't have enough solid evidence to arrest him, so Hughes was released. The next day, investigators ramped up the search operation, hoping to find either Melissa or more clues. That morning, they also decided to speak with Hughes' wife without him present, and she shared an interesting observation.
Have you ever seen the magic glasses that can see clearly without glasses? This glasses can not only see far away, but also see near. This smart zoom glasses from Japan are really great.
Apparently, their relationship had been troubled, and she didn't trust him. Before Hughes left for the Christmas event, she checked the mileage on his car and remembered the reading. After he returned, she checked it again and noticed that he had driven 12 miles. This information was crucial for the police for two reasons. First, it didn't align with his story about a trip to the store that supposedly took 2.5 hours. Second, they could now estimate the general area where Hughes might have taken Melissa. By subtracting the distance from his home to the complex, they could map out a search area based on the remaining mileage. This led them to an area covering roughly 25 square miles. To cover such a large space, the police enlisted the help of the military, called in helicopters and planes, and even brought in divers to search local bodies of water. Around 400 volunteers also joined the search. Melissa's father, who had flown in from Texas immediately after her disappearance, also took part. The police printed thousands of flyers with information about Melissa's disappearance, hoping to reach as many people as possible. It's worth noting that just 5 months before Melissa went missing, another young girl had disappeared from the same town. Her body was later found, but the police hadn't been able to identify the killer. While the large-scale search was underway, a team of forensic experts were sent to the complex. As we remember, the only potential lead the police had initially found was the open window in the boiler room. The experts examined the area and discovered something interesting. Just outside the window, there was a faint adult-sized boot print, and similar prints led all the way to the parking lot. There were no children's footprints, suggesting that the abductor had likely carried Melissa and placed her in a vehicle. The police had already searched Hughes' car, but hadn't found anything useful. At this point, the FBI got involved. They still didn't have enough evidence to arrest Hughes, so they placed him under 24-hour surveillance. A judge also ordered him to provide a DNA sample in case any new evidence surfaced. As investigators dug into Hughes' background, they uncovered a troubling history. He had multiple arrests dating back to his teenage years. He also had a history of alcohol and substance abuse and had been suspected several times of inappropriate behavior towards minors. Further investigation revealed that a few years before the incident, Hughes had received a suspended sentence for stealing a car in a neighboring county. When the detectives looked deeper, they found that he had violated his probation, leading the judge to convert his suspended sentence into actual jail time. This gave the investigators a way to put Hughes behind bars, even if it was for a lesser crime. In the following weeks, the search for Melissa continued, but it was fruitless. The terrain made things even more difficult. Most of the area was covered in dense forests with a large river running through it. Then, about 2 months after Melissa's disappearance, something unexpected happened. An unidentified man called Tammy, claiming he had Melissa, and demanded a ransom of $75,000. Tammy immediately informed the police, and the FBI agents advised her to gather the money and meet the caller. They quickly set everything up, placing dozens of agents around the area, and began waiting for the supposed kidnapper to show up. Before long, 2 men approached Tammy, and the FBI agents swiftly arrested them. It turned out these men had no connection to Melissa's disappearance. They were just 2 local university students who had seen the news about the missing girl and thought they could make some easy money. Instead, they earned themselves prison sentences. One was sentenced to 7.5 years, and the other received nearly 4 years behind bars. Once again, the investigators found themselves at a dead end. They had a prime suspect, but no solid evidence and no sign of Melissa. In a move to break the case, the detectives decided to re-examine Hughes' car more thoroughly using advanced forensic tools from the FBI. But there was a catch. The car belonged to his wife, so they needed her permission. Fortunately, she immediately agreed, and the forensic team began their work. First, they applied luminol, which revealed traces of blood on the driver's seat mat, pedals, steering wheel, and windshield. This deepened their suspicions of Hughes, but once again, they were unable to extract a usable DNA sample from the blood. Next, the experts decided to search the car for hair, fibers, and other potential clues. But they faced another significant challenge. The car was a mess. The interior was covered in dirt, trash, and dog hair, making it difficult to identify useful evidence amidst the chaos. One of the experts came up with a plan to collect evidence manually using tape. He meticulously went over all the surfaces in the car, then sent the collected materials to the FBI's forensic lab. At first, they found mostly dog hair, which was irrelevant since Hughes and his wife owned 2 large dogs. But then, the forensic experts noticed a different type of hair, dyed black rabbit fur. He soon learned this was the same material used in the coat belonging to Melissa's mother, Tammy. To confirm the match, the experts requested Tammy's coat and verified that the rabbit fur was identical. Investigators theorized that the fur could have transferred to Melissa's clothing when she went to retrieve their coats, or in other situations, as Tammy frequently wore the coat during winter, and Melissa was always near her mother. In addition to the fur, the experts found a single light-colored hair that matched strands from Melissa's hairbrush. But the most significant clue was still to come. Numerous small red and blue fibers were found on the car's passenger seat. Since Melissa had been wearing a red and blue sweater and skirt on the night she disappeared, investigators needed to track down those exact clothing items to confirm the connection. They spoke with Melissa's grandmother, who had bought the outfit for her, but she couldn't recall the specific store. The police scoured local shops in an attempt to find matching clothes, but came up empty-handed. The forensic expert kept pondering how to prove the fiber's similarity to Melissa's outfit. One evening, while discussing this dilemma with his wife, she asked him to describe the clothing. After hearing his description, she suggested that the items might have been sold at JCPenney, a major retail chain where she often shopped for their children. She even had a collection of JCPenney's catalogs from over the years. She decided to help and began searching through those catalogs, looking for similar clothing. A while later, as she flipped through a Christmas catalog from the previous year, she found what they were looking for. On page 11 was an outfit identical to the one Melissa had been wearing when she disappeared. The breakthrough allowed the investigators to establish a stronger link between Hugh's car and Melissa, as the fiber's colors matched the clothes in the catalog. The FBI immediately contacted the company, but they faced another setback. The outfit in question had completely sold out. However, the company offered a potential solution. Since the outfit was sold exclusively through catalogs and only 7,000 sets had been produced, they suggested providing the investigators with a list of all the buyers so the police could track down one of the outfits. The investigators began combing through the list, a task that took quite some time. Eventually, they caught a break. They found a man in Kentucky who had purchased the outfit for his granddaughter but had gotten the size wrong. As a result, the clothes had remained untouched in their original packaging for an entire year. For the investigators, this was the perfect option. The man agreed to send the outfit to the FBI, and the forensic team got to work. This particular model had a unique feature. The manufacturer had created a custom shade of dark blue, coded 887, which was patented and hadn't been used in any other clothing line. After comparing the fibers from this outfit, the experts concluded that they were an exact match to the fibers found in Hugh's car. This provided compelling evidence that one of the 7,000 children who had been bought this outfit had been in his vehicle. Although it didn't definitely prove that Hughes had abducted Melissa, the odds of another child wearing this rare outfit being in his car were astronomically low. As a final step, the expert conducted an additional test. He collected over 100 similar colored fibers from various types of clothing and performed 7,983 tests to compare them with the fibers from Hugh's car. The results showed minimal differences across all the fibers, except for two types. The set from the store and the fibers from Hugh's passenger seat were 100% match. This eliminated any doubt that someone else wearing similar clothes could have been in Hugh's car. It had to be the exact outfit that Melissa was wearing. Despite this, the detectives still faced a difficult situation. They knew that the fiber evidence, while strong, was circumstantial, even combined with the blood on Hugh's boots, in his car, and other clues they had gathered. But with nothing else to go on, they decided to formally charge Hughes with Melissa's abduction. The prosecution argued that Melissa was likely dead based on the blood evidence. The fibers from her clothing found on the passenger seat of Hugh's car suggested that he might have forced her to remove her jacket, pointing to a possible motive. According to their theory, Hughes approached Melissa when she went to get the jackets at her mother's request. He then lured her into the boiler room under some pretext, carried her out through the window, and took her to his vehicle. After taking Melissa to an unknown location and presumably killing her, likely with a knife, Hughes disposed of the weapon and hid the body. This would explain his prolonged absence. Following the crime, Hughes attempted to clean the blood from his car and clothing, even going so far as to cut parts of his shoe soles that had been heavily stained. In a final effort, the police decided to conduct a polygraph test, hoping that, combined with all the other evidence, Hughes might finally confess. The state law required either the discovery of the victim's body or the identification of the exact location of the murder to file a murder charge. Since the penalty for kidnapping was significantly less severe, the investigators hoped that Hughes might confess. The polygraph results showed that Hughes provided deceptive answers to almost all key questions, but he still maintained his innocence. With no other options, the detectives had no choice but to proceed with charges of kidnapping. The trial began over 2 years after Melissa disappeared, and Hughes maintained his innocence. His defense attorney tried to challenge the circumstantial evidence, but the prosecution's argument had a much stronger impact on the jury. After 8 hours of deliberation, they found Hughes guilty, and he was sentenced to the maximum penalty, 50 years in prison. Since then, Hughes has remained behind bars, continuing to deny any involvement in Melissa's disappearance. The police made several more attempts to find her body, but none were successful. 4 years after the trial, an energy company worker discovered red fabric fragments in a lake within the search area. Divers were sent to investigate, but they also failed to locate Melissa. 8 years after her disappearance, her mother remarried and raised 4 stepchildren with her new husband. Although she took his surname, she continued to use her previous one everywhere, in case Melissa was still alive and trying to find her. As for Hughes, his story didn't end there. On August 2nd, 2019, he was released early for good behavior, having served just over half of his sentence. At the time of his release, he was 53 years old and has been free for several years now. Melissa is still listed as missing since her murder was never proven. However, very few people believe she could still be alive after all these years. Christine Jessup was born on November 29, 1974, in the small Canadian town of Queensville. It was a quiet and peaceful place, located not far from a picturesque lake. With a population of only about 600 people, Queensville was considered very safe, and many residents knew each other well. Christine lived there with her parents and brother, who was 5 years older than her. She loved spending time outside with friends, riding her bike, and playing baseball. Christine also had a great love for animals. Once, a bat flew into her room, and unlike her family, she wasn't scared at all. Instead, she said she wanted to keep it as a pet. On October 3, 1984, when Christine was 9 years old, she woke up early as usual and started getting ready for school. Her brother had a toothache, so their mother planned to take him to the dentist in Toronto. This meant that after school, Christine would be home alone until they returned. Despite her age, Christine had stayed home unsupervised many times before. Her parents weren't too worried, as she was very independent and could take care of herself. Before leaving school that day, Christine agreed to meet her best friend after they both got home. She then took the school bus, which dropped her off just a few hundred yards from her house. A few minutes later, Christine's friend arrived at the park where they had planned to meet and began waiting for her. But as time passed, there was still no sign of Christine. Her friend waited a bit longer, then decided to go home. She tried calling Christine, but no one answered. Meanwhile, Christine's mom and brother returned home. The mom quickly realized that her daughter wasn't there, even though it was clear she had come home after school. Her backpack was in her room, and the mail from the mailbox was in the hallway. She also noticed a few strange things. Christine's bike was laying outside, and its kickstand was damaged. Christine loved that bike and always took good care of it, so it was surprising that she would just leave it outside like that. Christine's jacket was also hanging on a high hook in the hallway, a place she clearly couldn't reach on her own. But despite all of this, her mom wasn't initially worried. She thought Christine had just gone out to play, like she had many times before, and decided to wait for her to come back. About an hour later, as it started to get dark outside, her mom began to worry. Even though Christine was independent, she always let her parents know where she was going. Her mom started calling the parents of all of Christine's friends, hoping she was with one of them. But each time, she was told that no one had seen Christine since school. When her mom called Christine's best friend, the girl said they had planned to meet in the park, but Christine never showed up. Realizing that none of her friends had seen Christine, the mother and her son headed out to search the streets. Given the small size of their town, they quickly checked all the places Christine liked to spend time, but she was nowhere to be found. By around 7 p.m., with no sign of her and still no word, the mother decided it was time to call the police. For the local police department, cases like this weren't all that uncommon. Usually, they involved kids who either lost track of time while playing or ran off after a fight with their parents. In most of these situations, the kids were found quickly, without the need for a full investigation. This time, the police organized a search and asked locals for help. Dozens quickly responded and went out to look for Christine. The police also found out that Christine had visited a small store located between her house and the park where she was supposed to meet her friend. She bought some gum, but where she went after that remained a mystery. There were no surveillance cameras back then, so the officers couldn't piece together an exact timeline. They believed she had gone to the store just minutes after getting home from school. The search continued through the night, but they were unable to find Christine. The next day, even more people joined the search efforts, and the police began receiving various tips. However, none of them proved useful. Most reports were of people seeing some girl on the street or in a passing car, but no one was sure it was Christine, and they also couldn't provide any additional details. In the following days, the police began to suspect they were dealing with an abduction. There was little chance Chelsea could go unnoticed when every resident in their small town knew about her disappearance. Her mother was also certain that Christine would never run away from home. Despite this, the police still couldn't locate Christine. They searched her house, but due to their lack of experience, they did it quite unprofessionally. They looked through some of her belongings without dusting for fingerprints. Plus, they allowed neighbors and family friends to visit the house before conducting a proper examination, potentially compromising any evidence. It's worth noting that at the time of Christine's disappearance, her father was in jail. Just a few weeks earlier, he had received a small sentence for a minor fraud, and on the day Christine went missing, her mother and brother had visited him after the dentist appointment. When it became clear that Christine was likely abducted, her father was released from jail to be with his family, and he immediately joined the search for his daughter. The search continued for several weeks, but they were unable to find Christine or any clues that could shed light on her disappearance. The search area expanded to cover the fields and forests surrounding the town, but still, nothing turned up. This went on for 3 months, until December 31st. While everyone else was getting ready to celebrate the new year, Christine's family had no reason to celebrate. They still held on to hope that she was alive, but that hope was fading. On that day, a man from the town of Sunderland, 35 miles from Queensville, went out to look for his runaway dog. Walking through the wooded area behind his house, he noticed what looked like a small pile of trash and went closer. To his horror, he discovered a human body and immediately returned home to call the police. When officers arrived at the scene, they quickly identified the deceased, even though the body was in an advanced state of decomposition. Lying next to it was a recorder with a piece of paper labeled Christine Jessup. The recorder had been given to Christine at school on the day she disappeared. Officers immediately suspected foul play. Part of her clothing, including her pants and underwear, was found next to the body, while her other clothes were still on her. The body was sent to medical examiners, and the Queensville police reclassified the case as a homicide. Christine had multiple stab wounds, which were determined to be the cause of death, along with numerous abrasions. Experts concluded that she had been assaulted and found foreign biological material on her underwear. However, since DNA analysis wasn't available at the time, this evidence couldn't be used to identify the perpetrator. Investigators believe that Christine was killed elsewhere and then transported to the location where her body was found. They considered it odd that the killer drove 35 miles to leave her body near another town, especially with so many fields and forests around Queensville. Detectives theorized that the killer might have had some connection to Sunderland and chose that spot because he was familiar with it. They were also nearly certain that the perpetrator lived in Queensville and knew Christine, as all signs suggested she might have willingly gone with him or gotten into his car. Investigators repeatedly asked Christine's parents if they had any suspects in mind, but her mother always said she couldn't think of anyone in particular. The police interviewed nearly every resident of the town, investigated several individuals with criminal histories, and followed up on various tips, but they couldn't connect any of them to the crime. This continued until February 14th, when detectives returned to speak with Christine's mother again. They asked her once more if she could think of anyone who seemed suspicious, and this time she remembered something odd. The Morins family lived next door and were well respected in the town. The head of the family owned a small business and was known for being able to fix almost anything. The residents of Queensville often sought his help, and he was well regarded. He had 6 adult children who helped run the business. One of them, 25-year-old Guy Paul Morin, lived with his parents, and Christine's mother remembered a few strange things about him. Guy Paul hadn't participated in the search for Christine, even though almost the entire town had joined the efforts for weeks. And after Christine's body was found, he didn't attend her funeral, despite being the family's closest neighbor. She added that Guy Paul was quiet and reserved. He had a few friends and a girlfriend, but unlike the rest of his family, he kept to himself. He was also passionate about playing the clarinet. This detail caught the detectives' attention, as Christine had a recorder with her at the time of the abduction. They speculated that Guy Paul might have used music to engage Christine in conversation and lure her away. Moreover, Christine would have known him, as he had lived just a few yards from their home all her life. Detectives went to speak with him and asked how well he knew Christine. Guy Paul said they had hardly ever spoken, except for one time when her dog ran away, and he helped her catch it. When asked where he was on the day Christine disappeared, Guy Paul said he was at work, 30 miles away, until about 3:30 p.m. He then drove to the store, stopped at a gas station, and got home around 5 p.m. Finally, the detective asked what he thought about Christine. He replied that she was a typical sweet child, but then added an odd remark: "But sometimes they grow up to be corrupt." This struck the police as very suspicious, so they began verifying his alibi. Detectives checked his work schedule and found that he finished his shift at exactly 3:32 p.m. That meant even if he had driven straight to Christine's house, he wouldn't have arrived before her mother got home. Further checks confirmed that he had indeed stopped at a grocery store and a gas station, which took about half an hour. His family also confirmed that he arrived home around 5 p.m. and went to bed shortly after because he was tired from work. Based on all this, it simply seemed he didn't have enough time to abduct Christine. However, investigators considered that his family might have been mistaken about when he got home, or even covering for him. Detectives asked to search his car and found several fabric fibers in the trunk, which were sent to the lab. Experts soon came to the conclusion that these fibers matched the sweater Christine was wearing the day she disappeared. Several hairs found on Christine's body were also believed to belong to Morin. However, in those days, experts could only visually compare hair samples and suggest similarities or obvious differences, like color. Finally, the police consulted an FBI profiler who created a rough profile of the killer based on all available information. The profiler suggested that the suspect was a male from Queensville, aged 19 to 26, with a criminal record for crimes like arson or voyeurism. The profiler provided other characteristics, but detectives focused only on those that matched Morin. He had no criminal record or a bad reputation, so he fit less than half of the profile's criteria. But the police were already convinced Morin was the killer, and on April 22nd, they decided to arrest him. He denied any involvement in the crime and was placed in jail awaiting trial. Christine's parents were shocked to learn that their closest neighbor could commit such a crime. However, the detective's main problem was Christine's mother's statement about the exact time she returned home, 4:10 p.m. She was confident about this because she checked the clock as soon as she entered the kitchen. According to the investigators' calculations, Morin couldn't have reached their house from his workplace before 4:10 p.m. and would have needed at least another 15 to 20 minutes. So, they kept asking the woman if she was sure about the time or if she might be mistaken. They insisted that Paul was the killer, and only her testimony about the time prevented them from holding Morin accountable. Eventually, the woman assumed that she might have arrived a little later, and that was enough for the police. During the trial, the prosecution attempted to portray Morin as a strange loner whose behavior raised concerns among the other town residents. They also insisted that he had enough time to abduct Christine, as her mother arrived home later than she initially stated. Regarding Guy Paul's family members who confirmed his alibi, a psychologist brought in by the prosecution claimed they all showed signs of covering for him. A key moment at the trial was the testimony of an undercover officer who had been placed in Morin's cell while he awaited trial. According to the officer, Morin mentioned specific details about the crime, such as the cause of death. However, this information had been reported in the newspapers, so Morin wasn't revealing anything new. He also said to his cellmate that his favorite movie was The Shining and responded to some of his questions with quotes from the film. Although Morin maintained his innocence, the undercover officer's testimony had a significant impact on the trial. Combined with the prosecution's efforts to portray him as a strange and dangerous individual, it further solidified the negative image of Guy Paul in the eyes of the jury. But despite all of this, the prosecution's evidence was deemed questionable, and ultimately, the jury did not find it sufficient for a conviction. Morin was found not guilty and released from the courtroom. The prosecution immediately announced plans to appeal, insisting that they still believed in Morin's guilt. Christine's family was once again devastated. They faced the reality of living just yards away from the man they believed was responsible for their daughter's murder. Her father added that they had been living in hell since her death, and now that hell would go on. Queensville residents were also unhappy with the verdict. Many people believed Guy Paul was the killer and did not want him living among them. When he returned home, someone repeatedly filled their mailbox with threatening letters, and some people even threw various objects at their house. Meanwhile, the prosecution worked on their appeal. They argued that the judge in the first trial hadn't clearly explained the concept of reasonable doubt to the jury, and that was enough for a higher court to schedule a new trial. It began in 1991, several years after the murder. During the preparations, the public learned a few interesting facts. It was revealed that the expert who matched the fabric fibers from Morin's car to the victim's sweater had worn a sweater of the same color and material during the comparison. However, by the time of the second trial, much of the evidence she worked with had simply disappeared, including the fabric fibers and several hairs found on the victim's body or clothing. But that wasn't all. Several of Christine's bones and a cigarette butt found near her body were also missing. It turned out that this cigarette butt had never been added to the case materials, possibly because Morin never smoked. Despite all these alarming issues, the new trial was on its way. This time, the prosecution's main theory was that Morin saw the recorder in Christine's hands when she came back from school, took out his clarinet, and started playing. Hearing the music, Christine approached his car, and Morin forced her inside, drove her to an unknown location, and killed her. Although this theory was admittedly weak, in July 1992, the jury reached a unanimous decision. They found Guy Paul guilty of murder, and he was sentenced to life in prison. But this time, public opinion shifted dramatically. Initially, the media portrayed Morin as a strange and dangerous loner, but after learning about all the investigators' mistakes, the narrative changed completely. The media began to suggest that Morin might be innocent and a victim of sheer incompetence. After the verdict, a group of concerned citizens band together to challenge the court's decision. In light of this pressure, Morin's lawyer filed an appeal for a new trial, and Morin was released from prison on bail. Such a move was quite rare, but the widespread public outcry played a crucial role. But there were significant challenges. The bail was set at around $500,000, forcing Morin's parents to mortgage their home. This was their only option to raise that amount of money. The lawyer requested a DNA analysis of the victim's underwear, which still contained a biological sample. Previous attempts to analyze it had been unsuccessful due to the limited technology of the time. However, by the mid-90s, advances in forensic science allowed experts to extract a DNA profile from the semen found on the fabric. The results conclusively showed that the DNA did not match Guy Paul's. This revelation sparked outrage across Canada. Morin had spent a total of 1.5 years in prison and went through several years of trials, so his life was basically ruined. All of this was due to the actions of police officers who focused on framing him rather than seeking the truth. In January 1995, 10 years after Christine's body was discovered, all charges against Morin were dropped, and he was declared a free man. He later sued the authorities and was awarded $1.2 million. Some investigators who had fabricated evidence against him faced legal consequences or lost their jobs. This case also led to some of the most significant reforms in Canada's legal system, aimed at preventing such miscarriages of justice in the future. After Morin's release, authorities decided to reopen the investigation into Christine's murder, forming a new team of detectives. With the DNA sample of the real killer in hand, they focused on collecting samples from anyone who could have potentially committed the crime. They gathered DNA from several hundred men, but there was no match. Since then, the case has seen little progress. It was handed over to the Cold Case Unit, which reviewed it from time to time, but they also couldn't find new suspects. A significant challenge was that the original team of detectives not only lost some evidence, but also failed to conduct a thorough investigation at the time. They were so convinced that Guy Paul was the perpetrator that they didn't even consider other potential suspects. Canadian media continued to cover the case, and after one specific publication in a major news outlet, journalists received several interesting leads. One man claimed his father had confessed to Christine's murder on his deathbed, while others pointed to individuals with questionable reputations who lived in Queensville at the time.